Chapter 1 Fellow Survivors. Before we step into the swamp and the house that waits beyond it, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter, and leave a like to keep the lantern burning through the dark. Now, let us begin. Adrian Vale woke choking on rainwater and blood. For one violent second he did not know where his body ended and the twisted metal around him began. The world was all noise, hammering rain on a caved-in roof, a whining engine somewhere under him, mud sucking at one shoulder through a shattered door. His left arm was trapped between the steering column and the collapsed dashboard. He could not feel 3 fingers. He blinked water out of his eyes and saw the interior of a delivery van lit by bursts of white lightning. The windshield was gone. The driver's side door hung open into a ditch full of black floodwater. Pine roots clutched the frame like fingers. He remembered headlights. Hydroplaning. The huge white glare of a semi turning where it should not have been. Then nothing. Then a blue pane of light unfolded in the rain before his face. Regeneration System initializing. Host stable. Trauma detected, multiple fractures. Blood loss high. Vital failure imminent. Adrian stared at it, too dazed to panic properly. Emergency rebuild triggered. Heat flooded his body so suddenly he screamed. The trapped arm snapped free with a wet crack as the bones there seemed to knit under his skin. Needles of pain stabbed through his ribs, then vanished. Blood that had been running warm down his temple slowed, then stopped. Even the ringing in his ears retreated enough for him to hear the storm again. He dragged himself across the ruined seat and tumbled out of the van into knee-deep muddy water. The rain hit him like thrown gravel. He planted both hands in the ditch and coughed until his chest stopped trying to turn itself inside out. Behind him, the van sagged deeper into the shoulder, half submerged, its rear doors thrown open by the crash. The first truly coherent thought he had was absurdly mundane. I died on the freeway. Not might have. Not almost. Died. He remembered enough now in ugly static bursts. Wipers failing against a wall of rain. Brake lights fishtailing ahead. The screaming skid of a jackknifed trailer cutting across 3 lanes. The steering wheel trying to wrench itself out of his hands. Then the impossible elastic instant before impact where every regret in a man's life can apparently file itself under later, right before later gets cancelled. He had expected nothing after that. Or maybe a hospital ceiling. Maybe pain. Maybe whatever waited for people who had done decent work badly and still carried too many exhausted regrets about all the ones they could not save. Not a swamp ditch in Louisiana with a game UI burning itself into the rain in front of his face. Not a body actively renegotiating death while he watched. There had been cargo. He twisted around and saw black hard shell cases lashed to the floor inside. One had broken open. Foam padding. Medical vials. A small child-sized blanket stained with grime. The next lightning flash showed a handprint on the inside of the rear door. Small. Deliberate. Not old. Something else sat jammed under the bench seat, half hidden by twisted plastic and mud. Adrian reached in and pulled free a child-stuffed rabbit with one ear missing and its button eye scribbled over in thick black marker. A strip of soggy paper had been tied around its neck with twine. Family forever. He let the toy fall back into the van at once. The rain washed over it, darkening the cloth until it looked like it was bleeding from the seams. The road beyond the ditch was one of those lonely Louisiana stretches that looked less built than surrendered. Trees pressed close. Reeds shuddered in the floodplain. Far off through the rain he could see the yellow gleam of a single house light raised above the marsh on stilts. The sight should have looked ordinary enough to anyone else. A house light in bad weather. A road too far from town. Trees making night feel more local than sky. Instead it hit Adrian with the precise nausea of recognition arriving before certainty was ready to support it. He knew this visual grammar. Knew the way the swamp seemed to crowd a structure until the building looked less inhabited than tolerated. Knew, with a fan's second-hand memory and a dead man's newest instinct both, that no amount of looking away from that light would turn it into some other house in some other state. He pushed himself upright and nearly fell again when the system chimed. Name, Adrian Vale. Rank, Fresh Survivor. Core ability, Minor Regeneration. Current passives, Pain Partitioning I, Blood Loss Resistance I. Objective, Survive the Estate Zone. Estate Zone. The phrase hit him harder than the pain had. The van. The swamp. The hard shell cases. The little blanket. No, Adrian whispered into the storm. No chance. But the shape of the road, the trees, the sick heavy humidity in the air, even the ugly familiar dread gathering low in his stomach told him there was a chance. A terrible one. He knew this place. Not from life. From games. Streams. Wikis skimmed at 3 in the morning. The Baker estate. The guest house. The family dinner. The smiling kind of horror that never bothered to hide its teeth. A car door slammed somewhere up the road. Adrian turned. Headlights cut through the rain, stopped short of the wreck, then went dark. A flashlight beam swept the ditch. "Hey!" a man shouted. "You alive down there?" Relief arrived so fast it almost hurt. Adrian raised one arm. Yeah, I think so." Boots splashed through the flooded shoulder. A deputy in a soaked brown uniform crouched at the ditch edge, flashlight in one hand, revolver in the other. He was broad-shouldered, tired-faced, and looked like the kind of man who had been running on bad coffee and instinct for too many years. His nameplate read Morales. Deputy Morales' gaze dropped to Adrian's mangled sleeve, then to the blood drying too quickly on his face. "That vent should have killed you." Adrian looked down at his own arm. The fabric was shredded. The skin beneath was already closing. "I'm having a weird night." Morales did not smile. He played the flashlight over the van interior, catching the broken case and the empty child blanket. His mouth tightened. "You from that thing?" "Apparently." Adrian swallowed. "Was there a girl? Someone else?" "I don't know what happened before the crash." The deputy kept looking at the van, not Adrian. "There've been calls around here." His voice lowered. "Screams. Missing livestock. Folks vanish if they wander too close to the old Baker place. I told dispatch I was checking the road. Dispatch told me to stop wasting gas." The flashlight beam shifted past Adrian toward the trees. There, through sheets of rain, barely visible between cypress trunks, a second light glowed from deeper in the swamp. Higher up. Warmer. A house. At an upstairs window, just for a second, Adrian saw the outline of a woman, thin. Barefoot. One hand against the glass. Then lightning flashed and the window was empty. Adrian's stomach dropped. "I need to get up there." Morales snapped the beam back to him. "You absolutely do not. There was somebody in that window. Son, people see things in storms. You hit your head. You're bleeding from places a man shouldn't be standing after." Morales glanced again at Adrian's healing arm and looked more unsettled than before. "You get in my cruiser, I'll take you to the parish clinic and figure out what this van was doing out here." The system chimed softly in Adrian's vision. Priority contact detected. Captive signature within estate. Rescue window opening. His pulse began to race. If Mia was alive in that house, if this was before everything truly started, if there was even one narrow chance to change the order of how it all went wrong, he could not walk away. He looked from Morales to the deep swamp road and made a decision that felt insane the instant it solidified. "Deputy," Adrian said, "if I get in that car, I think more people die." Morales stared at him like he had finally confirmed exactly how concussed this crash victim was. Then somewhere beyond the reeds, from the direction of the house, a woman screamed. Both men froze. The scream cut off so sharply it felt worse than if it had gone on. Morales swore under his breath. Adrian started for the road. "Damn it," the deputy barked, catching his arm. "If you run toward that place, you stay where I can see you." Adrian looked into the older man's eyes and saw the truth there. Morales already knew this night was wrong. He just had not admitted yet how wrong. Another lightning flash lit the swamp path like a torn open wound. The house light burned steadily beyond it. Adrian pulled free and began to run. Chapter 2. The swamp did not feel like land so much as a slow argument between mud and water. Every step tried to keep him. The planks underfoot had gone slick with algae and years of neglect. Water eddied over the path in cold brown sheets carrying pine needles, dead insects, and the occasional white float of something that looked disturbingly like skin until the next flash of lightning proved it was bark. The smell was mud, rot, gasoline from the wreck, and underneath all of it that old house reek of enclosed damp and meals cooked in rooms where no window had been opened wide enough in years. Adrian splashed through shin-deep runoff, ducked under low branches, and followed the narrow path of warped wooden planks leading toward the guest house. Rain drummed against the flooded marsh hard enough to blur distance. More than once he thought he heard footsteps behind him, but when he looked back there was only Morales' flashlight bobbing through the storm farther behind. The system kept feeding him information in soft blue flickers at the edge of sight, none of it polite enough to wait for permission. Terrain, flooded/unstable threat readings, low mid/escalating regen reserve, active. Adrian almost laughed at that last one. Reserve implied a budget. His body had just climbed out of one death and was apparently already prepared to discuss line items. The house rose from the water like something ashamed to be seen in daylight. Not the main estate. Smaller. Detached. 2 stories, weather-beaten siding, mold-dark as old bruises around the windows. The front steps sagged. One shutter hung crooked on a single hinge. A lantern burned in the entryway, though the generator outside sounded like it was coughing itself to death. The upstairs window where he had seen the figure was now black. Up close, the guest house looked less abandoned than interrupted. One porch board had been replaced recently with cleaner wood. Mud tracked across the lower step and prints too small to be Morella's and too narrow to belong to a grown man. The hanging lantern by the door had been trimmed recently enough that its flame stayed steady even in the storm drafts. Someone had been maintaining the threshold. That was worse than neglect. Neglect was passive. This suggested routine. Morales reached him at the base of the steps, breathing harder than he wanted to show. "You stay behind me," he said, revolver raised. "We get in, we get out, and then I'm calling state police whether dispatch likes it or not." Adrian nodded. He did not mention the system text still hovering at the edge of his sight. Hostile presence detected. Containment failure likely. The front door stood slightly open. Morales pushed it with the barrel of his revolver and the hinges gave a soft whining creak. The smell inside hit Adrian first. Mildew. Rot. Wet wood. Under it, unmistakable iron and sour human fear. And beneath even that, something sweet. Not perfume. Not food. A cloying synthetic note that reminded Adrian of children's medicine and cheap vanilla air freshener left too long in a hot car. The kind of smell someone might choose if they wanted a room to feel safe for a child and then forgot that safety depended on more than decorative intention. The entry room looked half abandoned, half lived in, and entirely wrong. Old furniture with blankets thrown over it. A child's toy stuffed under a chair leg. Drawings taped to the wall in unsteady crayon lines, all of them showing smiling stick figures with long arms standing around a much smaller child. Across one drawing, in broad jerking red letters, someone had written "Stay away." One of the figures had been colored over so aggressively the paper had nearly torn. Another had a birthday hat drawn on in later marker, the cone shape pressing right over the face as if celebration had been added after the first version of the picture no longer told the right lie. Beside the drawings, someone had scratched the growth chart directly into the door frame. Several careful height marks. Several dates. And then one line much higher than the others with no date attached, just the word family carved in capital letters. Morales swept the room with the light. "Hello?" he called. "Sheriff's Department." The house answered with silence and the wet ticking of rain through a leak in the ceiling. Adrian moved toward the kitchen doorway before Morales could stop him. Cabinets hung open. Dirty dishes filled the sink. On the table sat a bowl of something that had once been food and was now moving with flies. Beside it lay a purse, half-zipped, its contents spilled. A driver's license peeked out. MIA Winters. Adrian did not let himself react. In the next room, an old TV hissed static. A videotape case lay on the floor nearby, cracked but readable. "Mia, babysitting job?" Written across it in black marker. He was early enough. Somehow, impossibly, he was early enough for traces of the story before the full nightmare. That should have encouraged him. Instead it terrified him in a more active way. Early meant maybe. Maybe he could change the order of things. Maybe changing the order would simply make the nightmare creative. The game had taught him outcomes. It had never taught him what timelines did to man arrogant enough to interfere with amusing partial memory and a body freshly reissued from death. Morales was muttering into his shoulder radio, getting only static back. "Signal's dead." He lowered the radio with a curse. "We check upstairs. Fast." The steps groaned under their weight. Halfway up, Adrian noticed deep gouges in the wall at shoulder height, as if something with heavy nails had been dragged down the narrow hall. At the top landing the air felt colder, though the windows were shut. Family photographs lined one side of the hall and cheap frames spotted with mildew. At first glance they looked ordinary enough to hurt. Fish fries, birthdays, a church picnic, Lucas sulking beside a cake while Zoe laughed at something off camera. Then the later photos shifted. Smiles went rigid. Eyes looked overly bright. A small black-haired girl appeared in more and more of them, each time standing closer to the center as if reality were quietly rearranging itself around her. In the newest frame, every face but hers had been scratched out with something sharp. The bedroom door at the end of the hall was open. A woman sat on the edge of the bed with her back to them. Dark hair. Thin shoulders. Bare feet muddy against the floorboards. "Ma'am?" Morales said carefully. She turned. Mia Winters looked exactly like the photo on the license and far worse than any person should. Hollow cheeks. Split lip. Eyes full of exhausted terror that sharpened into something else the instant she saw Adrian. For one strange second relief flooded her face. "You came back," she whispered. Adrian stopped in the doorway. "Mia." Morales shifted the revolver down slightly. "Ma'am, We need to get you out of here. Mia's gaze flicked to him, then back to Adrian. No. No, no, he's not supposed to be here. You shouldn't have come. She'll know. Who? Adrian asked. Mia pressed both hands against her temples. I don't remember. I do remember. I just... She looked around like the room itself was lying to her. Please tell me Ethan didn't come. The name did something visible to her body. Not comfort. Orientation. Like for half a second Mia could still navigate by love if she said it aloud before the house took the word back and sharpened it. The name landed like a stone in Adrian's chest. He isn't here, he said. For a moment Mia looked so relieved Adrian almost stepped toward her. Then the expression shattered. She sucked in a sharp breath, eyes widening at something only she could see. No, she said to empty air. No, leave me alone. Morales took one step forward. Ma'am, easy. Mia's head snapped up so fast the movement looked mechanical. Get out. She launched off the bed. Morales barely got the revolver up in time. Mia hit his arm, sending the weapon clattering into the wall. They slammed into a dresser that burst apart under their weight. Adrian moved without thinking, grabbing her shoulders and trying to pull her away. Under his hands she felt fever-hot and shaking with a strain that did not belong to muscle alone. Her body was trying to obey two sets of instructions at once and each one hated the other. He felt that conflict through her before he understood it intellectually, and the contact nearly made him hesitate. She twisted with feral strength and drove him straight through the bedroom door into the hall. His back hit the railing. The old wood cracked. Mia stood over him with her hair hanging in her face and something in her expression that was no longer human grief, but hunger wearing grief like a mask. You weren't supposed to remember me, she hissed. Then she attacked. Chapter 3 Adrian had treated psych patients during bad nights in the ER. He had wrestled drunk men twice his size off orderlies. He had once calmed a knife-waving overdose victim down long enough for security to take over. Nothing in his old life prepared him for Mia. She moved like panic and malice had become the same muscle. Her fingernails raked his cheek. Her knee slammed into his stomach hard enough to fold him. He caught one wrist, spun, and they crashed into the upstairs wall, bursting through rotten paneling into a cramped storage nook filled with broken toys and old coats. Mia, listen to me. He fought for breath. You need to stop. She said you were mine first, Mia snarled. The words made no sense and still felt dangerous. Morales lunged in from the hall and dragged Adrian backward just as Mia snatched a screwdriver off a shelf and drove it into the wall where Adrian's throat had been. Move. The deputy shouted. They stumbled into the hall. Mia came through the splintered frame after them, barefoot and bleeding and somehow seeming not to care about either. Morales slammed his shoulder into her, trying to pin her to the wall. For a second it worked. Then Mia bit him. Morales screamed. She tore free with blood on her mouth and sprang back like an animal gauging which prey to go for first. Adrian did not think. He grabbed the fallen hallway lamp, yanked the cord from the wall, and swung the heavy ceramic base at her wrist. Bone cracked. The screwdriver spun away. Mia hissed, not from pain but offense. The deputy clutched his arm, face gray. Jesus Christ. Mia's broken wrist twitched. Then, right in front of them, the bent joint pulled itself straighter under her skin. Morales stared. Adrian felt a coldness settle under his ribs. Not just infected. Rebuilt. He had seen bodies do ugly, irrational things under shock. He had seen pain turn people into storms. This was not that. Mia was not breaking apart at random. Something inside her was steering around the wreckage, wearing her terror and apologies like borrowed clothes. That understanding made her more frightening and more tragic at the same time. The system flashed warnings across his sight. Mold control event. Hostile human target experiencing biomass override. Non-lethal subdual recommended if rescue priority maintained. Mia came at Morales again. Adrian stepped between them and took the impact full in the chest. They went down together in the hall. He hit the floor, the breath exploding out of him, and her hands were instantly at his throat. Her eyes filled with tears as she squeezed. I'm sorry, she sobbed. I'm so sorry, I can't stop. The sentence nearly undid him more than the strangling. Because it was not performance. Her hands were killing him and some intact human portion of her still wanted him to know the violence had not originated in consent. Adrian drove both thumbs into the pressure point behind her jaw. Not enough to injure, just enough to force her reflexes sideways. She jerked. He rolled, trapped one arm, and slammed the back of her wrist against the floor until the joint failed. She screamed. For one horrible second he thought he had gone too far. Then the broken hand began to twitch and heal again. Mia kicked him off, snatched the railing, and vaulted over it down to the first floor with impossible disregard for her own body. Adrian forced himself up and ran to the landing. Below, the front door stood wide open, rain slashing through the doorway. Mia was gone. Morales came to stand beside him, pale and shaking. That wasn't a woman having a breakdown. Adrian looked at the bite on the deputy's forearm. Ragged. Deep. No, he said quietly. It wasn't. The deputy followed his gaze, then wrapped a handkerchief tight around the wound as if enough pressure could turn back reality. We're leaving. The system chimed once. First contact survived. Protective intervention success. Reward, 20 system points. The wording made Adrian want to punch the air. First contact, as if this had been a structured encounter instead of a terrified woman being worn like a mask by something built out of rot and appetite. The system's detached competence helped him survive. It also kept threatening to narrate the night in language too clean to trust. Adrian ignored it. He was looking at the red smear Mia had left on the stair banister when she vaulted down. The blood looked wrong in the lantern light. Too thick. Too dark. He knew how this story went if no one changed it. Mia did not stay gone. The blood on the banister came from both of them, he realized. Some of it was his, from the strangling and the fall. Some of it was hers, from the broken wrist she no longer seemed to feel. The mingling struck him as emblematic of something he couldn't fully frame yet, that in this house, violence did not separate people cleanly into victim and aggressor. It smeared them together and left the sorting to whoever survived. The system had called it a protective intervention. He had called it barely controlled panic with a medical training overlay. Neither framing captured what he could not get out of his head, Mia's face, wet with tears, while her hands tried to complete a task her remaining self wanted no part of. He had read about Ophiocordyceps fungi in the clinical literature once, parasites that steered ant behavior by hijacking neural pathways. The papers described it with academic remove appropriate to a creature that operated without guilt or strategy. Whatever had hold of Mia operated with both. That distinction mattered in ways the system did not track. And the house had only just noticed him. Chapter 4. They made it to the front room before the front door slammed shut on its own. Morales spun, revolver raised again now that he had recovered it from the upstairs floor, but there was no one at the threshold. Just rain beating against warped glass and a chain lock that had somehow hooked itself into place. You saw that, right? He said. Adrian was already moving. The TV static in the next room had stopped. In the quiet that replaced it he could hear other sounds. Slow movement inside the walls. Creaking overhead though no one was above them anymore. The gentle scrape of something small being dragged across wood. He found the breaker panel in a closet off the hall, mostly because the system highlighted it. Utility node identified. Estate power routing available. He yanked the panel open. Half the switches were corroded. One was labeled stairs lock. Another read basement shutter. Who puts labels like this in a house? Morales muttered. Someone who expects to keep people in it. Or someone who had once needed to memorize the routines of imprisonment so thoroughly the routines eventually became architecture. Adrian didn't say that part aloud. The deputy had already reached his quota for impossible revelations and they were maybe 20 minutes into the night. Adrian flipped the stair lock switch. Somewhere deeper in the house, a mechanism clunked. The deputy kept watch at the door while Adrian searched cabinets for anything useful. He found a pocketknife in a junk drawer, some old batteries, and a VHS tape labeled Dolby, June 1st. The system pulsed over the tape. Memory evidence. Adrian pocketed it. In the kitchen sink lay a mass of dirty dishes and black water. He ignored the smell until something under the surface moved. A bloated rat floated up, half dissolved. He stepped away fast enough that Morales looked over. What? Nothing good. The deputy's radio crackled to life for one beautiful impossible second. Morales, report, then the voice dissolved into shrieking static. The hope in that brief dispatch window hurt more than the silence afterward. Morales looked like a man who had seen civilization crack open 3 inches and then seal itself again right before he could get his hand in the gap. Adrian saw the older man flinch harder at that than he had at the attack upstairs. You got family? Adrian asked before he could stop himself. Morales blinked. What? Family? Anyone waiting for you? The deputy gave him a sharp look. Why does that sound like a goodbye question? Because Adrian had seen too many horror stories to mistake atmosphere for mercy. Because if we're getting out, he said, we need to move before this place decides otherwise. They forced open the basement shutter and descended a narrow stairwell reeking of old water and mold. Adrian's shoulders tightened as the walls closed in. Down there the air was colder, with that underground wetness that seems to carry voices farther than it should. Halfway down, He heard Mia whisper his name. Not ahead. Not behind. Right beside his ear. He jerked and almost slipped. Morales grabbed his collar. Easy. She wants me deeper. The deputy gave him a look that said he had no idea whether Adrian was delusional, prophetic, or both. The basement ended in a low concrete room with hanging chains, shelves of ruined canned goods, and a workbench strewn with syringes and stained medical tubing. On the back wall, written in finger-smeared black mold, were the words "You belong to U.S." Adrian stared at the words long enough that the letters stopped registering as language and became architecture instead. Not a message. A foundation statement. The difference between someone threatening ownership and someone who considered ownership already settled. He had seen abuse in emergency rooms. He had seen people who had lived so long under someone else's authority that they no longer recognized their own fear as evidence of anything wrong. He understood those patients. He could not have predicted that the recognizable pattern would appear here in exactly this configuration, scaled up to include an entire property and written in the walls with the patient confidence of something that had been waiting for him specifically. The chains were what really did it for Adrian. Not because chains in horror basements were unusual. Because these were hung with practical spacing. Different lengths. Different hook heights. One low enough for a child. One at adult wrist level. One with fabric still tied around part of the metal where somebody had tried, at least once, to stop the links from biting into skin. He had worked enough emergency shifts to know the difference between chaos and repeated use. This room had habits. The organization told him something else too. This was not the result of one night of madness or a single catastrophic collapse. The chains showed wear consistent with repeated use. The medical tubing had been cut and replaced more than once based on the different colored clamps still attached to the last set of ends. Someone had maintained this space the way professionals maintain workspaces, with the assumption of regular future visits. That level of institutional calm made the words on the wall worse. Graffiti implied impulse. What covered that wall was not graffiti. Morales backed away one step. Adrian did not blame him. Something clattered in the adjacent corridor. The deputy lifted his gun. "Show yourself." The corridor answered with fast-approaching footsteps. Not heavy. Barefoot. Adrian moved just as Mia burst from the dark carrying a knife meant for butchering game. Chapter 5 Mia hit Morales first because the deputy had the gun. The knife slashed down. Morales caught her wrist with both hands, and the force of the blow still drove him to one knee. Adrian slammed into her side, shoulder first, and the three of them crashed into the concrete wall hard enough to knock dust from the ceiling. The knife skittered away. Mia snarled and headbutted Adrian across the mouth. Blood flooded his tongue. He tasted iron and rain and old basement mold while he grappled for leverage. Morales swore and slammed his shoulder into her side again, trying not to hurt her and therefore almost guaranteeing he would lose the exchange if Adrian didn't compensate. Adrian adjusted without thinking, one arm controlling her elbow, one knee braced against the concrete lip of the workbench, body automatically solving the problem the way trauma care had trained it to solve bodies that wanted desperately not to be saved. She was crying. That was the worst part. Tears streamed down her cheeks even as she tried to tear his face open. "Leave me alone," she gasped. "Please leave me alone." Morales managed to wrench one arm behind her back. "Help me tie her." Adrian grabbed the medical tubing off the workbench and looped it around her wrists. She fought like a cornered thing, all jerking violence and sudden strength, but between the two of them and the narrow space they got her pinned against a support post. The moment the tubing cinched tight, Mia sagged. Just dropped from fury into shaking exhaustion like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The change was so sudden both men nearly overcorrected and let go. 1 second she had been all tendon and violence and impossible leverage. The next she looked as if standing upright had become an administrative error. Adrian staggered back, spitting blood. "Mia?" She lifted her face slowly. The wildness was gone, at least for now. What remained looked worse. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered. "If she likes you, she won't let you leave." Her voice had gone hoarse in a way that made him think she had spent too many hours already arguing with air and losing. Morales kept the gun leveled though his hands shook. "Who is she?" Mia laughed once, a broken sound. "You don't ask that in this house." The line carried the weary authority of somebody who had already made the mistake of asking and discovered the answer was not information but jurisdiction. Adrian felt that in a way he did not fully understand yet. Houses were supposed to answer questions with floor plans, noises, utility bills, the ordinary inventory of lives. This one answered with ownership. He crouched a little lower against the concrete support post. In the ER he had learned to read patients in the first 30 seconds, how they held their arms, where their eyes tracked, whether pain registered as sensation or signal. It was the nursing equivalent of learning terrain by instinct more than map. He read Mia now. The way she turned her face from the dark corridor rather than toward it. The way her bound wrists trembled not from effort but from the effort of not screaming. The way she watched the basement ceiling with an expression that was not random fear but specific dread, the kind that comes from learning a known footstep pattern and identifying exactly what kind of night that particular creak announced. She had been here before. Not just the house. This room. That post. Whoever had tied her previously had not been as careful about it as Adrian and Morales had. Adrian crouched a few feet away, careful not to get within kicking range. Listen to me. There was a child in the van. A blanket. What happened on the road? Mia shut her eyes as if the question hurt physically. I was transporting her, she said. No. Watching her. Managing her. Failing at both. Her breathing hitched. Shipwrecked. I thought I could contain it. Then she got inside my head. Inside all of us. She looked at Adrian, and for the first time there was recognition there that felt grounded. I know you. I don't know why, but I know you. Her expression twisted. That means she showed me things. The system chimed. Captive target lucid. Critical information window open. Adrian asked the question that mattered most. Can you get out if we cut you loose? Mia's eyes flicked toward the darkness at the far end of the basement corridor. Not if he hears us. Morales straightened slowly. The certainty in those 5 words was more chilling than the footsteps overhead. It wasn't the certainty of someone guessing. It was the certainty of someone who had tested the exact threshold between acceptable and catastrophic noise in this basement, possibly more than once, and knew where the line fell. Adrian looked at the workbench. The syringes. The stained tubing he had used to bind her. The chain wear worn into the concrete around the support post. He understood what kind of room this was for Mia. Not a discovery. The house answered for her. Heavy footsteps sounded overhead. Deliberate. Unhurried. Big enough to make the joists complain. The deputy went very still. Mia's face drained of what little color it had. Too late, she whispered. Not panic exactly. Recognition. The sort that comes from learning the rhythm of another person's cruelty so thoroughly that the first stair creak tells you what kind of night is about to happen. The basement door upstairs crashed open. A man's voice rolled down the stairwell, warm and cheerful in a way that made Adrian's skin tighten. Mia? Boy? You all hiding from supper? Jack Baker had found them. Chapter 6. Morales fired first. One shot up the stairwell. The muzzle flash turned the basement white for an instant. The bullet hit wood somewhere above, followed by a short surprised laugh. Well now, Jack called. We've got us a noisy guest. The footsteps descended at a pace so casual it felt insulting. Adrian looked around for options and saw none that were good. The corridor behind Mia ended in rusted shelving and black standing water. The basement room itself had no other exit. The deputy's revolver held, at best, a few more rounds. Mia started thrashing again, not to escape but to get away. Don't let him touch you, she hissed. If he gets curious, you're done. Curious was a terrible word for whatever sort of man came down into this room humming. It implied interest without consequences. Nothing about the atmosphere on the stairs felt consequence-free. The hum drifting down with him sounded almost domestic, some half-remembered tune from a radio in a garage, and the normalcy of it made Adrian's skin tighten harder than if Jack had come roaring like an obvious monster. Jack Baker appeared on the stairs carrying a shovel across one shoulder like he had been out checking fence posts. Tall. Thick through the chest. Work shirt rolled to the elbows. Face lined by age, sun, and something the mold had hollowed out into a grin that never stopped quite where it should. His eyes landed on Adrian and brightened. There he is. That was the moment Adrian understood that Jack's violence was not just hunger or defense or territory. Delight had entered the room. Delight made everything more dangerous because it stretched time. Men like this did not merely kill. They lingered, tested, got creative around edges. Adrian felt a cold drop through his center. Not because Jack looked dangerous. Because Jack looked delighted. Deputy, Jack said mildly, glancing at Morales. You should have stayed on the road. Morales fired again. The bullet hit Jack in the shoulder and spun him half around. He looked at the wound, touched the blood there almost curiously, then turned back with the same grin intact. Rude. He moved. The speed of it made no sense for a man his size. 1 second he was on the stairs, the next he had crossed half the basement and swung the shovel in a flat arc. Morales got the revolver up in time to save his skull and still flew sideways into the shelving hard enough to collapse it. Adrian lunged for the fallen butcher knife. Jack kicked it away without looking and drove a fist into Adrian's ribs. Something cracked. Adrian hit the floor gasping, world gone white with pain. Rib fracture detected. Emergency stabilization active. Jack bent over him, huge hand closing around his throat, and peered into his face like a farmer assessing livestock. "You don't smell right," he said. Adrian jammed both thumbs into the bullet wound in Jack's shoulder. The flesh there felt wrong in exactly the opposite way Mia's had. Her injury had seemed contested from within, as if humanity and infection were still arguing over the body. Jack felt integrated. The wound gave under Adrian's thumbs, not like meat alone but like something alive learning his pressure pattern as it suffered it. Jack bellowed and flung him into the concrete pillar beside Mia. The impact lit Adrian's vision with sparks, but his ribs were already knitting enough that he could force air back into his lungs. Jack saw it happen. The grin widened. "Well, ain't that something?" Mia screamed. "Run!" Morales pushed himself up from the wrecked shelving, blood running from his scalp, and fired his last rounds point blank into Jack's chest. The muzzle flashes lit the basement in brutal snapshots, Jack's grin stuttering but never disappearing, Mia tied to the pillar with both wrists bleeding against the tubing, the black mold words on the wall seeming almost to pulse in time with the shots. Each image arrived separate and complete enough that Adrian suspected they would be waiting for him later in sleep, if sleep ever came back under honest management. The big man staggered back. Not dead. Not even close. But enough off balance that Adrian grabbed the deputy by the collar and hauled him toward the corridor. "Move." They splashed through black water, ducked under dangling pipes, and reached a warped service door at the far end just as the shovel slammed into the wall behind them. Rusted hinges shrieked. Adrian slammed the door shut and dropped the bolt. Jack hit it once from the other side and the whole frame jumped. Then came laughter. Slow. Pleased. Patient. The sound passing through the wood should have been ridiculous. Instead it made the corridor feel pre-owned, as if Jack did not need the door open to keep occupying the space on both sides of it. "Boy," Jack called through the door. "You ain't gotta run. We can learn things about each other the easy way." Adrian looked at Morales. The deputy was pale, breathing hard, and holding his side. Blood seeped through his uniform where the shelving had torn him open. "You okay?" Morales gave him a sharp humorless look. "You have a very ambitious definition of okay." The system flashed again. Survived lethal engagement. Regeneration XP gained. New passive unlocked. Damage memory. Adrian barely registered it. Because through the service door's cracked window he could see Mia still tied to the pillar, and Jack was turning toward her. Adrian grabbed the bolt. Morales caught his wrist. "If you go back out there right now, all three of us die." Adrian hated that he was right. He hated the look on Mia's face even more. Not because she was pleading. Because she wasn't. She had gone utterly still in the split second before the service door closed, as if she had already started calculating what version of herself Jack would need next and how long she could keep any part of the rest hidden from him. Chapter 7. The service passage led upward into a cramped crawlspace between walls. Adrian would never have found it if the system had not pulsed a faint blue trail along the floorboards, highlighting a maintenance route behind stacked crates and a mold-eaten tarp. He half-carried Morales through, listening the whole time for Jack's pursuit. None came. That was somehow worse. The crawlspace opened behind a loose panel in a laundry room on the first floor. The house beyond looked the same as before and completely changed by what Adrian now understood lived under it. The walls were not old. They were infected. Every patch of water damage hid living growth beneath. The realization altered everything cheap and ordinary in the room. The washer's rust line looked less like neglect and more like a vein under skin. The bubbling paint near the baseboard became blistered tissue by association. Even the detergent box on the shelf seemed sinister in context, as if cleanliness itself had been drafted into the house's larger campaign to disguise what was growing in plain sight. Morales sank onto a washer, breathing through clenched teeth. Adrian checked the wound in his side by the weak yellow laundry bulb. Long, shallow tear. Ugly but not mortal if it stayed clean, which in this house was a joke. "Sit still." He tore strips from an old sheet, found a bottle of high-proof liquor in a cabinet, and cleaned the cut as best he could. Morales did not yelp, which somehow made Adrian respect him more. "You a medic?" the deputy asked. "Was a nurse. That before or after you learn how to survive being hit by a truck and punched through a wall?" Adrian almost answered honestly, then remembered how insane honesty sounded tonight. "Long story." Morales laughed once and immediately regretted it. "If I get out of here, I'll listen." Adrian tied off the makeshift bandage and did not say what the phrase did to him. It was the right word. Honest. He still hated it. The system inside him kept framing the night as thresholds and rewards and unlocked passives. Human conversation, stubbornly, kept framing it as maybe, later, if. The second language frightened him more because it implied stakes the interface could not reduce to bars and percentages. The phrase "if get out" made the room feel smaller. Adrian found a fuse in the laundry shelf and another videotape ducked behind detergent boxes. The system highlighted both. Power access item. Memory evidence. He pocketed the tape automatically and then stopped to look at the label. Just a date. No title. No warning. That was beginning to feel like the house's preferred archival style. Nothing was named by what it did to people. Only by when it became impossible to pretend it hadn't happened. He pocketed the tape. On the inside of the loose wall panel someone had written in tiny block letters with the stub of a pencil, "If you hear her laughing, stop thinking it means she is happy." Below it, a second line in a different hand, "Zoe says watch the phone." As if in answer, the old wall phone beside the dryer rang. Both men jerked. The sound was absurdly ordinary in the middle of everything else. That was what made it so frightening. Not the noise itself. The familiarity. A landline ring belonged to kitchens, grandmothers, bill collectors, bad news delivered at dinner. In this house, after the chains and basement warnings and Mia's broken apologies, this simple sound landed like a crowbar forcing ordinary life into a room that had already rejected it. Adrian picked up on the third ring. For a second there was only static and a woman's breathing. Then, "You ain't local." Her voice was young, tired, wary, and flattened by years of speaking too quietly for fear of being heard. "Zoe?" Adrian asked. Morales looked up sharply. "So she talked after all," the woman said. "That means you got farther than most. Mia's tied up in the basement with Jack. Then she won't stay tied long. Listen close. If you want to live, you stop trying to understand the house as a house. It's a stomach. It digests you in rooms." A pause. "And if Jack saw you heal, you got maybe 1 hour before he decides he's found a new favorite hobby." Adrian's grip tightened on the receiver. "Who are you? A woman with bad luck and worse relatives." Her voice hardened. "Find the fuse box in the hall. Open the hatch above it. There's a key. That gets you to the main house if you can make the yard." The directions came without flourish, paced like something she had repeated to herself in the walls often enough to memorize the breathing pattern that went with survival. "What about Mia?" Silence. Then, quieter, "If she's lucid, help her. If she ain't, survive her. Same goes for all of us." The line clicked dead. Morales exhaled slowly. "That makes sense to you?" "No." "Good," the deputy muttered. "Would have worried me if it did." Adrian set the receiver down with more care than it deserved. A stranger had just given him the most useful instructions he had heard all night with the dull certainty of a person who had stopped expecting usefulness to lead to rescue. Maybe that was the house's real talent, he thought. Not killing. Conversion. Taking every decent instinct a person had and teaching it to live on half rations until desperation passed for routine. Somewhere upstairs, floorboards creaked. Jack was moving again. This time, Adrian could tell by the sound that he was not searching blindly. He was hurting. The realization changed the house again. Every open doorway became a chute. Every moment of silence, an allowed pause rather than an accident. Jack wasn't stumbling through the guesthouse in frustration. He was pressing pressure into the floor plan, seeing what routes fear would naturally choose, then meeting those routes later with a grin and a shovel. Chapter 8. The fuse box was in the front hall behind a grandfather clock that had stopped at 9:17. Adrian crossed the house low and quiet, with Morales limping a few steps behind and covering angles as best he could with an empty revolver now useful mostly as a club. The storm outside had eased to a steady hiss. The calmer weather made every sound inside seem sharper. At the top of the stairs something thumped once. Then a wet dragging noise moved from one room to another. Mia? Jack? Something else? Adrian kept going. The fuse snapped into place. He flipped the switch. Somewhere inside the walls, old wiring groaned awake. A panel above the box popped open. Inside lay a simple brass key on a string and, absurdly, a Polaroid of a smiling family standing on the very front porch where he now crouched. Jack and Marguerite, younger and unbroken. Lucas sulking in the corner. Zoe half smiling. No mold in their eyes. No madness at the edges. For a second Adrian could almost believe the picture had been staged from some other universe where the Bakers had remained merely difficult people with ordinary private cruelties and Sunday obligations. Then he noticed the tension in the smiles. Jack's hand sat too firmly on Lucas's shoulder. Zoe leaning half a fraction away from the center even then. Marguerite's eyes already fixed not on the camera but on the little girl at the heart of the frame, as if something in her had started orienting there before the others understood what that would cost. In the middle stood a little girl Adrian did not recognize from the actual family. Pale. Black-haired. Hand resting possessively on Jack's arm. Eveline. Adrian shoved the photo into his pocket and motioned to Morales. He looked at Eveline's hand on Jack's arm for one extra second before the photo went away. Small fingers. A perfectly ordinary child's hand resting with the casual territorial confidence of something that had already decided the arm it touched was an extension of itself rather than borrowed property. The other bakers had posed for the photo. Eveline had claimed it. Even in the still image you could see the slight lean of Jack's body in her direction, the small unconscious tilt that said he had already started treating her center of gravity as his own. That was how it worked. Adrian had known it intellectually from documentation alone. He was beginning to know it in the slower, older way the body learns things that outlast thought. Back door. Now. They made it through the kitchen, past the dead TV, into the narrow mudroom behind the pantry. Adrian slid the bolt on the rear door and opened it onto a yard slick with rain and lit only by the weak yellow spill from the laundry window. Freedom was 10 steps away. Jack Baker stepped out of the dark beside the generator. There you are. He looked like the sort of man the South manufactures by the thousand and horror improves by specificity. Big-knuckled. Sun-cooked. Work calluses thick across both palms. Belly gone a little soft with age but the rest of him still carrying the memory of hard labor. If Adrian had passed him at a gas station in another life, he would have filed him under dangerous only in the ordinary ways men become dangerous when they drink too much and mistake volume for authority. Now he understood how much worse ordinary could become once it found appetite and permission. He had changed shirts. The bullet holes in the old one showed beneath the fresh fabric, dark and wet. A new line of stitches crossed his shoulder where the earlier wound had already been crudely repaired by flesh that seemed unwilling to remain damaged. He held a lantern in one hand and a shovel in the other. "Thought I'd let you all breathe a little," he said cheerfully. "See what sort of choices you'd make." Morales shoved Adrian aside and charged with the empty revolver raised. Jack swatted him down with the flat of the shovel so hard the deputy hit the mud and did not get up. Adrian saw red. Not metaphorically. The system overlaid Jack in a pulsing outline of threat vectors and probable injury points. Damage memory active. Identified weakness, left knee, prior trauma. Adrian sprinted. Jack laughed and swung for his head. Adrian ducked under the shovel, grabbed the generator cable off the ground, and looped it around Jack's bad knee before putting his full weight into the yank. The big man went down hard enough to shake the porch steps. Adrian seized the moment, grabbed the fallen shovel, and brought the metal edge down into Jack's thigh. Jack roared. Not pain alone. Joy. "There he is," he said through his teeth. "Was wonderin' when you'd stop actin' polite." He backhanded Adrian across the yard. Adrian hit the side of the house, felt something in his shoulder tear, and slid into the mud. The world narrowed to mud in his mouth, rain in his eyes, and the spectacular irrelevance of dignity when a man with a shovel wanted to enjoy your skeleton personally. Dislocation detected. Reset available. He slammed his shoulder into the wall and forced the joint back with a scream. When he looked up, Jack was staring. Lantern light gleamed in the older man's eyes. "Oh, I am gonna have fun with you." Adrian got to his feet anyway. Chapter 9. He survived the next minute by being willing to hurt himself faster than Jack could. The shovel came down. Adrian let it clip his forearm instead of his skull, heard the bone crack, and used the opening to drive the lantern into Jack's chest. Burning oil splashed across both of them. Jack stumbled back roaring and laughing at once. Adrian ran to Morales. The deputy groaned when Adrian rolled him over, which meant alive. Blood slicked the side of his head. His left arm bent wrong at the elbow. "Can you stand?" "That depends how inspirational your speech gets." "Good." Sarcasm meant some part of him still believed in mourning. Adrian got an arm under Morales and hauled him upright with more force than grace. The deputy was heavier than he looked, all soaked uniform and stubbornness and the dead weight of a body trying not to faint out of civic spite. The older man hissed through his teeth when his bad arm jostled and still forced his feet to remember the assignment. Adrian got Morales upright. Jack was stamping out fire in the mud behind them with all the fury of a man annoyed at a ruined shirt. The yard gate to the main path stood 20 yards away. They had maybe 5 seconds. Adrian hauled the deputy forward. The generator sputtered, coughed, and died from the spilled fuel. Darkness swallowed half the yard. Only the porch light behind them and intermittent lightning over the swamp gave shape to the path. They made the gate just as something heavy whistled through the air. The shovel hit the post beside Adrian's head with enough force to split the wood. Jack's voice rolled after them through the dark. "Boy. You ain't escaped. You just changed tables. Adrian did not look back. The swamp swallowed them, mud grabbing at their shoes, reeds slapping wet against their legs. Morales stumbled twice. The second time he almost took Adrian down with him. They reached the raised walkway leading toward the main house and stopped dead. Adrian's regeneration was still working on the cracked forearm. He could feel it, a deep crawling warmth like poorly sequenced current, the system patching damage in order of operational priority rather than pain level. His elbow still buckled when he used it wrong. His ribs ached in 4 distinct locations. The shoulder had reset cleanly and his legs held weight without complaint. He was learning his own maintenance schedule. That knowledge should have been reassuring. Instead it felt like the beginning of a negotiation he wasn't sure he wanted to win at the cost of becoming comfortable with it. Morales had both hands pressed to different injury points, doing the same damage inventory in the old human way, without a system to catalog results. Still performing the job even now. Still gathering information. Not letting the magnitude of the impossible become an excuse for stopping the work. The house ahead was enormous in a way the guest house had not been. More spread than height, rotting plantation bones wrapped around additions and outbuildings like scar tissue. Lights glowed in scattered windows. The front porch loomed broad and inviting in the most hostile possible way. "We are not going in there," Morales said. The system flashed. Safe progression path, main hall access. Alternate paths, lower failure probability than open swamp exposure. Adrian almost laughed. "Apparently we are." They crossed the porch with the caution of men approaching an altar that might bite. A child's crayon drawing lay near the front swing, damp from the storm but not yet ruined. Adrian saw it only because the porch light caught the wax shine of red and blue lines. He nearly stepped on it anyway. The whole night had become a sequence of evidence trying to get under his feet before he could notice how much it mattered. The picture showed the house, a little girl in the center, and 4 taller figures standing around her with arms stretched too far. One of the figures was colored in blue instead of black. Above it, in cramped childish print, someone had written "New Dad." The blue crayon had been pressed hard enough to leave grooves in the paper. Whoever drew it had gone back over the same outline again and again until the figure stood darker than the others, more defined, as if the house itself had been rehearsing Adrian's placement in the family circle before his body ever hit the ditch. Adrian turned the paper face down with the side of his boot and kept moving. They dragged themselves onto the porch. The front door stood open 3 inches, as if expecting them. Somewhere behind them, in the dark between the guest house and main estate, a child giggled. Morales stopped so hard Adrian had to yank him. "You heard that?" "Yeah. That was a little girl." The deputy said it like naming species might still restore order to the thing heard in the dark. Adrian almost envied that reflex. His own had already been ruined by context. Adrian stared at the open door. "No," he said. "That was the thing wearing one." The distinction mattered. He needed it to matter, needed the line between a child and something that had learned to be one well enough to use the category as camouflage. Because if Eveline was simply a child, then every warning the system had issued, every piece of second-hand horror he carried from documentation read in another life, collapsed into the far more difficult moral weight of a genuine child's suffering. And he could not afford that weight right now, not with Morales bleeding and Jack somewhere behind them and the Baker estate's front door standing open 3 inches ahead. He filed the distinction under necessary and kept walking. Chapter 10 The main hall smelled like old wood, mildew, and food left too long under silver covers. And underneath it all, fresh polish. Not enough to erase the rot. Enough to prove somebody still tended surfaces in this place as if maintaining the illusion of a home mattered even after whatever happened at the table every night. Adrian had seen screenshots, videos, maps. None of them captured how intimate the place felt in person, how every room seemed arranged for a family to gather while the infection in the walls whispered about ownership. A chandelier swayed overhead though there was no wind. Portraits watched from the paneling with eyes too bright under their varnish. Morales braced himself against a console table. "If there's a phone in this place, I am calling every state trooper in Louisiana." Adrian looked at the old grandfather clock, the mounted animal heads, the dark line of mold creeping behind the baseboards. "And telling them what?" The deputy opened his mouth, then shut it again. "Exactly." A low buzzer sounded somewhere deeper in the house. The dining room door swung open. Inside, candles burned around a long table set for 5. Silverware gleamed. China plates waited. At the head sat Jack Baker in yet another clean shirt, carving knife in hand, smiling like a patient host. Marguerite sat to his right, thin and severe in a yellowing dress, her hair pinned back too tightly for the soft shape of her face. Lucas sprawled opposite her in a hoodie, face slack with mean amusement. At the far end, a wheelchair sat empty. Mia occupied the chair nearest the door. Untied now. Cleaned up just enough to look almost human again. She stared at Adrian with dull exhausted dread. "There you are," Jack said warmly. "Supper's getting cold." The line came in exactly the tone a tired father might use after corralling kids in from the yard. That was what made the room so hard to survive cleanly. Every gesture in it had once belonged to ordinary life before being dragged sideways into ritual. Adrian could feel how many years of human habit the house was cannibalizing to keep the scene legible. Morales raised the empty revolver anyway. Lucas snorted. "He knows that's not loaded, right?" Adrian did not ask how. Marguerite's eyes moved over Adrian's torn sleeve, the drying blood, the half-healed cut on his mouth. Her expression changed by degrees from irritation to interest. "This the new one?" Jack said. "And he's special." Adrian should have run. He knew he should have. But Mia was at the table and Morales was barely standing and there were too many angles in the room to clear without getting someone killed immediately. So he sat when Jack gestured to the empty chair. Across from Mia, Morales stayed standing 1/10 second longer, then lowered himself carefully into the seat beside Adrian like a man choosing his own execution posture. Jack beamed. "See? Manners." Lucas's smile sharpened at that, the way some people brighten at a favorite song. He liked rules only when they were already soaked in humiliation. Marguerite, by contrast, seemed invested in the table as structure more than spectacle. She corrected napkin placement with one long yellowed fingernail while the deputy bled beside the roast. Same nightmare. Different theology. Lucas pushed a covered dish toward Adrian. "Eat up, miracle boy." The smell coming off it turned Adrian's stomach before he even touched the lid. He left it closed. Mia looked like she wanted to say something and knew better. Jack began carving the roast at the table center with slow loving motions. "We don't get many guests who make it through the storm alive," he said. "Less still who make such an impression." He glanced at Adrian. "How's the arm?" Adrian said nothing. "Heal up nice, did it?" Lucas said. "Dad says you popped your shoulder back in like it was nothing." Morales' jaw clenched. "You're all under arrest." The room went quiet. Then Jack laughed so hard tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. "Deputy," he said, wiping at them, "I like you. You got spirit." He stood so fast the chair toppled backward. Morales flinched. Jack leaned across the table until his face hovered inches from the deputy's. "Spirit don't help much in this house." Then, with no warning at all, he slammed the carving fork straight through Morales' hand into the tabletop. The deputy screamed. Adrian lunged up. Lucas shoved him back down with an electric prod from under the table. Pain detonated through Adrian's ribs and arm. The system flared warnings. His vision went white, then came back to Jack smiling at the pinned deputy. "Sit," Jack said to Adrian in a voice suddenly stripped of all cheer. Adrian sat. Not because he wanted to. Because Mia was shaking and Morales would die faster if Adrian made the wrong move. Marguerite finally spoke, voice low and dry. "He does have pretty eyes." Lucas grinned. "Bet they grow back too," Mia whispered, "don't look at him. He likes it when you look scared." Adrian met her gaze instead. Just for a second, something steady passed between them. Not safety. Resolve. Under that resolve lived shame so raw Adrian could almost feel it from across the table. Mia held herself as if even breathing in that room might count as helping them. He wanted to tell her that surviving a cage never makes the bars yours. Jack returned before there was room for words, and the thought stayed lodged in Adrian's throat like a promise he had not yet earned the right to make. Chapter 11. The dinner never became a meal. It became theater. And Adrian, against every instinct not to participate, had to study it like a stage manager if he wanted anyone alive at curtain fall. Jack needed audience reaction more than appetite. Lucas needed boredom interrupted by pain. Marguerite needed domestic form preserved enough to distinguish proper from improper suffering. Grandma Baker, wherever inside the blanket-draped stillness she remained, watched like a witness who had seen too many acts to flinch at this one. Jack talked. Lucas made cruel little jokes. Marguerite watched everyone like she was judging whether they belonged in a garden or under it. The wheelchair at the end remained empty until Adrian finally realized there was someone in it after all, a blanket-draped shape with sharp old eyes peering out from the folds. Grandma Baker. She never blinked. Morales bled steadily into the table, jaw locked hard enough Adrian worried he would break teeth. Mia barely moved except when Lucas prodded her shoulder with his fork to see if she would flinch. Adrian forced himself to catalog everything. Doors. Distances. Knife placement. The weak hinge on the pantry side. The way Jack favored his left knee very slightly when he turned. The system approved. Damage memory calibrating. Pattern retention improving. It would have felt more helpful if Adrian did not need to sit through a monster family guessing what would hurt him most. He watched the family the way he'd learned to watch chaotic trauma scenes, not from the center but from every edge at once. Who moved when Jack spoke? Who tensed when Lucas leaned forward? How Marguerite's attention tracked the table surface versus the people above it. Mia was the most informative study. She had learned precisely how much stillness each family member required to remain uninterested. She tilted her posture slightly toward Marguerite to avoid drawing Lucas's attention. She avoided direct eye contact with Jack except when he spoke first. She tracked the room's dynamics with the practiced precision of someone who had mapped this danger long ago and now navigated it by reflex. Survival here had a grammar. She was fluent in it. Adrian was still sounding out letters. "I say cut off one of his hands," Lucas said casually. "See if it crawls back." Marguerite frowned. "Don't be ugly at table." "Ma, table's made of deputy now." Jack chuckled and stabbed a chunk of meat onto Adrian's plate. "Eat. Gotta keep your strength up." Adrian stared at the thing on the china. He did not need the system to tell him not to trust it. Morales finally hissed, "Go to hell." Jack's smile vanished. He yanked the carving fork free from the deputy's hand. Morales slumped, gasping. Before Jack could follow through with whatever came next, the hall phone rang. Everyone in the room went still. Even Lucas. Jack glared toward the sound like the very existence of interruption offended him. "Who in the goddamn?" He looked at Marguerite. "Get that. Do it yourself." Lucas snorted into his drink. Jack slammed the knife down, rose, and stalked out of the room. The instant he disappeared into the hall, Mia looked at Adrian with desperate intensity. "Listen to me. When he comes back, pretend to choke." Adrian blinked. "What? Pretend?" Her voice shook but held. "He hates wasting food. He'll drag you to the sink." Morales, white-faced, pressed his injured hand against his chest. "That the whole plan? It's better than staying here." Lucas leaned back in his chair, watching them all with bright malicious curiosity. "You know I can hear you, right?" Mia did not even look at him. "Adrian." The sound of his name in her mouth reoriented the entire room for him. Not romantically. Not yet. More like a thread thrown across a flooded gap proving there was at least one line in this house not entirely owned by the people performing at its center. It was the first time she had said his name plainly. No confusion. No accusation. Just a plea. The plea reached a part of him that the system did not track. No number existed for the particular weight of a person using your name the way Mia had just used his, not as identification, not as introduction, but as an anchor thrown across a room full of people who wanted to flatten them both. He held onto it the same way. He kept his face blank and let his eyes do the reassurance quietly, across the table and under Lucas's notice. She gave the smallest possible nod in return. The gesture was practiced to invisibility. She had done this before too. The phone stopped ringing. Heavy footsteps came back toward the dining room. Adrian scooped a forkful of the meat into his mouth and nearly gagged for real. Salt. Grease. Spoilage just beginning under heat and seasoning. Something gamey underneath the sauce he did not let himself identify because naming it would have made the act too complete. When Jack entered, Adrian made it look worse. He convulsed, knocked over his chair, and hit the floor coughing hard enough to bring up blood and half-chewed horror onto the boards. Jack swore. "Damn fool's making a mess." He grabbed Adrian by the back of the collar and hauled him bodily out of the room toward the kitchen sink. The grip was not just strong. Comfortable. Jack handled another human body the way a mechanic handled an engine part too heavy for one hand but too familiar to respect ceremonially. That intimacy of force unsettled Adrian more than the violence itself. The moment Jack crossed the threshold, Adrian drove an elbow backward into his damaged shoulder. Jack snarled. Adrian twisted, slammed the faucet on full, and jammed the garbage disposal switch with his thumb. The machine shrieked alive. Then he shoved Jack's wounded hand straight into it. Chapter 12. Jack's scream shook the kitchen cabinets. Blood and ruined flesh sprayed the sink. The disposal ground bone like a machine trying to eat a bad idea. Adrian did not wait to admire his work. He grabbed the deputy's revolver off the counter where Jack had tossed it earlier and sprinted back toward the dining room. Behind him Jack made a sound Adrian would remember later with more accuracy than he wanted. Not rage first. Shocked delight, as if somebody at last had told the kind of joke the old man had been waiting for all evening. He crossed the kitchen threshold at speed, mind operating ahead of his body the way it always did in acute crisis. Table layout. Chair positions. Direction Mia had been facing. Where the pantry door opened. How many seconds Jack would need to recover before pursuing? The disposal had bought time, not ended threat. He had to use every second of it correctly. The system pulsed pale blue at the edge of his vision. Combat outcome, advantageous. Pursue extraction route. He could have told it that himself. Morales was already half out of the pin chair, Mia helping him with one shaking hand despite her own obvious fear. Lucas stood from the table with the electric prod, grinning like he had just been given the evening's best entertainment. That's more like it. He lunged. Adrian fired. The revolver clicked empty. Lucas laughed. Adrian threw it instead. The heavy metal frame cracked against Lucas's temple, staggering him long enough for Morales to slam the dining chair into his knees. Lucas went down cursing. Marguerite rose from her seat at last, not hurried, not startled, just offended in a bone-deep way. "Animals," she said. The blanket at the end of the table shifted. Grandma Baker's eyes tracked Adrian with silent awful clarity. The old woman's gaze had a quality he did not have vocabulary for yet. Not empty, not threatening, not the mold-blank stare of something no longer human. Something between. As if Grandma Baker had been watching versions of this exact scene repeat across varying configurations for long enough that this particular iteration interested her the way a familiar road interests a traveler taking it in different weather. He didn't have time to work out what that meant. The thought trailed him through the pantry like a cold hand on the back of his neck. "Back door," Mia shouted. Adrian grabbed Morales under one arm. Mia shoved Lucas's fallen prod aside with her foot and sprinted ahead. They burst through the pantry passage into a narrow hall lined with canned goods and old jars full of things no one sane kept on shelves. Behind them Jack roared with enough force to vibrate the glass. Adrian hit the rear mudroom door at a run. Locked. Mia snatched a hanging ring of keys from beside the frame, hands trembling so badly the first two keys missed. Marguerite's voice floated from the hall behind them. "Mia, baby. Come back and be good." Mia's face went white. Almost. The third key turned. They spilled out into rain and darkness again, this time into the wider yard behind the main house where broken farm equipment rusted under tarps and a trailer sat crooked beside a detached garage. Lightning flashed over the yard and turned everything into a sharp-edged inventory, rusted cages stacked by a fence line, a wheelbarrow half full of mold-black feed, a child's tricycle upside down in the mud with one wheel still slowly spinning from the rush of their passage. Every ordinary object on the property seemed to have been left exactly 1 inch past the point where usefulness became omen. Morales almost collapsed. Adrian dragged him toward the trailer because it had walls and the garage had a heavy roll-up door that could maybe be controlled. Mia grabbed his wrist. "No. He'll corner you there." "Garage. That's exactly what corner means. Trust me." He looked at her. For a second the storm and the pain and the madness all dropped away, and he saw only a woman who had spent too long surviving the impossible. He nodded. They changed direction together and ran for the garage. Her face in that second was stripped clean of the pretense that everything was manageable. She looked the way all people look when they allow exhaustion its full honest shape, afraid, infected, trapped in a house that treated her like property, and still opening locked doors with shaking hands for a stranger who had arrived less than one night ago. He nodded and meant more than agreement. She turned and led them toward the garage without another word. He followed, carrying the weight of both the decision and the deputy, and found that between the two burdens the decision was lighter by a narrow margin. The yard ahead was all rain and wreckage and the orange glow of the burning garage reflecting off mud puddles. Behind them the main house leaked light from scattered windows. Somewhere in the dark Marguerite was still moving through corridors that obeyed her preferences. Jack was still smoldering but not finished. Lucas was watching through something. None of that stopped feeling true. None of that stopped feeling survivable either. But for this one strange interval, with Mia's hand guiding their direction and the garage fire lighting their retreat in warm terrible colors, Adrian understood that sometimes the only honest response to an impossible situation was to keep moving through it with whatever human warmth you still had in your hands. Chapter 13. The garage door opened with a chain pull and the smell of gasoline, hot rubber, and mildew rolled out. There was also old cigarette smoke baked into the rafters and the metallic dang of welding work done indoors too often. The place had personality in all the ugliest ordinary ways. Tool hooks shaped to hand habit. Oil stains old enough to have permanence. A fan in one corner with dust thick on the blades, as if someone had once intended comfort here and then gotten distracted by violence. Inside sat an old muscle car under a tarp, tool chests, hanging chains, and enough junk to build or bury almost anything. Rain rattled on the metal roof. Mia slammed the side door behind them and shoved a button on the wall. The roll-up door began closing. "Why here?" Adrian asked, breathless. "He likes making a point," she said. in places with room. That was not encouraging. Morales sagged against a workbench. "Tell me there's a back exit." Adrian scanned the walls. One window high up, too narrow. A service hatch chained shut. Shelves of oil cans and tools. Car keys hanging from a hookboard beside the covered vehicle. His eyes landed on them just as the system flashed. Survival tool identified. It was such a stupid, obvious answer. Adrian hated it. The system never seemed embarrassed by genre. He appreciated that almost as much as he resented it. There was something grotesque about the interface's composure in moments like this. Adrian could be standing in a garage about to participate in a vehicle-based fight with an undying man, and the system would still be cataloging escape vectors and item value ratings in soft blue light. It was not cruel. It was simply not designed to carry what horror felt like at human scale. Data arrived cleanly. The flinch did not come with it. He would have hated it more if it weren't keeping him alive. That was probably what Zoe meant about the estate turning routine into complicity. Jack hit the side door hard enough to buckle it inward. "Now," Mia said. Adrian grabbed the keys and yanked the tarp off the car. A black muscle car gleamed beneath, old and heavy and exactly the sort of machine Jack Baker would keep running out of spite. Adrian shoved the key into the ignition. The engine coughed once, then roared awake. Jack tore the side door off its hinges and stepped through, grinning despite the mangled mess that had once been his hand. Blood soaked his sleeve. The fingers there were already moving wrong, rebuilding themselves like pale worms under skin. "You really ought to stop breaking my things." Mia pulled Morales clear. Adrian dropped the car into drive and floored it. Jack leapt onto the hood. The impact starred the windshield. Adrian swerved, slammed the rear quarter panel into a stack of shelving, and threw the big man sideways into hanging chains. Metal shrieked. Tools rained down. Jack laughed. He was still laughing when he grabbed the hood and began hauling himself back up. Adrian reversed hard, pinned Jack between the bumper and a support post, and kept his foot down until the engine screamed. Bone cracked. Wood splintered. Then Jack looked up through the spider-webbed windshield with blood in his teeth and delight in his eyes. "There it is." He ripped the driver's side door off. Adrian threw himself across the bench seat just as Jack's hand closed where his throat had been. He hit the passenger door shoulder first, burst through it into oil-slick concrete, and rolled under the workbench as Jack hauled himself halfway into the car. Mia shouted something he could not hear over the engine and the storm. Jack seized the wheel, howling with laughter, and stomped the gas. The car shot backward into the wall. Adrian crawled clear in time to see the fuel line rupture. He saw the spark. For one suspended instant everything in the garage acquired impossible clarity. The chain sway overhead. Gas vapor in the air like a ghost just deciding whether to become visible. Mia bracing over Morales with one hand on the overturned toolbox. Jack inside the muscle car, not trying to get out because some part of him believed any machine with this much violence left in it still counted as a place worth being. He opened his mouth to warn them. The garage exploded. That last image was what the system could not catalog and Adrian could not unsee. Jack Baker not looking for exits. Because in his reworked interior logic the car was still on his side. The violence still belonged to him. Even as the fuel line ruptured and the vapor thickened and the math of combustion became inevitable, he occupied the driver's seat like a man at home. The mold had not stolen Jack Baker's self-concept. It had just given it permission. For one impossible frozen instant the blast lit every object in the room with photograph clarity. Mia curled low behind an overturned toolbox, one arm thrown across Morales' shoulders. Jack framed by fire inside the shattered windshield, grinning like a man inside his favorite carnival ride. Gasoline, chrome, broken glass, hanging chains, all turned gold white and murderous at once. Then the world slammed back into motion and Adrian was flying. The last thing he registered before impact was the sound, not the explosion itself but the moment after it, when everything the garage had contained turned loose and became weather. Fire. Metal. Glass. The particular human weight of choices made badly enough to end in combustion. Chapter 14. The blast threw Adrian through the roll-up door just as it finished closing. Metal slats burst outward around him. He hit flooded gravel, slid into mud, and lay there deafened while fire rolled up behind him in a bright hungry bloom. Pain hid in layers a second later. Burns across the left side of his face. Glass in his back. Something very wrong with his ankle. Severe trauma detected. Emergency rebuild active. He stared at the rain while his own body tried to stitch itself back together under ruined skin. The system ran its damage inventory. Severe burns, left cheek, left forearm. Reduction active. Laceration, back, multiple. Ceiling. Ankle fracture, compound. Restoration Priority 2. Regen Reserve, 38%. Reserve was a lie the system told itself about limits. He had learned that already. What it actually tracked was time before pain became non-functional, time before injury compounds without address. He watched the percentage and understood it as a countdown running in parallel with the one the estate was running against all of them. Outside the burning garage the yard looked operationally simple and morally wrong. Fire orange. Rain gray. Jack-shaped steam rising from what had been a man. Adrian had caused that, partly. He registered the fact without deciding what to do with it yet. Adrian. Mia's voice. He turned his head. She was dragging Morales away from the garage rack, both of them filthy and half-stunned but alive. Relief hit him so hard it almost hurt worse than the burns. Then the flaming shell of the car shifted. Jack Baker climbed out of it. On fire. Still laughing. Morales made a sound like a prayer failing in real time. Jack staggered 3 steps, swung once at the air as if trying to remember what part came next, then collapsed to his knees and toppled face first into the rain. Steam rose from him. The yard went silent except for crackling flame in the storm. No one moved. Finally Mia said, very softly, "That won't hold long." The sentence had the tired precision of someone who had already watched the impossible recover often enough to stop bargaining with visible damage. Adrian hated how quickly he trusted that tone. He hated more that trusting it was clearly the correct survival instinct in this house. Adrian forced himself upright. His ankle popped back into place under him with a hot grinding jolt that made his vision blacken at the edges. How long? Long enough if we don't waste it. They ran. This time not toward the house, but along the side path past rusted cages and stacked trash toward a small trailer set above the water on cinder blocks. Mia fumbled with the latch, shoved them inside, and bolted the door. The trailer smelled like stale coffee, antiseptic, and fear held together with routine. A lamp ran off a sputtering battery. Medical supplies lay scattered across the counter beside maps of the estate marked in hurried pen. Zoe's hideout. It was the first space on the property that looked actively arranged against despair rather than toward it. The difference between Zoe's space and the rest of the estate was not quality. It was intent. Both were run down. Both smelled of water damage and worry. But in this trailer every degraded object had been kept in service through will rather than inertia. Batteries replaced. Supplies restocked. Maps sanitated with desperate precision from caring about something enough to maintain it when caring felt useless. In a house built to strip everyone of agency, Zoe had built a room where she kept being the kind of person who dated her batteries. Adrian understood why he felt safer the moment he stepped inside. Not because he was safe. Because someone here still believed in future tense enough to prepare for it. Not comfortable. Never that. But intentional in a human key. Batteries dated in marker. Shells lined beside a ceramic heron with one chipped wing. A mug repaired with glue at 3 separate fracture lines instead of discarded. Little signs everywhere that someone had been insisting, daily and stubbornly, that life in this swamp would still be made of choices however small. Mia bent over, hands on her knees, fighting for control of her breath. Morales sank into a dinette bench and finally let the pain show on his face. Adrian looked at Mia. "You knew this place was here." "I remembered enough." She straightened slowly. Not all of it stays gone when she lets go. The rain drummed harder on the trailer roof. For the first time since waking in the ditch, Adrian had 4 walls around him and a few seconds not immediately filled by violence. That should have felt like victory. Instead it felt like the pause between one beating heart and the next. He found himself staring at the small details instead, a mug with the handle glued back on 3 separate times, batteries sorted by marker dates, a ceramic heron with one chipped wing placed beside a box of shotgun shells. Zoe had not built comfort in this trailer. She had built continuity. Something to look at every morning and think, "I am still a person who owns objects and choices and tomorrow." He thought that was probably the most defiant act happening on the entire Baker property. Not escape. Not resistance with weapons. Just the daily insistence on tomorrow. In a place that converted every object into evidence of its own authority, a dated battery was a small revolutionary act. Chapter 15. The woman in the trailer was not Zoe. At least not at first glance. She emerged from the back curtain holding a shotgun with the confidence of someone long past the point of bluffing. Stringy dark hair. Hollow cheeks. Bare feet. Sharp suspicious eyes that moved from Adrian to Mia to Morales and hardened into disbelief. "How in the hell did you all make it here together?" "Good to see you too, Zoe," Mia said. The woman lowered the shotgun a fraction. "Mia." What passed between them could not be called warmth. Too much history. Too much damage. But there was recognition there, and a thin thread of exhausted relief. Zoe's gaze landed on Adrian next. "So you're the one?" got Daddy smiling. The accusation did not come out jealous or grateful or curious. It came out weary, like a woman being informed the weather had invented a new category of disaster and expected her to update the chart by morning. Adrian looked at the shotgun, then at the maps. "You called me. I call a lot of desperate people. Most of them don't show up with a deputy and my infected maybe sister-in-law." She took in the burns that had already begun to seal over his cheek. "And most don't heal while I'm watching." Morales let out a tired laugh from the bench. "If you were hoping for normal, tonight was not your night." Zoe set the shotgun down within easy reach rather than all the way aside. "Sit, deputy. Mia, don't touch anything sharp. Adrian, if that's really your name, tell me how much you know." He considered lying and saw no point. "Enough to know this house isn't the center. Just the result." Zoe's expression changed subtly. "Uh-huh. And enough to know what she is?" She jerked her chin toward Mia. Adrian looked at Mia, who stood rigid under the trailer light as though expecting condemnation. "A victim," he said. "And dangerous." Zoe's expression altered by degrees. Not softened. Recalibrated. Adrian got the sense that she had been waiting years to hear one of those truths spoken without the other being used to erase it. He could see why it mattered. The estate ran on collapse distinctions. Guilt meant bad person meant enemy meant dispose of. Danger meant monster meant undeserving of grief. Keeping both truths about Mia active at the same time required resisting the estate's native logic, which wanted everything sorted into burnable or useful. Zoe Baker had been living inside that logic for years without quite surrendering to it. The fact that she was still recognizably human, still operated on principles she hadn't bartered away, was not a small thing. Most people did not last 5 days in a place that converted meaning into appetite. She had lasted years by keeping one room in her head the estate's grammar never fully reached. Mia shut her eyes. Zoe steadied him a moment longer, then gave the tiniest nod. "Best answer you've had so far." She opened a medical kit and shoved it across the table. "Patch the deputy. Then we talk before Daddy wakes up and comes collectin'." Adrian cleaned and bandaged Morales again with better supplies this time. The deputy bore in grim silence until Zoe handed him half a bottle of painkillers. "Take 2. Do they work against impossible?" "No, but you'll complain slower." While Adrian worked, Zoe spread one of the estate maps flat. Blue lines marked crawl spaces, old maintenance routes, and rooms circled in heavy ink with notes like "Don't bleed here" and "Marg's Nest." "Y'all need to understand something," Zoe said quietly. "The family ain't the source. They're what happens when she gets lonely. The little girl, Eveline. She gets in your head, makes you want to belong to her. Daddy turns mean. Mama turns hungry. Lucas turns." She shrugged. "Lucas? Can she be killed?" Morales asked. Zoe laughed without humor. "Can a fever be punched?" She said it like somebody repeating an argument she'd had with herself too many times to bother dressing it in hope anymore. He did not tell her he had spent time before this night absorbing documentation of this exact situation. He did not say the word game. The reason he could answer her questions without flinching was partly because he had already known the answers in a different form, the kind of knowing that stops at a screen and does not include the smell of old blood or the weight of Morales in his arms or the look on Mia's face when the mold released her for 10 minutes and she spent all 10 of them apologizing to air. Documentation was the map. The estate was the territory. They were related but not the same. Adrian watched the set of her mouth and understood Zoe Baker had probably lived through 100 almost plans already. Rescue attempts. Escape routes. Homemade cures. Bargains with the wrong people. Every failed possibility still existed in this trailer as tone more than memory. Mia stepped up to the table. "There might be a treatment." Zoe's head snapped toward her. "Might. I remember a serum." "You remember not telling me for 3 years?" Mia flinched like she'd been struck. Adrian cut in before the moment shattered further. "Then that's what we find." Zoe looked at him as though measuring how much hope she could afford to hate. "First," she said, "you survived till mornin'." He took that as a promise in addition to a task. People who set conditions for optimism were people who believed optimism remained available as an outcome. He held on to that for the length of the corridor and then put it somewhere useful rather than sacred, because sacred things could become brittle under pressure and he needed everything in his possession to stay functional tonight. Chapter 16 Morning never really came to the estate. The storm passed, but the dawn outside the trailer windows was gray and weak, as if the swamp itself filtered light down to the property on sufferance. Adrian sat awake through most of the night at the little dinette table with the shotgun across his lap and the system paints floating dimly in the edge of his sight. He learned the trailer's noises in that half-night. The intermittent pop from the battery lantern when voltage dipped. The two-tap rhythm of rainwater leaking off the rear awning. Morales' breathing hitch when pain dragged him half awake and then let him sink again. Mia's near-silent shifts against the wall when memory pulled her toward movement she no longer trusted in herself. Zoe in the back room opening drawers with a care that said every object had exactly one useful place and surviving here had depended on that fact staying true. System points available, 20 suggested upgrades, pain partitioning 2, tissue repair I, toxin resistance I. He chose tissue repair almost immediately. Warmth spread through his arms and chest, a subtler version of the earlier emergency rebuild. The system spent the quiet minutes recalibrating in a way that felt less mechanical the more he paid attention to it. Not just tissue. A deeper filing of the night's encounters. Each injury connected to a threat. Each threat had a pattern. Damage memory was building a model of how the estate attacked. Not random violence but methodology. Jack, direct, overwhelming, theatrical. Lucas, indirect, architectural. Marguerite, environmental. Eveline, intimate. He had survived one full rotation of all four tonight. That was not luck. It was also not a guarantee. The cuts in his back tightened. The bruising along his ribs loosened from sharp to manageable. Morales dozed in painful bursts on the bench. Zoe disappeared twice into the back room and returned with more maps, an old radio, and finally a locked tackle box full of syringes. Mia never fully slept. She sat on the floor by the trailer wall with her knees pulled up, staring at nothing while dawn slowly brightened the dirty window glass. Adrian eventually joined her there because the distance felt crueler than the risk. "Do you remember me?" he asked softly. She gave a tiny helpless shake of the head. "Not from before. Just from dreams. Things she puts in people. Wrong memories. Possibilities. I saw your face before I ever saw the crash." She swallowed. "I think she wanted me to think you'd come for her." Adrian considered that and hated the thought of being inserted into someone else's loneliness. "I came for you," he said anyway. Mia's eyes lifted to his. Exhaustion lived there, but so did something far more dangerous than fear. Why? Because he had seen her in a window and could not pretend not to know what waited if he walked away. Because he was in a nightmare and she was the first human thing inside it. Because some part of him had already decided that if choice existed anywhere in this place, it would matter most in choosing people. "Because you asked me not to leave you there." That was not the whole answer. But it was the part he trusted most. He could have talked about fate or system props or the impossible familiarity of her face in the upstairs window. He could have talked about second chances and altered timelines and the old tired instinct to run toward the worst sound in the room because maybe this time being early would matter. All of that was true enough to become evasive. This was simpler. She had asked. He had answered. Mia studied him for a moment the way people study things they are deciding whether to trust. Not checking for dishonesty. Checking structural integrity. Whether the thing would hold under the kind of weight she had been carrying since before he arrived. He let her look. Outside, the first gray light was beginning to fill in the world between the cypress trunks. Swamp fog settled low over the water. Somewhere distant a heron called once, twice, then went quiet. Everything that lived in this bayou understood where to route around the Baker property. Mia looked away fast, as if that answer was harder to carry than a lie would have been. Outside, dawn kept trying to become ordinary. Birds called from the tree line. Water dripped from leaves in soft bright sounds that belonged to a world where nobody got puppeteered into murder by a lonely bioweapon child. The contrast felt obscene. Adrian understood then that horror was rarely loud for long. It lived just as comfortably beside routines trying to continue. Zoe cut through the quiet by slapping a new map on the table. "We move now or not at all," she said. "Main house'll be stirrin'. Daddy'll heal. Lucas'll get bored. And if Marguerite catches your scent in the wrong corridor, she'll turn the walls inside out looking for you." Morales rubbed at his face. "You say things that make me miss traffic stops." Zoe pointed to a marked route. "This gets you back into the main hall through a service hatch. From there, you find the old processing area. That's where some of the ingredient notes are. Then greenhouse side for the rest, if Mama don't gut you first." "And you?" Adrian asked. "I stay where I ain't dead yet." She slid him a burner phone. "Call if the line works. Don't talk if you hear a little girl breathing first." Chapter 17 The service hatch dropped Adrian and Morales behind the grandfather clock in the main hall again. This time the house felt awake. Not loud. Awake. The difference mattered. Boards creaked in distant rooms with no footsteps attached. Flies moved in dark clusters near the ceiling. Somewhere overhead, Water dripped in a steady rhythm like a patient counting down. Mia stayed in the trailer with Zoe. Adrian had hated leaving her there and hated more that it was the smartest choice. Morales came because he refused point-blank to be hidden while others kept bleeding for him. "You sure that hand's usable?" Adrian whispered as they crossed into the hall. The deputy flexed bandaged fingers and grimaced. "Usable enough to point if I see a way out." They reached the processing hallway off the rear pantry and found the first body there. Not fresh. A man in work clothes half collapsed beside a meat locker, jaw split open far wider than a jaw should open, mold webbing the wounds like black lace. Adrian stepped closer with a hand over his nose. The system flared. Mold construct, dormant. The label offended him on sight. Construct made it sound assembled, impersonal, solvable by procedure. He had used clinical language himself in the ER. Deliberately, as a tool to keep urgency from cascading into catastrophe. Calling a patient a chest pain rather than a terrified parent of 3 was not cruelty. It was triage management. Distance served function. The problem here was that the system's distance served no triage. The man in the work boots was beyond triage. No code, no intervention, no amount of controlled detachment would change what he was now. The clinical framing only served the part of Adrian that wanted to stop feeling the full weight of what this property had done to people, and that was not a part he was willing to let run unchallenged. He made himself say the word. Person. Not construct. Not hostile target. The distinction was private, unheard, and functionally useless. He made it anyway. The thing slumped against the locker still wore work boots caked with old blood and feed dust. Someone had once laced those boots up in the morning expecting to end the day tired, not repurposed. As if hearing the label, the corpse moved. The head twitched up. White fungal slicks pulsed behind torn skin. Adrian grabbed the cleaver off the nearby butcher block 1 second before the thing lunged. He chopped reflexively. The blade bit deep into neck and shoulder. Black fluid sprayed the wall. The mold had kept coming. Morales rammed a metal pipe through its chest and pinned it against the meat locker long enough for Adrian to hack again and again until the body finally came apart far enough to stop functioning. The silence after was worse than the struggle. Morales leaned on the pipe, breathing hard. That used to be a person. Adrian looked at the black slick dripping down white tiles and thought of all the ways the system word construct had tried to make horror sound technical. Yeah. Morales wiped at his mouth with the back of his good hand. "I've been on scenes after meth labs blew. Domestic calls. Hunting accidents. Thought I built a strong stomach." He looked at the ruined body pinned to the locker. "Turns out I just built one for the world I thought I lived in." The sentence stayed with Adrian even after he pocketed the notebook. It felt like the whole estate in miniature. Not just horror, but the humiliation of discovering your skills, your language, and all your practiced definitions had been tailored for a world that turned out not to be the one opening under your feet. On the table beyond the body they found a notebook wrapped in oilskin. Ingredient lists. Lab shorthand. Notes on D-series compounds and necrotoxin response. Not full answers, but a start. There was a photograph folded into the notebook as a marker. The same room, years earlier. Clean tiles. Bright fluorescent lights. Jack in an apron with a real butcher's grin instead of the stretch thing he wore now. Marguerite leaning into him. Zoe half turned away from the camera. Lucas younger, mean even then but still recognizably human. Adrian hated the photo on site because it proved the estate had not started as a nightmare. It had become one. The system chimed. Key item acquired. Progression path updated. He tucked the notebook into his jacket. He had leafed through it fast, looking not for data but for structure. Who had written this? The handwriting shifted across different sections. One was neat and clinical, the kind that belonged to someone trained in precision notation. A second was much looser, hurried, written under duress. A third was barely legible, almost childlike, though the content was not childlike at all. 3 different people, or one person degrading across time. The date ranges suggested the second interpretation. It had been started years ago and updated until recently with decreasing motor control. Someone had been tracking this nightmare from the inside until they couldn't anymore. Then came the sound of slow deliberate applause from the doorway. He did not rush in. He did not posture. He stood in the doorway with the loose-limbed ease of someone who had already done the math on every room in this building and knew which exits were really just different shapes of the same trap. Lucas was younger than his father and far more dangerous in a specific way. He thought about his violence. Jack Baker was instinct amplified by infection. Lucas was engineering. He had taken the mold's appetite for pain and added logic. Adrian put the workbench between them before he said a single word. Lucas Baker leaned against the frame, grinning around a lollipop. "Aww. Y'all are making progress." Chapter 18. Lucas did not attack the way Jack did. He treated violence like a prank shared between friends, which made him harder to read and easier to hate. The lollipop was the thing that stayed with Adrian across all the other details of Lucas's presentation. Not the detonator, which was a straightforward tool of fear. Not the grin, which was habit. The lollipop. As if at some point before the night descended into life and death, Lucas Baker had been the kind of person who wandered into kitchens and helped himself to candy, and that version of him had not entirely vacated the new one. Or he was performing ordinary remnant on purpose, the way certain predators use familiar shapes to close distance before the strike. Adrian couldn't decide which was worse. He catalogued: distance to door, distance to Morales, location of every tool within reach that was not a tool but could work as one. "I was wondering how long before Zoe started passing notes again," he said, eyes flicking to the oilskin notebook in Adrian's pocket. "Family should really work on trust." Morales stepped forward, pipe ready. "Step away from the door." Lucas rolled his eyes. "Deputy, you are hanging on by emotional momentum." He pressed a handheld detonator. Somewhere behind Adrian a sharp electronic beep started. Both men froze. Lucas smiled wider. "Now, here's the fun part. One of you all finds the toy, or both of you all become wall texture." He vanished from the doorway before Morales could close the distance. Adrian swore and spun. The beeping came from beneath the work table. Homemade pipe bomb. Crude. Real. He dropped flat, reached under, and saw the wires instantly because the system had highlighted them in pale blue. Pattern thread analysis active. Suggested cut, red-black intersection. He grabbed the cleaver, wedged its thin edge between the taped bundle and the floor to lift it free, then used the deputy's pocketknife to slice the correct wire with 1 second left on the timer. Silence slammed down. His heartbeat did not get the memo. He stayed flat on the concrete for 3 extra seconds after the timer stopped, because Lucas had proven he understood the geometry of rooms and Adrian was not willing to assume round 1 was the last architectural surprise. Morales crouched beside him, reading the same floor evidence through different years of professional suspicion. "He's been waiting," the deputy said. "He's been planning." The distinction mattered the same way the distinction between Jack and Lucas mattered. Waiting was patience. Planning was architecture. Lucas had built this room to be interactive before anyone walked into it. Morales let out a long shaking breath. "I liked it better when they just hit us." Adrian rose, bomb in hand, and moved fast to the doorway Lucas had used. The corridor beyond split left toward the pantry and right toward the recreation room. At the far end, a TV monitor flickered on. Lucas appeared on the screen, waving. "That was round 1. Round 2's in the rec room. Also your deputy's cruiser keys are in there, which seems motivating." The screen went black. Morales stared. "He took my keys? Apparently your whole personality." The deputy shot him a look that said later he might appreciate the joke. In the rec room they found wires rigged along the floorboards, trip points leading to nails, acid jars, and more explosives arranged with malicious intelligence. Adrian and Morales picked through it slowly, using the system's threat flickers and the deputy's patient eye for what did not belong. At the room's center sat a red toolbox. Inside, cruiser keys, a cassette tape, and a Polaroid of the trailer hideout taken from outside the reeds. On the back, in Lucas's handwriting, "Tell Zoe I said hi." Adrian felt anger go cold inside him. Lucas was not only playing with them. He was already widening the board. The photograph was not evidence of surveillance. It was a receipt for patience. And patience in Lucas's vocabulary meant he had already decided to use the information, had already picked his moment, and was currently choosing when to invoice. Adrian understood then that there were 2 distinct kinds of threat living inside this estate. Jack Baker wanted you dead because dead was the satisfying conclusion of a good chase. Lucas Baker did not want you dead at all. He wanted you in a state of perpetual almost. A renewable source of interesting variables. That insight was more unsettling than it should have been, given everything else the night had already offered. The cassette tape in the toolbox was the other thing worth carrying. Lucas had included it deliberately. Every object in the game was a message. Cruiser keys meant leverage. The Polaroid meant surveillance. The tape meant something else, that Lucas had a record, a personal archive of the estate's history arranged to his own editorial judgment. Whatever was on it, he had chosen to let Adrian have it tonight rather than later. That timing was not generosity. It was sequencing. Adrian pocketed the tape. He would listen to it when he could afford to let something unsettle him in peace, which the Baker estate seemed structurally opposed to providing. Morales appeared at his elbow, reading the room. You figure out what he wants? Same thing he always wants, Adrian said. An audience that can't leave. The deputy considered this. That include the dead ones? Adrian thought about the work boots and the chains and the notebook that tracked a nightmare across multiple handwriting styles. Especially those. Chapter 19. They made it back to the trailer before noon. Zoe saw the Polaroid and went still in a way Adrian had not seen before, not fear exactly but the exhaustion of having one more bad possibility confirmed. He found my blind. Her voice was flat. Which means it ain't a blind anymore. Morales handed over his cruiser keys. If the unit's still where I left it, radio might work away from the main house. Zoe shook her head. He'll have cut something else. He likes layers. She did not raise her voice. She did not slam anything. She just took the Polaroid from Adrian, studied the angle of the shot, and placed it carefully face down beside the sink. That restraint carried more panic than shouting would have. Zoe was a woman budgeting fear because she could not afford to spend it all in one place. She stood at the sink for a moment with her hands on the counter edge, looking at nothing. Then she turned back to the room with an expression that had reclassified the Polaroid from disaster to data. That reclassification was not numbness. It was practice. Adrian had watched surgeons do the same thing during complications. The moment you accept that the current operating environment has changed and stop spending cognitive space on what it should have been. Zoe had been operating in a permanently changed environment long enough that she reclassified continuously. He found himself wondering what she had been before this. Before the estate. Before Eveline. What kind of person she had been building in the years before an ordinary difficult family life became this. Mia read the notes from the processing room with trembling concentration, the way a person reads a map out of hell when they half believe they drew it themselves. This is part of it, she said. Not enough. We still need the stabilizer data. Maybe in the old house. Maybe lab side. Her finger paused on one notation. There's a formula here for reducing acute control episodes. Adrian leaned over her shoulder. Can it help you? She hesitated. Maybe. Temporarily. That maybe felt like gold. Adrian realized with an odd jolt that the room had begun arranging itself around possibilities rather than just damage. Serum notes. A temporary stabilizer. A route to the old house. A police cruiser that might still speak to the outside world. None of it was enough. All of it was more than they'd had before. In a place like this, scraps of momentum were indistinguishable from grace. He thought about what Zoe had said. Lucas knows this place. Of course he did. But knowing Lucas's methods meant the reverse was theoretically available. If Lucas designed his games as systems, systems could be reverse engineered. Every trap had a logic. Every game had a win condition. The problem was that Lucas's win conditions were dynamic. He changed them when winning seemed too close, apparently for the same reason someone changes difficulty settings, not to lose, but to keep playing. Adrian was starting to understand that Lucas did not want him dead at all. He wanted him in a state of perpetual almost. A renewable source of interesting variables. That was more unsettling than Jack's honest appetite. Zoe disappeared into the back room and returned with a small metal case. Inside lay homemade injectors, tubing, and one cloudy vial. This is all I got left that ain't spoiled, she said. Could blunt the worst of an episode. Could also make her sick as hell. Mia held out her arm before anyone could argue. Adrian caught her wrist gently. Are you sure? Her smile was small and damaged and more honest than anything else in the trailer. No. But I'm tired of apologizing with blood. He let go. The injection hit hard. Mia's whole body tensed. She nearly slid off the chair before Adrian caught her. She shook through it with teeth clenched, knuckles wide against his sleeve, then slowly the tension bled out of her shoulders. When she opened her eyes again, they were clearer than he'd seen yet. Adrian. Just his name. But fully hers this time. He did not realize how much he needed that until it landed. Morales looked away with the tact of a man who knew when not to stand inside someone else's fragile human moment. Zoe did not. Cute, she said. Now that y'all are alive and emotionally complicated, we got bigger problems. She tapped the map. Lucas knows this place. Daddy'll be up soon. And if Mama starts sniffing around the old house, she'll find the rest of the ingredients before we do. Adrian straightened. Then we move first. Mia looked at the map, then at him. You keep saying that like you can outpace this place. Can't, he said. But I can refuse to let it set the order. Something in her face softened. Maybe trust. Maybe only the beginning of it. Outside, somewhere between the main house and the old swamp road, a branch cracked. Morales, sharp as ever through the pain, had his hand at his side before Adrian had even fully registered the sound. Zoe appeared from the back room with the shotgun in one hand and 2 more shells in the other. She did not rush. She just added them to the equation without changing her expression. That was the other thing about this group, they had all stopped wasting time on surprise. The estate had educated them past it. Whatever came through the door next, they would handle it the same way they had handled everything before. One choice at a time. One door at a time. 1 hour bought against the house and then another. Adrian checked the burner phone. Signal bar flickered once and disappeared. Still inside the dead zone. Still on their own. He folded the map and put it in his jacket. "Let's go," he said. Chapter 20. They left the trailer in 2 teams. Morales, too injured for another deep run, would try for the cruiser and any working radio line near the property edge. Zoe would shift caches and vanish before Lucas's next game reached the trailer. Adrian and Mia would head toward the old house route to chase the remaining serum information before Marguerite or Jack locked the estate down completely. It was a terrible plan. In the Baker estate, that qualified as practical. Before they split, Morales caught Adrian by the shoulder. "You get the girl out if you can. If you can't." He glanced toward the main house and swallowed the rest. "Just don't let them keep deciding for everybody." Adrian nodded. Zoe pressed the burner phone into his hand again. "If I don't answer, assume Lucas is listening. If a child laughs first, hang up and run." Mia said nothing until they reached the swamp path leading toward the old house. Gray daylight slanted through cypress trunks. Insects buzzed over black water. The estate looked almost ordinary at a distance, which somehow made it more hateful. Finally she asked, "Why are you still here?" Adrian glanced sideways at her. "You asked me that already. I mean after seeing all of it." Her voice dropped. "Most people who know what I did would run." He thought of the van. The blanket. The window. The way she had wept while trying to kill him. The way she had said his name after the injection, as if choosing it against the weight in her head mattered. "You did what they made a guilty person responsible for," he said. "That isn't the same as being the monster in the room." Mia's throat worked once. "You're wrong," she whispered. "Maybe." They walked another few yards in silence. Then a little girl's voice drifted through the trees. "Adrian." Both of them froze. No body. No footsteps. Only that voice, soft and almost shy, carried over the water. "I like you," it said. "You don't break." The system erupted in red light across Adrian's vision. Primary entity attention acquired. Obsession index rising. Threat escalation imminent. Mia grabbed his wrist hard enough to hurt. "Don't answer." The voice giggled. "You'll stay," Eveline whispered from everywhere at once. "You'll make the best dad." Cold went through Adrian so fast it felt like being plunged into winter water. He had soothed frightened children in emergency rooms before. He had crouched beside hospital beds and promised 8-year-olds that stitches would be quick, promised teenagers after car wrecks that the worst had already happened, promised parents in waiting rooms that somebody competent was with their child right now. Those memories came back with vicious clarity at the sound of Eveline's voice. Not because she sounded monstrous, but because she sounded heartbreakingly close to real need. That was the part that made this place so spiritually rotten. Nothing in it stayed only one thing. Mia was dangerous and blameless and guilty all at once. Zoe was abrasive because softness had become a liability. Jack had once been a man who grilled fish and posed for family photos before becoming a smiling executioner. Even Eveline had been built out of a human instinct everyone understood. Wanting family should never have become indistinguishable from hunger. Adrian tightened his hold on Mia's hand until he was sure she felt the answer in it. He would not become whatever title the estate tried to stamp onto him. Not father, not replacement, not pet miracle, not a fresh branch grafted onto a dead family tree. If the swamp wanted to rename him into obedience, it could learn disappointment. Mia looked at him sidelong, reading more from the pressure of his hand than from anything he had said out loud. Her expression changed by degrees. Fear stayed. So did exhaustion. But beneath him something steadier appeared, the first fragile outline of belief that he might still choose her even after hearing what the thing in the dark wanted from him. That belief frightened Adrian almost as much as Eveline's attention. Hope inside a place like this was dangerous. It made people improvise. It made them stay 5 seconds too long. It made them gamble bones and blood and everything else a body carried. But hopelessness was exactly what the estate fed on. He understood that now. Jack used terror. Lucas used helplessness. Marguerite used revulsion. Eveline used longing. They all pointed toward the same surrender. The old house ahead leaned over the water like a hunched witness. Adrian could already imagine what waited inside: rotten nursery echoes, insect-thick halls, serum notes buried under years of domestic rot. Behind them the main estate watched through 100 unseen cracks. Somewhere on the property Zoe was moving caches before Lucas reached them. Somewhere Morales was trying to turn a broken police cruiser into the concept of outside help. And beside him walked Mia Winters, alive, dangerous, trying so hard not to hope that every careful step sounded like restraint. Adrian drew one slow breath of swamp air and let it out through clenched teeth. The fear was not gone. It would not be gone again for a long time, maybe ever. But it had changed shape. It was no longer only fear of dying here. It was fear of failing the people still walking beside him while the estate kept trying to sort them into roles they had never chosen. That was enough. Not comfort. Not courage. Enough. Enough to keep walking. Enough to choose the next door instead of freezing in front of it. Enough for this hour, this swamp, this ruin, this impossible night, and the next few brutal steps through it alive, together if possible, against everything ahead. Ahead, beyond the reeds, the silhouette of the old house waited crooked over the marsh. Behind them, somewhere back near the main estate, a man began to laugh. Adrian tightened his grip on the map in one hand and Mia's in the other. Then together they stepped deeper into the swamp. Chapter 21 The old house stood on rotten stilts above black water that reflected the gray sky like oil. Up close it looked less like a structure than a warning someone had refused to tear down. The siding bowed outward in places. Screens hung open where insects came and went in restless clouds. Wind chimes made of bottle caps and chicken bones clicked softly under the porch roof, and every sound they made seemed designed to irritate the part of the mind that still believed in ordinary houses. Mia stopped 3 planks from the steps. "I remember this place in pieces," she said. "Not memories exactly. More like cuts. Angles. Smells." Adrian kept the burner phone in one pocket, the notebook in the other, and the hand axe he'd taken from Zoe's driller loose in his grip. The radar of another city would have helped him here. Instead he had only his regeneration system and a growing conviction that the Baker estate treated hesitation as an invitation. "Then we'll take the pieces," he said. Mia gave him a look that was half gratitude, half disbelief that someone could still talk like plans mattered. He understood the look because he felt the same disbelief every time a sentence left his own mouth and sounded vaguely orderly. Somewhere between the ditch, the dinner table, and the greenhouse, a part of him had accepted that planning in the Baker estate was less about control than refusal. Refusal to become purely reactive. Refusal to let the next horror define the entire hour. The front door was locked from the inside. The side window was not. Adrian boosted Mia through first because the house seemed less likely to smash her into glass if he kept his body outside the blast radius. She landed soft in a room full of overturned chairs and dust-coated lace. He followed and immediately understood why Zoe had written Marg's nest on the map. Insects. Not a few. An atmosphere. Flies crawled over the curtains. Beetles moved under warped floorboards. A thick papery hive clung to one ceiling corner, pulsing as though something inside it had a heartbeat worth respecting. There were children's place settings on a side table, laid out with unsettling care. Tiny floral plates. A cup with a straw gone brittle from age. A bib folded like church linen beside a cracked high chair. Marguerite had been trying to build domesticity around infestation, preserving the shell of motherhood after every healthy instinct inside it had been poisoned. Mia swallowed hard. "She's been here recently." Adrian glanced at her. "How can you tell?" She pointed to the windowsill. A line had been scratched there with a fingernail or knife tip. 4 short marks, then one longer through them. Another cluster beside it. "Counting. Not sane counting. Guarding counting. Because the room wants to be watched," she said. The sentence should have sounded melodramatic. In this house it sounded diagnostic. "Does every room feel like that to you?" Adrian asked. Mia's eyes moved over the high chair, the hive, the folded bib. "No," she said quietly. "Some rooms want to be hidden. Some want to be fed. Some want witnesses. This one wants me to remember what kind of mother she thinks she is." The old house made Adrian think of pediatric wards after midnight, when toys abandoned and chairs and cups left on windowsills became proof that small vulnerable lives had passed through recently. The emotional effect should have been protective. Here it curdled into dread. Every domestic detail had been preserved just enough to weaponize recognition. Marguerite had not decorated around a child. She had built a nest around the idea of one. He moved slowly through the parlor, checking drawers, shelves, and cabinets while Mia searched with eerie, reluctant instinct. In a sideboard he found old family mail swollen by humidity, a rusted lockbox, and a photograph of Marguerite in younger years holding a basket of tomatoes with real pride on her face. In a desk drawer Mia found lab requisition scraps and a molded-over envelope containing storage keys. On the back of the envelope someone had written, "If she starts humming, don't follow the sound." Adrian tucked it away. "This place is one giant set of instructions for not dying," he muttered. "Then we're fortunate we're literate," Mia said, and the line landed dry enough that for one brief impossible second they almost smiled at each other. That near smile stayed with Adrian longer than it should have. The house was always trying to reduce its people to functions: host, victim, hunter, meal. Humor interrupted that. It reminded him that Mia could still arrive in a moment and not just an episode, that she remained capable of seeing absurdity and naming it without asking permission from the nightmare around her. He found himself hungry for those interruptions in a way that felt dangerous. Not because the moment was large, but because it was small. Grand gestures belonged to stories that still believed in pacing and mercy. What they had here were fragments: one bitter joke, one brush of hands on a crawlspace hatch, one stubborn sentence refusing blame. It occurred to him that maybe love, if it survived a place like this at all, would first look like an accumulation of tiny refusals. Then the floor above them creaked. One step. Another. A slow wet dragging noise moved across the ceiling. Mia went rigid. "She's awake." The house answered by raining dead flies down through a crack in the plaster. Chapter 22. The old house had no clean path through it. Every corridor forced a choice between rot and risk. Stairs narrow enough to trap you. Doors swollen shut by damp. Thin hallways where Marguerite could control sight lines even if she never appeared. Adrian understood very quickly that the house itself had become part of her body. Not literally. Worse. Practically. And like any body it had habits. Some rooms held heat. Some held damp. Some carried the thin papery stirring of insect life even before he saw where it nested. Mia noticed the habits too. She would stop mid-step, listening, then take a different angle around a doorway with the pained precision of someone following old injuries back through architecture. He found the first useful room in the back kitchen. Shelves of canned goods gone bad. Mason jars full of cloudy liquid and things that had once been meat. A stove with a rusted tea kettle and a notebook laid open beside it as if someone had just stepped away. The handwriting was cramped and angry. Feeding logs. They weren't written that way, not directly, but the columns of time, amount, behavior, response, recurrence made the meaning impossible to misread. Marguerite had been tracking insect activity like a horticulturist tracking bloom cycles. Some entries referenced new scent subject. Others referenced sweet girl agitated by the healer one. Adrian had to read that twice before the meaning struck. Zoe. Marguerite had been hunting her by smell. Mia came in from the pantry carrying a lockbox she'd pried from under a shelf. "I found this behind the flower bins." The little metal box had a number wheel crusted with mildew. Adrian handed Mia the envelope key ring and she tried 3 keys before the right one turned. Inside they found 2 ampules wrapped in gauze, a faded hospital bracelet marked E001, and a yellowing page torn from what looked like a lab report. The report was mostly illegible under mold damage, but 3 lines survived. Acute compliance episodes may be interrupted by serum-adjacent compound if delivered during lapse window. Stabilization temporary. Subject may resist but cannot remain fully autonomous in proximity to E-series core. Mia read it, then sat very carefully on the edge of the table as if her knees had stopped negotiating. "Temporary," she said. "Temporary is still useful. Not if I lose it again while we're in a hallway and you have to choose between me and surviving." Adrian did not answer right away because pretending the choice would never arrive felt insulting. "Then I make the choice when it comes," he said at last. "Not before." She looked up at him with that same dangerous half-formed hope from the swamp path. "That's not rational. Good thing this place has exhausted my interest in rational." Mia watched him for another beat after that, as though testing whether he meant the reckless version of the sentence or the real one. In this estate, promises had become one more category of hazard. He could feel her assessing where his words belonged: hope, stupidity, pity, or something rarer. He heard how reckless the line sounded only after it left him. Reckless, and also truer than anything safer would have been. Rationality had told every authority around this nightmare to wait for cleaner proof, better timing, clearer lines of blame. Rationality, in measured doses, was part of how places like this got maintained. Maybe what they needed right now was not less thought, but loyalty willing to get muddy. Mia watched him for another beat after that, as though checking whether he meant the reckless version or the performative one. He realized she had probably spent months, maybe years, listening to promises from voices that were never allowed to remain purely their own. No wonder she tested sincerity like it might explode. Trust in this estate had become a lab procedure: expose, observe, contain fallout. The floor above them groaned again. This time something dripped through the ceiling onto the kitchen table. Not water. Adrian looked up. The stain in the plaster widened. Dark legs emerged through it one by one, followed by the swollen body of a spider the size of his palm. Then a dozen more started crawling out around it. Mia stood fast enough to knock over the chair. Move. The first instinct Adrian had was absurdly mundane: count exits, count tools, count how many seconds before the room became unusable. Training loved arithmetic because arithmetic felt clean. But the old house did not permit clean numbers for long. Beetles were already spilling over the stove, into the sink, across the warped floor with such density that the room itself looked as though it were molting. Mia grabbed his sleeve and the practical list snapped down to one item only. Survive this room. Count later. That reduction felt almost comforting in its brutality. In hospitals he had often watched panic shrink once a task clarified: hold pressure here, lift there, keep talking, stay with me. Terror loved abstraction. Bodies preferred verbs. The Baker estate kept trying to drown everyone in atmosphere, symbolism, family mythology, old guild. Sometimes the only available rebellion was to answer all that theater with a single practical command and obey it completely. Maybe that was why Zoe had lasted. Why Morales was still making jokes through blood loss. Why Mia could keep choosing a sentence at a time against the pressure in her head. None of them were winning in grand dramatic ways. They were selecting the next necessary verb and doing it before despair could write something more ornate. Adrian clung to that thought as tightly as he clung to the axe handle. Not heroism. Verbs. Maybe verbs were enough. Enough to move. Enough to choose. Enough to keep one more person from becoming a room in this house. Enough for tonight. Enough for this corridor. Enough for now, barely. Chapter 23. They made it into the next room just as the kitchen ceiling seemed to split and pour life after them. Spiders. Centipedes. Roaches the size of clenched fists. Flies in a black vibrating ribbon. Adrian slammed the door and rammed a sideboard against it while the things on the other side pattered, scrabbled, and forced themselves through the gap onto the threshold anyway. Marguerite did not need to enter a room to claim it. That was the revelation that changed the fight. He processed that revelation through the lens of emergency medicine and found it worse for the context. He had worked codes where the room itself seemed to work against the team: poor lighting, slick floors, equipment in the wrong place. Those were oversight failures, passive and correctable. Marguerite's management of space was neither. She had turned the domestic into operational territory, and the operative word was hers. The insects moved in currents, not waves. That was the other thing. Not random dispersal but directional pressure, like water finding grade. Jack dominated through mass and presence. Lucas reached out through wire and anticipation. Marguerite infected space itself. If she hated you, the room turned opinionated. Corners bred movement. Walls softened. Air thickened. Adrian realized with a cold surge of clarity that she had probably killed people who never once laid eyes on her. He hated how intuitive it made her style of horror feel. As a nurse he had spent years reading rooms for practical risk: loose cords, bad lighting, sharp tray edges, rising tempers, the signs that pain was about to tip into panic. Marguerite weaponized the same instinctive environmental scan by making the environment itself choose sides. In another life she might have run a garden, a household, a whole neighborhood with tyrannical efficiency. Here she curated infestation like hospitality. Mia grabbed a kerosene lamp from the wall. Window. Adrian smashed it with the axe handle. They climbed out into a screened side porch that had once held wicker furniture and now held 3 hanging cages full of dead birds and a smell so dense with decay it felt chewable. The porch steps led down into standing swamp water. No better option existed. They splashed through it and circled under the porch while the insects swarmed against the screening above them like thrown gravel. Mia moved with an instinct she clearly hated, pausing at corners before Adrian saw why, ducking left before something large dropped through the slats where his face would have been. At the far side of the house she stopped beneath an open bathroom window. There used to be a medicine cabinet in there. Used to? This whole place exists in used to. He boosted her up again and followed after. The bathroom was cramped, yellowed, and crawling with small life. But the medicine cabinet still existed, half torn from the wall, and behind it someone had hidden a second page of notes in a zip bag. This one looked newer. Not lab work. Zoe's handwriting, maybe. Stabilizer reagents, old greenhouse solvents, D-type tissue marker, neutral suspension from processing room notes: do not mix near active hive zones. Mia read over his shoulder. Greenhouse solvents means main house again. Adrian folded the page and added it to the rest. Then we were never staying here long anyway. The mirror above the sink had been cracked down the center. In one half Adrian saw himself, rain-soaked, blood-striped at the collar, healing cuts still pink on one cheek. In the other half he saw Mia standing beside him, pale and brittle-looking and somehow still more obviously alive than anyone else in this estate. For a second the image felt almost domestic. Then a voice from the hall outside said, "You smell like my husband's trouble." Marguerite had arrived. Adrian turned from the mirror deliberately slowly. The window frame behind them was stained with old water damage in patterns that looked more like a diagram than damage, as if even the moisture in this house filed reports. He gripped the axe and put Mia a half step behind him before he processed the decision to do so. Marguerite's voice carried the soft formality of someone who had rehearsed being insulted into authority so many times the rehearsal had become personality. The voice came from the hall, which meant she was not inside yet. That gave them seconds, not minutes, but seconds were the currency of every decision in this building. Adrian's grip tightened on the axe. Not to swing but to have something anchored in his hand while his mind completed the geometry of the room. Window behind them, locked and high. Door to the right, locked but they had the key. The mirror in front of them, useless except as early warning. Mia was already at the right door, hands on the key. She looked at him with the efficient urgency of someone who had spent months compressing her reactions into functional signal. Now, this move. He moved. He moved fast, shouldering into the right door the moment the key clicked, keeping Mia's back from becoming an open angle while the lock released. The hall beyond was dark and empty and smelled of the same insect sweet rot as every other corridor in the old house. He pulled the door shut behind them and kept moving, because standing still in this building was never the same as resting. Chapter 24. She entered the bathroom doorway with the slow offended grace of someone arriving late to a funeral she had personally arranged. Marguerite Baker was thinner up close than she'd looked at the dinner table, all sinew and furious poise. Her face retained enough of the woman from the tomato photograph to make the distortion worse. Hair pinned up. Floral blouse buttoned wrong. Eyes too bright and too empty at once. On her shoulder sat a cluster of insects like living jewelry. "Mia," she said without warmth. "Always making messes where I got to clean." Mia stepped in front of Adrian on instinct. Marguerite's smile sharpened. "And now you're guarding things." Adrian shifted left, not because he thought he could rush her cleanly, but because no version of reality existed where he let Mia stand alone between him and that look. Marguerite noticed. Of course she noticed. "Oh," she said softly. "So that's how it is." She said it the way someone notes weather, or a change in a patient's chart, or a shift in the property lines she had inherited with the rest of the madness. Not surprise. Inventory. She was cataloging their relationship to each other the same way she cataloged her insects, by behavior under pressure, by who shielded whom and from which angle. Adrian could see the calculation happening in real time behind her two bright eyes. She was not insulted that he'd stepped up. She was interested. Marguerite Baker had almost certainly spent years watching this estate process people, noting which ones stayed separate and which formed attachments. Attachments were leverage. She filed that knowledge with the same unhurried patience she brought to pruning. The insects on her shoulder lifted at once like they shared a nerve. The image sickened Adrian more than it scared him. Jack's violence announced itself through appetite. Lucas's through performance. Marguerite made intimacy with infestation look ceremonial. The insects did not merely obey her. They adorned her. Somewhere under the mold and damage there had once been a woman who dressed for dinners, church, holidays, seasons. Now that instinct remained, twisted into selecting living rot as ornament. It made Adrian think of all the ways people tried to preserve personhood inside a collapse and how the estate had taken even that reflex prisoner. Adrian swung the medicine cabinet door open and ripped the mirrored panel free, using it like a shield a split second before the first swarm hit. Beetles rattled off glass. Wasps burst in angry yellow clusters around his head. Mia grabbed the toilet tank lid and hurled it. It struck Marguerite across the collarbone with a crack that would have dropped a normal woman. Marguerite only hissed. Then she answered by slamming one hand against the wall. The plaster split. Something large moved inside it. Adrian did not wait for full revelation. He threw himself forward, drove the mirror into the swarm cloud to clear a path, and shoulder-checked Mia through the broken bathroom window. They crashed into the reeds outside. Marguerite's shriek followed them, thin and furious and much too close. Mia rolled, came up gasping, and pointed toward an overgrown walkway leading back to the main path. "If we can reach the bridge she's slower in open ground." Adrian almost asked how she knew. The answer was always the same. She knew because this place had taught her with pain. They ran. Behind them, something tore through the bathroom wall and hit the earth with a wet thump. Adrian looked back once. Marguerite stood framed in the shattered window with insects veiling half her face. At her feet crawled a mass of pale larval movement knitting itself into shape around her bare ankles like an adoring congregation. "You don't get to take from my house," she called. Mia didn't slow. "Keep moving," she said. "She means everything." He believed her because the whole estate had started speaking that language. Eveline claimed. Marguerite claimed. Jack treated violence like family procedure. Lucas turned privacy into performance. Everything here wanted to blur the line between belonging and ownership until resistance itself sounded rude. That blurring was beginning to feel like the real infection, more than any visible mold. A family, at its healthiest, made room for return. The Bakers had turned return into obligation, obligation into captivity, captivity into theology. Adrian could feel the language working on him every time he thought about protecting Mia and had to check whether protection was still protection once it involved deciding for her. He kept those checks private. The house wanted him loud and certain, wanted him to convert care into command because command was easier to corrupt. He had met enough patients in crisis whose family members had crossed that line, not with cruelty but with the exact honest fear he was feeling right now, and watched the crossing become its own kind of damage. He would not do that to Mia. She deserved decisions she could still call her own. That resolution did not make the room less dangerous. It only meant he faced the room without surrendering the person beside him to it. The house kept presenting domination as care and domestic packaging. The house was very old at it. The grammar had been building for longer than any of the people currently living inside it. That was what made it feel structural rather than personal. It was not Jack's cruelty alone or Marguerite's or Lucas's. It was the accumulated syntax of a place that had learned how to make ownership feel inevitable. If he was going to help anyone leave it, he would have to keep refusing that grammar even while fighting inside it. Chapter 25. The bridge was not a bridge so much as a warped plank walkway across a pocket of black water that had given up on being pond, ditch, or grave. It sagged under their weight and looked ready to choose one of those purposes permanently. Adrian let Mia go first. Halfway across, she stopped. He almost collided with her. "What?" She pointed. On the far bank, nailed to a cypress trunk, was a child's drawing wrapped in plastic to protect it from the damp. A little girl holding hands with a tall blue figure. Across the top in shaky red wax, "Daddy comes home here." Eveline again. Always the same emotional architecture. Claim, rename, insist. He had been pulling these markers down whenever he encountered them. It was not practical. It did not stop Eveline, slow her surveillance, or reduce any measurable threat. He did it anyway because the alternative was leaving her narrative infrastructure intact and walking past it, which felt like passive agreement. He was not Eveline's project. Mia was not her property. Morales was not a supporting character in a family story he had never auditioned for. These drawings were trying to make the world believe otherwise. He refused. Adrian yanked the drawing down and stuffed it under the planks without reading the rest. "You know that'll only make her mad," Mia said quietly. "Good." They reached the far bank and found, to Adrian's surprise, a small cash box half buried beneath a clump of reeds. Zoe's work. Inside, shotgun shells with no shotgun, a folding knife, antiseptic, and a handwritten note. "Told you Marg would get interested. If you're reading this, go through pump shed route. Main porch too exposed. Also if Mia's still with you, tell her I ain't forgiven anything, but I ain't quit either." Mia read that last line twice. Her mouth tightened. She shouldn't. Adrian pocketed the knife and antiseptic. "Maybe she gets to decide that after we're all less actively hunted." Mia looked like she wanted to argue, not because the line was wrong, but because being offered future moral complexity in a place built on immediate survival felt almost indecent. The path beyond the bridge bent toward the main house through a pump shed and a broken chicken coop half sunk in mud. Adrian checked the notebook pages again as they walked, fitting pieces together. Processing room notes. Greenhouse solvents. D-type tissue marker. A temporary stabilizer that might keep Mia herself long enough to do more than simply survive her episodes. Hope had structure now. Flimsy structure, but structure. It changed the way Adrian moved. Not into confidence, nothing that luxurious, but into forward pressure with shape. Before the notes, every room had only been survival. After them, rooms became inventory. Routes became sequence. Pain became delay instead of destination. He hated that the estate was teaching him to think this way and relied on it anyway. He was beginning to understand why people stayed in impossible systems longer than outsiders thought they should. Once survival produced even the smallest framework, your mind began furnishing it. If he found this reagent and then that marker and then one workable room, maybe Mia could hold on. If Mia could hold on, Maybe Zoe could stop running blind. If Zoe could stop running blind, maybe Ethan arriving later would not automatically become catastrophe. Hope did not need to be rational. It only needed to be organized enough to keep legs moving. The house ahead groaned as though aware of it. He found himself absurdly grateful for the groan, because it meant the place was still only a house no matter how much personality terror assigned it. Wood swelled. Nails shifted. Foundation settled. He needed those mundane explanations like handholds. The approach helped him in other ways too. When the estate leaned into myth, the walls stopped being walls and started being organs, the doors stopped being mechanisms and started being decisions the house was making about you. That kind of thinking was efficient at producing terror and useless at producing exits. Adrian needed exits. So he kept measuring, kept naming materials, kept reducing the building to wooden nails and swollen humidity whenever its deeper logic tried to press into his mental workspace. He had done the same thing in the ER. During the worst nights, when the scale of suffering threatened to become incomprehensible, he had brought himself back by counting vitals, drug dosages, distance to the charge nurse's station, the number of steps between two tasks. Counting was not emotional detachment. It was navigation. Otherwise the property would become myth too quickly, and myth was harder to resist than architecture. Architecture you could flank, burn, map, escape. Myth invited surrender. Architecture you could also understand. He understood it better every hour. He could see how people had fallen into the mythology of this place. The isolation helped. The consistent violence helped. The way the estate kept inserting itself between you and any outside concept of normal life helped. Give it enough time and even the architecture started to feel like fate. Adrian was not there yet. He would work hard not to get there. Outside through the warped plank fence the bayou spread gray and patient and indifferent, which helped more than anything else. The swamp did not care about the bakers. It simply continued. He filed that in the useful column. He added to the column the door Zoe had marked with her thumbnail scratch on the third hinge, indicating it had been left unlocked from inside at least twice in the last month. The access panel in the east corridor that read HVAC but opened into a supply run too narrow for Jack and too low for Marguerite and exactly the right dimensions for someone who had grown up measuring themselves against the house's architecture. The burned-out light in the guard post that faced the swamp, which was not a coincidence and had not been replaced for reasons that were now his to understand correctly. Chapter 26 The pump shed turned out to be a lean-to built around an old water system and a second hidden crawlspace Zoe had likely used 100 times. Inside, amid rusted filters and a smell of algae and oil, Adrian found a metal lunch tin marked with a faded school sticker. Zoe's. The tin held batteries, a lighter, 2 handwritten radio frequencies, and a strip of paper with one sentence on it: "If Daddy starts talking soft, he's about to do something loud." Adrian tucked that into memory immediately. Mia crouched by the crawlspace hatch, hand hovering over the wood without lifting it. The hesitation was brief. She was not a person who could afford long hesitations, and she had learned that the hard way well before Adrian arrived. But this particular threshold carried weight that mere danger didn't account for. He watched her hand hover and understood without asking that some places in this estate had absorbed too much of her worst hours to enter again without a moment of notice. He did not rush her. He did not pretend not to see it. The estate had taught everyone who survived it a form of courage that looked like flinching from the outside, the micro pause before entering a room that had previously held something terrible. The pause was not cowardice. It was the nervous system being honest about what was coming and committing anyway. This leads under the back stairs of the main house. Then why does it feel like you're saying a prayer over it? She looked up. Because the first time I went through here, I was trying to escape. The second time, I was dragging someone who couldn't walk. The third time. She stopped. Adrian waited. The third time I wasn't me enough to remember why. He moved beside her and put one hand over hers on the hatch. No speeches. No false certainty. Just contact. She closed her fingers once around his and lifted the hatch. A whole folk science of survival had grown inside this estate, invisible to anyone who thought courage only counted when it looked dramatic. Daddy talks soft, get low. Mama hums, do not follow. Lucas goes quiet, check the floor. Adrian was learning the same grammar fast, not from years of captivity but from hours of compressed attention. He added a line to his own internal catalog: Mia hesitates at a threshold, give her 5 seconds, then go in beside her. The crawl space was barely high enough for their shoulders. Spiders retreated from the flashlight beam. Mud and old insulation soaked through Adrian's knees within the first 10 feet. Mia led, not because he liked putting her in front, but because she knew the turns and because refusing useful truth in the name of emotional theater would get them killed. Above them the house creaked and settled and muttered in its own language of strain. He found himself counting with every shove forward. Not distance. Breaths. 4 in, 4 out, keep moving. The old nurse reflex had returned in fragments all day, the one that divided crisis into bite-sized procedures so panic did not get to write the chart alone. Assess airway. Stop bleed. Move patient. Crawl tunnel. Do not let the man with the hammer determine your spiritual tone. Mia's boots kept slipping on the packed earth ahead. Each time she recovered before he had to help, and each recovery seemed to cost her something. Pride, maybe. Or the simple comfort of not needing witnesses to her strain. Adrian wished absurdly for room enough to walk upright, not because standing would make them safer, but because crawling made every human difficulty intimate. Breathing, trembling, fatigue, fear. There was nowhere for any of it to hide. At the final turn Mia froze. Adrian heard it a second later. Jack's voice. Not close. In the kitchen, maybe, or the dining room. I know you all are feelin' industrious, he called in that warm almost gentle tone Zoe had warned about. And I appreciate initiative. But the thing about a family home is eventually everybody comes back to the same table. Adrian's skin tightened. Mia looked over her shoulder. Soft voice, she mouthed. He remembered the note and almost laughed at the absurdity of learning monster weather patterns through lunch tins. Then something slammed hard overhead and the whole crawlspace shuddered. Loud, exactly as promised. Dust rained down. Adrian almost thanked Zoe out loud for the note. That, more than anything, told him what kind of endurance she had built here. Not cinematic defiance. Not speeches. Tiny translated warnings passed from one terrified person to the next until pattern became inheritance. Daddy talks soft, get low. Mama hums, do not follow. Lucas gets quiet, check the floor. A whole folk science of survival had grown inside this estate, invisible to anyone who thought courage only counted when it looked dramatic. Move, Adrian whispered. They did. He added the folk science to his own catalog as they moved. It had the same quality as all the important things Zoe had passed him, not instructions but compressed experience. The difference between received instruction and compressed experience was the difference between a map someone drew for you and a scar. One you consulted. The other you already knew. The other you already knew because it had already happened to your body. He was accumulating that second kind fast. He ran through the inventory before dawn reached its practical peak, 6 active wounds that had closed to scar tissue without prompting, 2 bone injuries that had resolved past the point of detectable irregularity, and 1 internal compression he had not told anyone about because describing the sensation would have required vocabulary he did not yet have for what his body was doing to keep itself useful. The system did not flag these as outstanding concerns. They had become, in its estimation, the new baseline. Adrian was beginning to understand that the system's baseline and a normal human's baseline were now measuring the same body from 2 different philosophical positions. Chapter 27 The crawlspace hatch opened behind the main house back stairs just as Jack came through the hallway carrying a hammer. Adrian had 1 second to appreciate how specific Zoe's warning had been before Mia yanked him flat and the hammer smashed through the stair railing above their heads. In that 1 second, which the Regeneration System probably catalogued under threat response, successful while remaining entirely unmoved by how close the margin had been, Adrian processed several things simultaneously: the sound quality of the blow through old wood versus new, the angle of Jack's swing indicating he had not fully known where they were and was hunting by area rather than precision, and the fact that Mia's grip on his sleeve had been perfectly timed, which meant she had been anticipating this the way a person anticipates a hazard they have already survived once. Jack laughed. Almost had ya. Mia shoved the hatch down with both hands. Adrian rolled clear, came up under the stairs, and drove the hand axe into the back of Jack's knee from below the railing as the older man reached for the broken slats. Jack bellowed and stumbled. Adrian seized Mia's wrist. They bolted for the rear pantry. The main house had changed since their last pass. Furniture shifted. Doors propped open that had been shut. A grandfather clock moved 3 feet from where it had stood before. Not by magic, probably. By someone reorganizing the maze while they were gone. Lucas. The thought hit just in time for Adrian to see the tripwire across the pantry threshold. Lucas was a different kind of predator entirely, and the tripwire made that clear in miniature. Jack's violence was event-based, a hammer blow, a shovel swing, presence announcing itself with sound and mass and delight. Lucas's violence was architectural. He built futures for you without your consent. He decided the sequence you would walk through, the floor that would punish you, the room that would teach you something about your own optimism. Adrian stepped over the wire and filed the approach. Architectural violence could be reverse-engineered. If Lucas built sequences, sequences had logic. If they had logic, they had recognizable patterns. Patterns could be read. He kept moving and kept reading. It was not just the wire that gave Lucas away. It was the taste of intention in the room. Jack created force. Marguerite created contamination. Lucas created audience. Every trap said the same thing: I was here before you and I smiled while setting this. There was something uniquely violating about Lucas because he made anticipation itself dirty. You started scanning shadows and door frames because of Jack too, yes, but Jack would still eventually announce himself with boots and laughter and impact. Lucas turned imagination into shrapnel. He made you collaborate in your own fear by thinking ahead for him. Down. He tackled Mia. A shotgun trap wired above the door blew the top shelf apart. Canned goods rained down around them. Jack's footsteps pounded closer through the hall, his earlier soft tone gone. See, now that feels rude, he shouted. Mia crawled under the wire first, cut it with Zoe's folding knife, then reached back for Adrian. They kicked open the side larder and found, blessedly, the route to the little workshop area Zoe had marked beside the greenhouse solvent note. Inside the workshop stood shelves of solvent bottles, mold-spotted gardening tools, and one rusted chemistry tray with stained measuring cylinders. Adrian slammed the door. Jack hit it a second later. The whole frame jumped. "Boy," Jack called, laughter back in his voice because he enjoyed any setup that became a game. "You keep finding all my fun rooms." Mia was already rifling through the shelves. "This one says neutral suspension," she said. "This is one of them." Adrian grabbed bottles and read labels while Jack hit the door again. Greenhouse nutrient stock. Industrial solvent. Stabilizer base. Nothing was organized sanely. Why would it be? The house had long ago given up on serving people who wanted categories more than cruelty. Jack hit the door a third time. The top hinge screamed. Mia shoved 2 bottles into Adrian's hands and pointed to a trapdoor in the workshop floor. "Down again. I am growing to dislike levels in this estate. Get in line." He dropped in first anyway. Then caught the bottles. Then caught Mia at the waist when she followed, steadier than she'd been in the main house but still carrying an exhaustion that had moved past physical into something structural. He set her down without ceremony. The trapdoor sealed above them. Below, flooded concrete, chemical smell, limited options. Same as everything else in this house. He was starting to understand that the estate's genius was not the individual traps. It was the cumulative narrowing. Each encounter, each escape route, each close call pushed them deeper into spaces with fewer walls between them and the things that hunted them. The house was not chasing them so much as shepherding them toward whatever conclusion it had already prepared. He caught the stray close quote mid-breath and let it be. The cellar was doing its work. All cold water and dark and limited options, and understanding the trap architecture was not the same as escaping it. He pulled his feet free of the flooded floor and started looking for the way up. The way up existed. It always had. The house just preferred you forget that. Chapter 28. The trapdoor led into a root cellar flooded to the ankles and smelling of chemical runoff. Adrian dropped in first this time and caught Mia at the waist when she followed. The contact jolted through both of them. Brief and practical and too charged for either to name right now. It was the body doing something the mind had not gotten ahead of. Adrian registered the warmth of her waist through soaked fabric, the involuntary steadying of her hands on his shoulders, and then the micro-adjustment they both made simultaneously to convert the contact into something functional before it became anything else. He set her down. She stepped back. They looked at the cellar instead of each other for 2 full seconds. The estate kept doing that too. It manufactured proximity. Fear and exhaustion stripped the social buffer. Every near-death experience left people holding each other because that was what bodies did when they narrowly continued. None of it was dishonest. None of it was simple. Above, Jack found the workshop and let out the delighted exhale of a man being handed fresh material. "Ah, there you all are." Adrian set Mia down and checked the bottles by flashlight. One of them had leaked in the fall. The label on another was gone. The third matched the reagent notation in Zoe's page closely enough to keep. Not enough. He looked around the cellar. Shelves of seed bags. Broken planter trays. Old fertilizer. On the far wall, half hidden behind hanging roots, sat a steel locker with the molded-over remains of a biometric pad beside it. Mia saw it too. D-type tissue marker. Adrian approached carefully. The pad was useless as electronics, but the locker itself had been dented before. Forced once. Repaired, forced again. He took the axe to the weakened corner. 3 hits, then 4, then a kick for leverage. Metal peeled enough to pry. Inside lay a sealed syringe case. 2 specimen labels, a stack of old transfer forms, and, wrapped in evidence plastic, a little clipping of dark hair tagged D001 Guardian Contact. Mia recoiled on sight. That's hers. The tag made Eveline feel far worse than her voice ever had. A child reduced to specimen notation. Guardian Contact logged as though affection could be measured like blood type. Adrian understood again that whatever nightmare lived in this estate had first passed through cold hands in clean rooms. Monsters were rarely born in swamps. Most were engineered somewhere brighter. It reminded him of charting language at its most dangerous, the moments when institutions started mistaking legibility for morality. Once a person became subject, Guardian Contact, compliance episode, the emotional violence often arrived disguised as procedure. Adrian had filled out enough forms in overworked systems to know how easily distance could masquerade as professionalism. What had happened to Eveline felt like the ultimate extension of that habit. A child studied so hard she became infrastructure. Adrian took the syringe case and forms, leaving the hair sample where it sat for half a second before realizing leaving it there felt like obeying someone else's ritual. He shoved the entire locker tray back in and slammed the warped door. Above them Jack's footsteps crossed the workshop. Then stopped. Silence stretched. Adrian hated silence here more than noise. The burner phone vibrated in his pocket. Mia's eyes widened. He took it out and stared at the screen. No number. Just static hiss and an open line. Zoe? Lucas? Eveline? He answered without speaking. For 3 seconds there was only breath. Then Zoe, low and urgent, Lucas found one of my old routes. Morales made radio contact, but somebody on county side didn't believe a word of it. You got what you need? Adrian glanced at the syringe case. Part of it. He wanted to ask if she was hurt worse than she sounded, if Morales was still lucid, if county had sent anything real at all. But the line had no room for comfort, only transfer. Another rule of the property. Sometimes care had to compress itself into logistics or die in transit. Then stop shopping and get out of the basement before Daddy thinks downward. The line went dead. The specific phrasing stayed with him. Daddy thinks downward. Not comes down or checks below. Thinks downward. As if Jack's attention was itself a gravitational force that redirected toward lower spaces when the higher ones were exhausted. It was not metaphor. It was Zoe's proprietary technical language for a particular known behavior. She had named his hunting patterns the same way nurses named pain scales, practical, unglamorous, and designed to communicate to someone who needed the information fast. Almost immediately, somewhere above them, Jack said in a cheerful sing-song, "Found ya." The timing of it was obscene in its casual certainty. Not even a question this time. No y'all hiding from supper performance. Just 3 syllables delivered with the tone of a man locating car keys he'd set down himself. As if the estate had handed Jack an address rather than a search. Mia looked at the flooded floor, then at Adrian, then up at the boards above them. Her jaw was set. "Move fast and move low," she said. They did both. The flooded concrete slapped under their boots. Behind them Jack's footsteps found the hatch and the hatch groaned. They were already into the next quarter by the time the wood burst. The burst was loud enough that Adrian felt it more than heard it, the concussive vibration traveling through the floor under his feet as Jack came through the obstacle with the joyful efficiency of someone who had been removing obstructions from his path for long enough that the action had become automatic rather than effortful. The hatch was 2-inch hardwood and it lasted less than a second. Adrian filed that under. Do not use hardwood obstacles as your primary delay mechanism. The corridor ahead offered a better option. He used it. Chapter 29 He had not, in fact, found them exactly. But he'd narrowed it. Jack's hammer blows began hitting the workshop floor one section at a time, methodical as a man sounding for weak boards. Adrian looked at the cellar layout and chose speed over stealth. A drainage tunnel opened off the east wall under a mat of roots. Barely crawl-sized. Probably disgusting. Better than waiting for Jack to become an excavation project. They crawled. The tunnel was cold, low, slick with black slime, and packed with the kind of smell that suggested the estate considered decomposition a design principle. Mia went first now because the space was too narrow to argue formation. Adrian followed with the reagent bottle tucked inside his jacket and the syringe case clenched in his teeth until he could breathe again. He felt every inch of the tunnel in the wrong places. The regeneration system was doing low-priority maintenance on a dozen small injuries while he crawled. He could feel it the same way he could feel a pulled muscle deciding overnight whether to stay irritated or improve, a background negotiation the body conducted without asking permission. Ribs stabilizing. Ankle staying functional through sheer systemic insistence. 2 fingers on his left hand still not quite his because something in the joint had compressed under the last fall and not fully reset. He catalogued the list and moved anyway. The tunnel cared nothing about his inventory. Mia ahead of him was crawling through the same darkness without a system to file the damage, which meant she was managing on the older technology of stubbornness and necessity. He found himself wanting to ask how she was doing and having enough situational intelligence to know that right now the question would only split her attention between 2 problems where only one was currently solvable. Knees grinding into hidden stones. Roots brushing his neck like fingers. The grotesque intimacy of being forced to trust whatever nightmare architect had once decided this drainage route should exist. Survival here was humiliating as often as it was heroic. Crawling through rot with chemicals in his jacket and a half-fallen woman ahead of him did not look like any version of rescue he'd ever pictured. It was still rescue if they kept breathing. Behind them wood shattered. Jack dropped into the cellar. "Now this is commitment," he called. Mia moved faster. The tunnel opened at last into the far end of the greenhouse corridor, a glass-roofed passage choked with vines and insect husks. Humidity hit Adrian like an oven door opening. He rolled out of the culvert and came up swinging because every lesson this house taught began with assuming the next attack was already in motion. Nothing hit immediately. Bad sign. The corridor was too still. Mia brushed a hanging vine aside and revealed the greenhouse proper. Half laboratory, half garden, fully diseased. Rows of hanging pots full of swollen fungus. Growth tanks with cracked glass. Work tables laid with pruning tools, sample jars, and hand-labeled feed solutions. On the center bench, almost mockingly tidy, sat 3 bottles marked Solvent A, Solvent B, and Suspension Cleaner. The room had once been beautiful, which made its corruption worse. He could see the bones of intention everywhere: trellis arches, hand-painted plant markers, careful irrigation lines, a bench placed to catch morning light through the glass roof. Marguerite had not merely taken over a workspace. She had dragged nurture itself through a mold bloom until care and infestation became visually interchangeable. "There," Mia whispered. Adrian laughed once from sheer disbelief. "This house is either trying to kill us or help us. I genuinely can't tell anymore." "Both," she said. "It likes variety." The answer was so quick he nearly laughed again. The estate really was both at once. Hidden notes inside kill rooms. Reagents tucked behind decayed cabinetry. Escape routes laid through chambers designed for captivity. The house was not coherent evil. It was a battlefield layered over a home, layered over a laboratory, layered over years of coercion. No wonder every room seemed to contain conflicting instructions. That confusion had practical consequences. In a cleaner emergency, triage depended on knowing what category a thing belonged to. Threat, supply, casualty, exit. Here every category leaked. The greenhouse was a lab and a nest and a memory of care and a current kill zone all at once. Mia was a victim and a risk and a partner and someone Ethan would cross hell to find. Adrian's own body was becoming tool, liability, experiment, and person in overlapping turns. No wonder fatigue hit so strangely here. They were not merely running from danger. They were constantly forced to rename everything. The deep buzz they had almost stopped hearing in the old house returned here with force. Wasps nested in the rafters. Flies traced the glass roof in hungry lines. Something larger moved behind the far plant curtain and then stilled. Marguerite territory. Adrian took the bottles fast while Mia searched the bench drawers. She found measuring notes, fungal suppressant ratios, and a crude sketch for combining compounds into injection form. Not elegant. Enough. Then the far plant curtain parted. Marguerite stepped through smiling. The smile was the worst version of her expression because it meant she was not improvising. She had known they were here. She had let them find what they needed, allowed the search to feel successful, and now she was arriving to collect on the patience she'd been spending. That was Marguerite's particular sophistication. She did not exhaust herself on confrontation when she could exhaust you on hope first. There you all are, stealing from Mama. Chapter 30. The fight in the greenhouse became less a battle than a weather event with malice. Marguerite moved through hanging vines like she belonged to them. Swarms lifted where she pointed. Larval sacs burst underfoot. The humid air itself seemed to work for her, carrying stink and buzzing panic until Adrian could not tell whether the pressure in his chest came from fear, heat, or the simple biological fact that thousands of insects wanted him gone. She kept speaking through it all, not constantly, but in the fragments that mattered. The fragments were precisely calibrated. Not abuse, not direct threat, but maternal disappointment weaponized, the tone that said you had failed an expectation held since before you knew you were being measured. Every nurse, every ER tech, every person who had ever worked near a damaged family recognized that tone. It was the one that made adults regress without choosing to, made them want to justify themselves to someone who had never been operating in good faith. Adrian recognized it and deliberately refused to let it find purchase. Whatever Marguerite had been before the mold, she was now using the grammar of family authority the same way Lucas used electrical wire, not to communicate but to constrain. Ungrateful. Always stealing. Should have let the house finish teaching you. The words carried the shape of a mother scolding a child for muddy shoes, and that ordinary cadence inside monstrous circumstances unsettled Adrian more than the insects did. The family had not lost its domestic vocabulary. It had weaponized it. He threw solvent B into the nearest swarm cloud on instinct. Wasps dropped out of the air as if the chemical had punched a hole in their faith. Mia saw it and instantly changed tactics. Use the solvents on the nests. That instruction came with the authority of someone who had fought in this greenhouse before. Not fought through it but fought in it, which was a different thing. In it meant she understood the mechanics of Marguerite's deployments, the way the swarms moved from node to node, the difference between a cloud of aggressive wasps and a cloud in transit that could be redirected by disrupting the nest anchor rather than the insects themselves. Adrian processed that knowledge with a wave of layered feeling that he had no time to fully examine, relief that she knew this, grief that she knew it, rage on her behalf that the knowing had been purchased by whatever had happened here before he arrived. Adrian grabbed another bottle and sprayed a hanging hive with the cracked nozzle until it sloughed apart in a wet yellow collapse. Marguerite shrieked, not with bodily pain exactly, but with a possessive outrage that said attacking the insects was more offensive than attacking her. She rushed Mia first. Adrian intercepted by choice, because he was increasingly aware that his regeneration made him the logical recipient for impacts and increasingly angry at the estate for making that logic feel normal. Marguerite's hand hit his face with a cluster of beetles wrapped around it. He felt mandibles bite cheek, throat, eyelid, everywhere at once. He swung blind and caught her with the solvent bottle hard across the jaw. Mia slammed a tray of pruning shears into Marguerite's side. For one heartbeat they fought together with the coordination of people who had no right to trust each other this much yet did anyway because the alternative was simpler and deadlier. Marguerite stumbled back into a growth tank. The cracked glass gave way. Chemical water poured over her skirt and the insect mass climbing her arms. She screamed, truly this time, and the greenhouse erupted. Wasps crashed into the roof. Beetles scattered. Something large under the potting benches tore itself free and vanished into the dark venting near the floor. Mia grabbed Adrian. Run now. They did. Not because Marguerite was finished. Because no one in this family ever finished on the first fall. They burst through the side greenhouse door into the rear gallery and did not stop until they hit the old music room adjoining the dining hall. There, amid a piano furred with dust and framed family portraits tilted crooked on the walls, they bent over gasping. Adrian wiped crushed insects from his face and felt healing already knitting tiny punctures shut. Please tell me we have enough. Mia opened her fist. 3 reagents. Syringe case. Mixing notes. Her hand shook hard enough to rattle the glass. We have a chance. In the Baker estate, that felt larger than the house had any right to allow. He looked at Mia's shaking hand and the reagents in it and thought about the word chance. Not luck. Chance. Luck was given. Chance was made. Everything in that shaking hand had been earned at cost. By Mia's memory of what she'd helped carry onto a ship and what she'd tried to do about it after. By Zoe's years of quiet maintenance and refused surrender. By Morales refusing to leave a ditch victim at the side of a road when the rational thing was to call it and drive on. By Adrian arriving in a wrecked van with second-hand knowledge and a system he was still learning. 3 reagents. A syringe case. Mixing notes. Not enough for certainty. Enough for a next step. He put his hand over Mia's briefly to stop the rattling. Hold it still, he said. We'll get the rest. Chapter 31. The music room gave them 5 minutes. No more. Enough to barricade one door with a piano bench and another with an armoire. Enough to spread the notes over the piano lid and turn a room built for recitals into an improvised chemistry station. Enough for Adrian to realize just how badly his hands were shaking now that movement had stopped. The piano itself still held a hymn book open to a page spotted with water and black mold. Some long ago Baker hand had penciled fingerings into the margins in patient loops. He imagined Marguerite correcting posture, Lucas rolling his eyes, Zoe pretending not to care, Jack listening from the hall after work. The house kept doing that to him, forcing little flashes of the family before. Every such glimpse made killing them feel more necessary and more obscene at the same time. That was part of the Baker estate's deepest obscenity. It did not ask you to fight monsters. It asked you to fight monsters wearing the sediment of ordinary life. Practice notes in hymnals. Feeding logs beside kettles. Toys in church pews. Every room insisted that love had once lived here and could therefore be conscripted into anything. Mia noticed before he did. "You're bleeding through your sleeve." He glanced down. Beetle bites, reopened cuts, one deeper slash he had not felt turn. None of it seemed especially important. Occupational hazard. Her eyes flashed irritation. "Stop saying things like your body is rented equipment." The line landed harder than any of the insects had. Adrian looked up. Mia was already uncapping the neutral suspension with steadier hands than she'd had all day. Whatever the possibility of stabilizer meant to her, it had pulled some hard practical part of her to the surface. "Read the ratios again," she said. He did. Greenhouse solvent diluted 2:1. Marker trace minimal. Suspension folded slowly or risk compound burn. The notes had clearly been written by someone using scraps and memory under pressure. Zoe, likely. Maybe Mia before a lapse. Maybe both at different times. No signatures. Just survival algebra. They worked. Mia mixed. Adrian measured. Outside the barricaded room, the house settled around them like something breathing in sleep. "Ethan is going to come here," Mia said suddenly. Adrian kept his eyes on the syringe gauge. "Maybe. No. He will. He's too stubborn not to. And if I haven't solved this by then." She swallowed. "I don't know what version of me he'll get." Adrian set the marker vial down gently. "One problem at a time. That's not how guilt works." "I know." The words sat there between them, honest and insufficient. Mia gave a thin exhale that might have been a laugh in a less ruined house. "You really don't leave room for easy self-hatred." "I'm trying to cut costs." That did get the ghost of a smile. Small. Real. He wanted to protect it in a way that made the rest of the room seem suddenly coarse by comparison. The instinct startled him less than it should have. In another context it might have felt premature, romantic, risky in the usual ways. Here it felt almost procedural. Observe and act function. Support it. Protect it from relapse if possible. He was still thinking like a nurse even when the charting system had become haunted. The stabilizer mixture clarified in the syringe chamber, cloudy gold instead of gray. Adrian watched Mia's expression as much as he watched the fluid. She handled the chemical steps with the reflex of someone who had once been competent in calmer rooms under fluorescent lights. Beneath the trauma and possession and guilt, there was still training there. A professional self. He realized how often the estate tried to reduce everyone to their ugliest function. Jack to violence. Marguerite to infestation. Lucas to performance. Mia to culpability. Holding on to the pieces of her that existed before all this felt suddenly as urgent as any reagent hunt. Mia stared at it like it was either a salvation or a dare. "If this works," she said quietly, "it won't fix me. Just hold the door for a while. Then we use the while." It was not a romantic sentence, but it felt more intimate than one. Use the while. Not waste it. Not surrender it in advance. Adrian suspected most meaningful human vows, stripped of ceremony, probably sounded like that under enough pressure. A slow clap sounded from the hallway beyond the armoire. Lucas's voice followed. "God, the chemistry flirting in this family has really improved." Adrian almost shouted back just to refuse Lucas the posture of omniscience, but held it in. That was another thing the estate kept teaching him, not every honest impulse deserved expression at full volume. Some truths had to be hoarded until they could do work instead of merely satisfy emotion. The piano keys under the open hymn book caught the candlelight in the room beyond. He could not stop himself from the association, a family that had once sat at this bench in the ordinary difficulty of learning something. Jack in the doorway. Marguerite at the side, probably, correcting posture in that precise offended way. Zoe pretending not to care whether the lesson went well. Lucas finding some small cruelty in the moment and polishing it to use later. All of them reachable once. By music, by dinner, by the 1,000 ordinary contact points human beings use to remind each other they are not alone. The mold had not destroyed those contact points. It had inverted them. Now the piano was a chemistry station. The family dinner was a trap table. The chapel was a shrine to something that wore need like a child wears a costume. That was the specific horror of this place, and it was one he had not found a way to stop feeling every time he encountered it. Chapter 32 Lucas did not immediately attack. That would have implied urgency, and Lucas treated urgency like bad manners. He treated it like bad manners because urgency was a concession that you cared about outcomes. Lucas had graduated past caring about outcomes in the ordinary sense. He cared about process, about the quality of the sequence, about whether the game had been properly constructed before the ending was permitted to arrive. A bad outcome well constructed was preferable to a good outcome that arrived sloppily. That aesthetic sensibility made him more dangerous than Jack in a specific technical way. Jack could be survived by outlasting the moment. Lucas required outthinking the architecture. He spoke through the door in the cheerful drawl of a bored host listening to good gossip. Now, I respect initiative. You all know that. But running a whole little wellness program in my mother's music room? That's inspired. Adrian looked around for alternate exits. One window. High. Stained glass. Maybe breakable. Definitely loud. Mia slid the filled syringe into a protective tube and tucked it into her waistband. He wants us to rush. You're catching on, Lucas called. Adrian grimaced. Do I hate that he can hear us, or hate it more that he enjoys being right? Lucas laughed. Both's good. Something metallic scraped outside the far door. Trap set up. Of course. Adrian crossed to the window and tested the leaded glass with the butt of the axe. Old enough to break. He looked back at Mia. How's your climbing on a scale of 1 to terrible? Terrible, but adaptable. Perfect. You keep getting more attractive to my problem-solving instincts, Lucas said. Adrian hit the window hard. The first blow cracked one panel. The second sent colored shards out into the side yard below. Lucas sighed theatrically. Rude. They heard him moving now, fast, to reposition. Adrian boosted Mia toward the sill. She climbed through with only one gasp as glass bit her palm. He followed a second later and landed badly on a stone birdbath that collapsed under his weight, sending him shoulder first into the wet grass. Pain flared. System warnings followed. Manageable. Lucas appeared in the broken doorway above with a handgun in one hand and a remote detonator in the other. Okay, he said. Now it's my turn to be creative. He pressed the remote. The birdbath fragments under Adrian lit with a blinking red LED. Improvised charge. Adrian threw himself sideways and tackled Mia behind the hedge just as the blast tore the flower bed apart. Soil and stone rained over them. Lucas whooped from the window. Adrian came up spitting dirt and made a decision that felt both wise and deeply unfair. He landed outside and churned mud in the residual heat of the evening, Mia hitting beside him a half-second later with better technique and worse luck about where the glass had fallen. A cut on her forearm was already closing before she mentioned it, which meant the minimal serum had done at least partial work. He registered that with something he could not name on short notice, relief, yes, but also the beginning of a different kind of hope. If the temporary stabilizer was working well enough to speed her own healing slightly, then the mold's hold on her was not monolithic. It had seams. Seams could be widened. I would like, eventually, a week where every room isn't a game. The sentence landed between them more seriously than either had intended. Because it was not just frustration. It was a statement about what life might look like on the other side of all of this, if the other side existed, which neither of them was willing to assume too loudly. Mia looked at him. I'd settle for a day. Day it is, he said. We agree on one day. She almost smiled. The circumstances made almost smile more significant than full smile would have been in any other context. He catalogued it privately. The gallery door ahead marked the corridor to the chapel. Adrian kept the axe in one hand and his attention spread wide, mapping sound the way you map terrain before it maps you. Mia grabbed his sleeve and pointed. The side gallery door hung open. Past it, the chapel corridor. Past that, maybe, the route back towards Zoe's trailer. If the estate was feeling charitable. It was not. But they ran anyway. They ran with the particular efficiency of two people who had spent enough time in immediate danger together to synchronize their movement without discussing it. Same pace. Same angles around corners. Same half-second check before crossing open floor. Adrian noted the synchronization without comment because commenting would have made it self-conscious, and self-consciousness was a luxury reserved for situations where nobody was hunting you through a mold-infested estate in rural Louisiana. The moment the gallery door closed behind them, Adrian turned and checked it once, then twice, because Lucas built rooms to be entered and re-entered, and the gallery door might well be a gate rather than a door. It was not, as far as he could see. He catalogued that relief and kept moving through the corridor toward the chapel entrance and whatever came next. The synchronization held as they ran. He let it hold. There were worse things to trust than the reflex of two people who had kept each other alive through a night that had no interest in either of them. Chapter 33 The chapel corridor held the first quiet they had found all day. Not safe quiet. Suspended quiet. Candles burned at a low altar someone had built beneath a mold-stained saint's painting. The air smelled of wax, wet plaster, and old grief. On the pews lay children's toys arranged in rows too careful to be accidental. A brush. A doll without one eye. A puzzle missing every edge piece. Eveline had made herself a chapel out of other people's attempts to comfort children. There were storybooks too, their covers warped by humidity but still recognizable, animal fables, alphabet primers, a princess book with 3 pages torn out. Mia did not touch them. Adrian did not either. The room felt sacred only in the sense that trauma makes shrines out of repetition. Tell the story. Reassure the child. Stay until she sleeps. Do it again tomorrow. Watch affection become labor, then duty, then captivity. Mia slowed in the doorway and looked physically ill. She used to bring me here when she wanted me to tell stories. The admission cost Mia something visible. Her posture, already careful, became more careful. She moved around the edge of the room rather than through it, keeping the pews at arm's length the way a person navigates a space where an accident once happened. What kind of stories? Mia was quiet for a moment. The kind where the family stays together. Her voice came out flat in the way voices flatten when the emotion behind them is too dense to modulate correctly. The kind where the little girl gets loved enough to stop needing the house to keep feeding her. Adrian understood. Eveline had been lonely before she was a weapon. She had been constructed by institutions, but she had been damaged in ways that preceded all of it, in whatever gap existed between her design and the people who were supposed to make belonging feel real. That understanding did not make her less dangerous. It made her tragedy legible. Both things were true at once. Adrian's hand tightened on the axe. How old was she really? Old enough to know what she was doing. Young enough to still want it like a child. He could not tell whether that made things better or worse. The altar held something else. A tape recorder. Fresh batteries. A note in Lucas's handwriting, "Play me." Adrian hated himself for still being vulnerable to curiosity. Mia shook her head immediately. No. Probably wise. The tape recorder clicked on by itself. Lucas's voice filled the chapel. If you're hearing this, congratulations, you found the creepy room every family home needs. Also, Daddy's heading for the trailer, Mama's circling the old house again, and County Dispatch sent exactly one cruiser within range of Morellas before deciding he's probably drunk. So if you were hoping the cavalry rode local, that's adorable. Static. Then Lucas again. Lower now. Also, Miracle Boy? Zoe's got another blind under the old fishing shack if you're collecting girls with trust issues. Tell her I said I admire the persistence. The recorder clicked off. The silence after the message felt staged too, as if Lucas had found a way to weaponize dead air. Adrian hated how effectively the man colonized attention. Even absent, he could make a room feel occupied by his grin. That might have been his real craft. Not traps. Not bombs. Presence through anticipation. Mia stared at nothing for a second. He's trying to scatter us. He's succeeding a little. Because Adrian now had 3 problems and none waited politely. Zoe exposed. Morales unsupported. Jack moving toward the trailer. And beneath those practical emergencies sat the more private disaster Adrian refused to phrase too clearly. Mia mattered to him now in ways no longer explained entirely by duty. The realization did not make the choices impossible, but it made them expensive. Every route split felt personal even when it was tactically sound. Mia saw the arithmetic happening on his face. Adrian. He looked at her. If you go for Zoe, I understand. If you go for Morales, I understand. Just don't lie to me and say I don't become the third choice when the math turns bad. The rawness of that sentence broke something open in the room. He stepped closer. You're not a choice on a board, he said. You're one of the reasons I keep flipping the board over. He had not planned the line. It came out with the rawness of something truer than strategy. Mia's face changed around it. Not softened, exactly. Opened. Just enough for him to see how badly she wanted to believe people could still act from attachment without that attachment becoming another chain. The estate had trained her to distrust any form of care that sounded too certain. He would have to earn this one in increments. Adrian felt the cost of the sentence as soon as it landed. Not regret. Exposure. He had spent much of the day acting from instinct and only recognizing the shape of the instinct afterward. Protect Mia. Notice Mia. Build futures around Mia surviving long enough to see them. None of that erased Ethan. None of it simplified what was growing between them into something tidy. It only made honesty impossible to postpone forever. The house had accelerated everything ugly, maybe the only counter was refusing to make the tender parts dishonest too. For a moment neither of them moved. Then outside, far off, a shotgun boomed. Zoe or Morales? Choice returned. Chapter 34 They took the fishing shack route because it intersected all 3 crises badly instead of any one of them well. That was what passed for strategic elegance here. The chapel side exit led through a flooded vegetable patch and along an old plank fence toward the far edge of the property where fishing sheds, pump lines, and storage huts leaned into the marsh like drunks trying to hold each other up. Twilight settled gray-blue over the water. Mosquitoes rose in whining clouds. The estate behind them watched with lit windows and hunger. Adrian kept checking the sight lines behind them by habit now. Windows. Tree gaps. Roof edges. Once you survived 2 rooms in the Baker estate, paranoia stopped being a pathology and became a kind of map literacy. The distinction was important to Adrian in a professional sense. In psychiatric nursing, hypervigilance was a symptom to be treated, evidence that the nervous system had miscalibrated its threat response to a world that was not as dangerous as it appeared. Here, the threat response was not miscalibrated. The world was precisely as dangerous as it appeared. The hypervigilance was accurate. That meant the skill was not to stop scanning but to scan more efficiently, to triage what mattered from what merely frightened, to keep the nervous system doing useful work rather than catastrophizing in loops. He was getting better at it. He could feel the difference from his first hour in the ditch. Then, every sound had been a threat to react to. Now he was sorting: relevant threat, irrelevant sound, information to file, pattern to track. The estate had been trying to exhaust him into compliance. Instead it had been building his operational vocabulary. He was beginning to understand how Zoe had lasted so long. Not by bravery as a permanent trait, but by converting fear into habits before fear could convert her into prey. Mia moved fast despite exhaustion. The stabilizer tube at her waist seemed to matter to her not just as chemistry, but as proof the day had not been entirely theft and terror. When they reached the first shack, they found blood on the doorframe. Fresh. He held up a fist and Mia stopped without being told, which marked another small shift between them. The first hour they had needed words for coordination. Now they had developed a working nonverbal shorthand from shared emergency. Hold. Check. Move. Cover right. He found the development neither romantic nor tactical in a clean sense. It was simply what happened between people who survived together under pressure long enough. The language got shorter and the understanding got deeper. Blood on the doorframe. Not sprayed, which would have indicated violence of the sudden kind. Smeared. Someone had leaned here, or been dragged past, or pressed a hand against the wood to stay upright. He checked both directions and moved toward the door. Adrian pushed inside. Not Zoe. A county deputy he didn't recognize lay on the floor with his radio smashed and his chest ripped open. Not by precision. By force. Beside him sat one spent shotgun shell and a set of muddy boot tracks leading back out the far door. Morales had found his reinforcements. For about 60 seconds, maybe. The dead deputy's radio still hissed. Adrian picked it up, adjusted the gain, and caught a burst of static-edged voice. Morales, respond. Repeat, responding unit lost visual. Then another voice, closer, breathless. Noah? No, that's not, hell. Halpern, I got movement near the marsh line. Repeat, movement, screaming. Gunfire. Silence. Adrian shut the radio off because listening to help arrive just in time to become casualties felt like a spiritual insult. Mia crouched beside the dead deputy and took the remaining shells from his belt with gentle efficient hands. We're still taking these, she said. Good. Outside, a lantern light moved through the reeds. Jack. Soft humming preceding him. Adrian remembered Zoe's note and almost laughed from stress. Of course the man came with warning signals. Of course the estate had turned even pattern recognition into a family skill. Mia pointed to the far dock. Boat shed. Please tell me we're not getting in a boat. No. Worse. Under it. He almost laughed despite himself. The estate had reached a point where under it no longer even qualified as new bad news. He thought about what the running catalog of terrible options said about adaptation. Early in the night, the idea of crouching under a boat dock in black swamp water would have registered as an active catastrophe. Now it registered as moderate inconvenience relative to what was currently behind them. That recalibration was efficient and also a little alarming. He did not want to become so adapted to impossible circumstances that he lost his ability to measure them correctly against anything that came after. But he was already under the dock, so the philosophical question would have to wait. Stay left, Mia said. Boards are thinner on the right. How she knew that he did not ask. He filed it under the same category as everything else she had shown him about navigating this property, knowledge bought at costs he had not witnessed and could not repay, given freely anyway. He could learn to accept such gifts. He was already learning to accept most things. Under the dock, in the cold and the dark, that knowledge felt like a small lamp someone had left burning specifically for him. Chapter 35 Under the boat shed, the marsh closed over them like a mouth. They crouched waist-deep in cold black water beneath warped boards while Jack's lantern glow moved across the dock above. Adrian held himself still through pure resentment. Mosquitoes whined at his ears. Something slick bumped his thigh in the water and kept going. Mia kept one hand braced on the piling and the other over the stabilizer tube as if it were the only delicate thing left in her life. He understood the gesture too well. He had made it himself more than once tonight. The notebook. The serum vials. The folded map from Zoe's trailer that he kept in his jacket instead of a pocket because pockets could be lost but jacket fabric stayed with you unless something took your jacket, which was a threat he would deal with if it materialized. People in distress adopted object rituals the way people in ordinary life adopted superstitions, not because the logic held under examination but because the body needed to feel it was doing something to hold the future open. Once a person had too few salvageable things left, they started assigning impossible value to the ones that remained. A tube of cloudy fluid became time. A note became route. A photograph became proof the past had not been entirely invented by grief. Adrian had watched families do the same at hospital bedsides, protecting a wedding ring, a voicemail, one clean shirt for discharge day. Human beings needed objects to carry futures when their bodies were too tired to do it alone. Time changed texture there. Each second was both intolerably long and dangerous to count. Adrian became aware of tiny humiliations with absurd precision, mud slipping into the back of his jeans, the strain in his calves, the ache and healing ribs whenever he tried not to shiver. Survival again as indignity. He thought, fleetingly and with inappropriate bitterness, that if he got out of Louisiana alive he was entitled to 1 year of complaining about damp forever. Jack paced overhead. "Now, I know you all can hear me," he said conversationally. "And I want to make something clear. I ain't even mad about the run-in. Running's natural. But inviting yourselves into all these hidden places? That starts to feel personal." He stopped directly above them. Water rippled around Adrian's chest from the weight of his boots. "Family ought to be upstairs when supper's called," Jack went on. "Otherwise people begin to think they're free." Mia's fingers dug into the piling. Adrian touched her wrist in the water once, just enough to say stay. Jack spat into the marsh and resumed walking. The lantern glow drifted away. They waited another full minute because haste under Jack Baker was a tax paid in blood. Finally Mia exhaled against the wood. "I hate him most when he sounds reasonable." Adrian pushed wet hair out of his eyes. "I hate this entire property for making me rank horrors." They climbed out on the far side and found, behind the bait lockers, exactly what Lucas's recording had implied, one of Zoe's old blinds. Dry ration bars. Water. A wrapped pistol with one magazine. A notebook page listing fallback routes. And, folded carefully inside a plastic sleeve, a single photograph of Zoe and a younger Lucas on a dock years before the mold. Lucas was grinning into the sun. Zoe looked annoyed and happy in equal measure. Mia stared at it. He wasn't born like this. Adrian looked at the smiling boy in the photo and thought of the man wiring pipe bombs under work tables. Maybe not. But he's putting in overtime. Mia made a low unwilling sound that might have been agreement or grief. The fallback note gave them what they needed most: fishing shack, greater than trailer blind, greater than East Reed Cut, greater than old church route. If one route burned, Zoe had planned 2 more. Persistence indeed. Adrian folded the route slip more carefully than he needed to. He was beginning to understand that Zoe's real talent was not concealment alone but redundancy. She did not trust any single plan to survive contact with this family, so she built webs instead of lines. That was what Ben really meant. Not just take the side path. Become difficult to corner because you refuse to believe in only one future. That principle had a corollary he was only now developing: become difficult to outlast by insisting on moving before the estate could set the terms. Every time they moved before Jack or Lucas expected them to, they introduced noise into the property's predictions. Noise was not victory. But noise was the difference between a hunted thing that could be patiently enclosed and a problem the estate hadn't finished solving yet. He was not going to let it finish solving him. Mia had been waiting beside the drainage ditch while he worked through this, her hands in her jacket pockets and her face angled toward the tree line with the particular patient attention of someone who had learned to treat stillness as productive. "Ready," he said. She turned without asking if he was sure. She already knew he was. That was its own small kind of belonging, navigated without either of them naming it. He would let it stay unnamed for now. The estate was full of things that became worse once they were named too early. Outside, the cypress trees stood in their water, entirely indifferent to Baker family theology. He found that useful. Chapter 36. The trailer was gone. Not destroyed. Emptied. When they finally circled back through the East Reeds and gained visual on Zoe's old hideout, the little structure still stood on its cinder blocks under the evening sky. But the lamp was out. The window had been smashed. The shelves inside were bare except for one overturned chair and a spray of blood across the kitchenette wall that made Adrian's heartbeat stumble. The absence inside the trailer was its own kind of violence. Zoe's continuity objects were gone. No mug. No ceramic bird. No neatly stacked batteries. Lucas or Jack had not merely burned a blind. They had tried to erase the evidence that someone stubborn and human had ever carved livable shape out of this place. Adrian found himself irrationally angrier about that than the blood. Because erasure was the final insult of any abusive system. He had seen it in hospital contexts too. The way certain family members, after years of harm, would deny entire periods had existed. The way institutions sometimes cleared records not to protect privacy but to avoid audit. The way damage, over enough time and with enough institutional complicity, became simply the background state of things, invisible because it had been there so long. Lucas and Jack had not wrecked Zoe's trailer because they were careless. They had done it with thoroughness because thoroughness was the point. Leave no evidence that resistance had ever been possible here. Leave no evidence that anyone had lived inside this property as a subject rather than an object. Adrian picked up the overturned chair and set it upright. It was a useless gesture. The trailer was still gutted. Setting one chair right changed nothing measurable. He did it anyway, because the opposite of erasure was insistence, and insistence had to start somewhere. First it hurt you. Then it isolated you. Then, if allowed enough time, it tried to convince the world there had never been anything worth protecting in you to begin with. Zoe had fought the third stage with ritual order, stacks, labels, spares, routes, notes. Seeing those rituals stripped out made Adrian want to break something with the useless sincerity of grief. It was easier to grieve a body than an erased pattern of living, because at least a body left witnesses. Maybe not irrationally. Blood said someone had been hurt. The missing objects said someone had been targeted as a self. That felt more deliberate. More doctrinal. The house did not only want to kill its survivors. It wanted to make them look as though they had never successfully lived there at all. They entered together. "Zoe?" Mia called once, low. No answer. Adrian checked the blood. Still tacky. He hated the relief of that. Fresh blood meant recent violence. Recent violence meant the possibility of not too late. On the dinette table sat the burner phone base and another note written fast enough to scar the page. Blind burned. Lucas watching channels. Took route B. Morales alive, stubborn, and bleeding near church line last seen. If this is Adrian, stop trying to save everybody in a straight line. Bend. No signature. Didn't need one. Mia took the note from his hand and read the last word twice. Bend. Adrian looked at the map in his head. Not trailer to church direct. Not church to main house direct. A curve through the old cemetery levee maybe, using the family burial path to flank. Zoe was telling him to stop moving like rescue had a front door. "I know where she means," he said. And he did, not just in geography. He could feel his own thinking changing around the edges. Straight lines belonged to healthier places. Here, every attempt to move directly toward mercy got intercepted by someone who understood the emotional logic of traps. Bending was not cowardice. It was adaptation without surrender. Then a groan came from behind the kitchenette. They spun. Morales was wedged between the lower pantry shelves and the wall where someone had shoved him after dressing a wound badly with gauze and duct tape. Pale. Sweating. Awake only because sheer spite had apparently become structural. "You too," he said thickly. "Took your damn time." Relief nearly buckled Adrian's knees. "You look awful. And yet still better than county response." Mia knelt beside him, all business now. "Where's Zoe?" "Church line," Morales said. "Took 2 shells in my last useful opinion, then told me I'd slow her down and stuffed me in a pantry like expired cereal." Adrian laughed once despite everything. "That sounds like her." Morales' hand closed weakly on his sleeve. "Jack knows the church paths. Lucas knows she knows. They're trying to fold every road inward." He swallowed, grimacing. "You go crooked or you die polite. Same message. Bend." Adrian knelt beside Morales and checked the bandaging one more time. The deputy led him, which said more about the state of his stubbornness than the state of his wound. Morales would have had opinions about unsolicited medical attention. This one just watched the ceiling and breathed slow. "Get out if you can," Adrian said. "Don't stay here because of us." Morales gave him the tired look of a man who had received the speech and already filed it under aspirational. "Go find what you're looking for. I'll be here annoying the furniture." "All right then." Bend. "All right then." Chapter 37. They couldn't take Morales with them. That fact sat in the trailer like another wound. His sight had been reopened. Fever burned off him in rough waves. He could walk, maybe, if walking meant 50 feet and a collapse into mud. The church line would require speed, silence, and a tolerance for pain he'd already donated in bulk. "I stay," he said before Adrian could dress the truth in nicer words. "Don't do the guilt dance. I have lost patience for choreography." Mia finished taping a fresh bandage in place with hands that had grown steadier all day. "There's water and shells left. And your hospitality remains unmatched." Adrian handed Morales the pistol from Zoe's blind. "One magazine." The deputy checked the weight and nodded. "Then let's all hope the next conversation I have is concise." Before they left, he caught Adrian's wrist with his good hand. The grip was careful and cost him. Adrian could feel the effort and the slight tremor, the economy of motion that came from a body that had already spent most of its available currency. Morales kept the hand there anyway. It was the same deliberateness he'd brought to everything tonight, the radio call he'd made against Dispatch's advice, the charge toward Jack with an empty revolver, the way he'd gotten back up after the shovel hit because people needed him too. Adrian covered the deputy's hand briefly. The gesture had no medical content. It was just human, which was increasingly the only language left on this property that the estate hadn't managed to contaminate. "You know what County called me when I got one burst through?" he asked. Adrian shook his head. "Said to hold position and await incident clarification." Morales smiled without mirth. As if the thing chewing on Deputy Kessler needed a paperwork code before it counted. Adrian felt old institutional rage rise in him so fast it was almost clarifying. He knew that tone from dispatch centers, insurance lines, overburdened administrators, every place where reality had to wait for phrasing before it became actionable. Somewhere outside the swamp, fluorescent-lit people were probably asking whether the incident involved narcotics, domestic disturbance, wildlife, or psychosis, as if the answer altered the damage. Meanwhile, a deputy bled out on warped floorboards and a family of engineered nightmares kept rearranging the map. Bureaucracy always sounded most obscene when heard from inside the emergency it failed to imagine. He squeezed once. "So hear me. Nobody outside this property is coming soon enough to matter. You get the women out if you can. You burn the rest if you must." Adrian nodded because any other answer would have been vanity. Mia lingered half a second at the door. "You believed me faster than you should have," she said. Morales gave her a tired look. "No, ma'am. I believe teeth. That, somehow, was kind." It was also the closest thing to absolution Mia had been offered all day that did not sound like pity. Adrian saw the impact of it in the way she straightened after, by millimeters not miracles. This estate dealt in possession, blame, inheritance, contamination. A simple statement that cause and culpability were not identical landed like contraband. They left him with the pistol, the shells, and a battery lamp positioned low enough not to show through the trailer curtains. Outside, the air had gone heavy with coming night. The cemetery levee path began behind the trailer through waist-high reeds and old family grave markers swallowed by the marsh. Adrian understood now why Zoe had called it bending. The direct route to the church would get them seen. This route would get them judged by the dead first. The graveyard began with a gate hanging off one hinge and ended with stones so old the names had melted back into the rock. At the center stood a fresh marker with no body under it. "Daddy's new boy." Mia saw it at the same moment Adrian did. He tore it out of the mud with both hands and flung it into the water so hard it vanished under the lilies. Mia laughed. The laugh rang out in the dark air above the gravestones and the still water before either of them could moderate it, honest and sudden and too loud for the marsh. They both froze afterward and listened. Nothing came. The estate did not arrive to punish the sound. The swamp simply absorbed it the way swamps absorbed everything, silently, completely, and without judgment. Adrian felt something shift in his chest that had nothing to do with healing. He had not laughed since the ditch. He was not sure he had laughed naturally for longer before that either. The ER had been its own kind of estate. You moved through it fast and you kept your head and you did the work and you did not let the cumulative weight tell you lies about whether the work mattered. The ditch. The crash. The restart. The impossible estate. He had been very serious about all of it. He would keep being serious. But the laugh had happened and he was not sorry. The estate would have preferred otherwise. He noted that and ignored the preference. Somewhere in the distance, past the graves and the dark water, a torch moved along the far fence line. He would be serious again in 5 seconds. He allowed himself the 5. Not because anything was funny. Because rage had finally done something useful. Chapter 38. The laugh changed the air between them. Not into safety. Never that. But into something less brittle than constant triage. Mia covered her mouth immediately after as if joy itself might draw punishment. "Sorry," she whispered. "For what?" "For sounding alive." The sentence hit Adrian with nearly physical force. He stepped closer among the graves and low reeds, close enough to see the tiny tremor in her lower lip where she was trying not to ask permission to feel human. "Don't apologize for that again," he said. She looked up at him in the marsh dark. "You say things like I can decide what parts of me count. Maybe you can. Not with her in my head. Then we build enough space that when you do get a choice, you recognize it." Mia looked at him for a moment with an expression he could not fully read, which he was coming to understand was not evasiveness but a kind of self-protection she had refined over too many months of being a translation surface for something that spoke through her without permission. "You make that sound achievable," she said. "It is achievable. How would you know?" "Because I've watched people survive things the estate wanted to convince them were permanent." She looked at him a moment longer. "You've only been here one day." "I came with prior documentation," he said it lightly, meaning the irony to land, and watched something almost like humor cross her face. Almost. The conditions for full humor were still pending. The silence after that felt full rather than empty. Mia reached out and touched the cut along his jaw where the greenhouse insects had scored him. The wound was already mostly closed. "That should horrify me more," she said quietly. "Does it?" "Yes." Her thumb stayed there. "And it also makes me feel safer, which is probably another problem." His hand came up over hers without planning to. For one impossible suspended second in the graveyard road, nothing moved. The marsh fog. The still water. The weight of everything the evening had made them carry together, without asking either of them if they were ready for the weight. Adrian chose not to resolve it. Whatever was happening between them, it deserved more than the space between one danger and the next. He made a private note of it the way he had learned to make private notes of things that mattered during impossible shifts, not solved now, not abandoned, kept in a specific mental location to be honored when the conditions allowed. "Later," he said quietly, meaning everything. Mia dropped her hand but did not look away. "Later," she agreed, as if later were a place both of them intended to reach. Road, with the estate watching and the church route ahead and two monsters at least between them and dawn, they stood in the shape of a choice neither had time for. The moment mattered precisely because nothing around it encouraged tenderness. Mud clung to their boots. Gravestones leaned at broken angles. Somewhere in the reeds, frogs croaked through rot and chemical runoff. A lesser story would have demanded moonlight and clean timing. This one gave them exhaustion and danger and the knowledge that feeling anything at all under these conditions might be the purest proof they had not yet been remade into the estate's preferred shapes. Adrian thought, with a kind of startled gratitude, that maybe this was why the estate fought so hard to monopolize feeling. Terror isolated cleanly. Shame isolated even better. Desire, concern, humor, grief shared out loud between two people who still saw each other as people rather than functions, those things open routes no map could show. If he and Mia ever got clear of this place, he suspected the real aftermath would involve relearning which emotions were theirs and which had been trained into them by captivity. For now, the distinction did not need full language. It only needed protection. Then the burner phone buzzed once. No signal text. Just one vibration and a screen full of static. Lucas. Or Eveline. Or both. Because this property collected overlapping violations the way normal homes collected dust. Adrian shut the phone off entirely and put it back in his pocket. "Later," Mia murmured. He met her eyes. "Later," he agreed, though neither of them knew whether later meant an hour from now or a different lifetime. He held on to the word because it gave him something the estate hated: sequence. A before and an after. A conversation suspended rather than devoured. If later existed, then so did continuity. And continuity was just another name for the self-refusing replacement. Even so, the word mattered. Later implied continuity. A self carried forward. A conversation deferred rather than destroyed. In a property built on immediate crises and emotional extortion, even the grammar of future tenderness felt rebellious. He carried that rebellion with him toward the church because he needed something non-tactical to keep from hollowing out. Routes, notes, and reagents could move bodies from one room to the next. They could not answer why movement still mattered after enough loss. Maybe later was as good an answer as any. Maybe later was how people smuggled meaning through places built to erase sequence. The path beyond the cemetery dipped into cattails and then rose toward the old church ruins, where lantern light now moved between broken pews. Zoe. Or bait wearing her timing. Adrian drew the axe. Mia took the folding knife in one hand and the stabilizer tube in the other. Then they kept going. Chapter 39. The church line was already contested when they arrived. Not by open battle. By aftermath. One lantern burned on its side near the steps. Two bodies lay in the mud, One county deputy Adrian didn't know, and one molded thing half blown apart by shotgun fire. The door to the little church hung open, banging softly in the wind. No sign of Zoe. No sign of Jack. Too little noise. Adrian motioned left and Mia peeled right around the graveyard wall with the kind of coordination people only get by surviving together under pressure. He entered through the front. The church interior had been ransacked again since his last visit. Pews overturned. Altar split. Children's toys scattered underfoot. On the back wall, written in black mold across the saint painting, were the words "You can't keep what she picks." The sentence lodged in Adrian deeper than any overt threat. It carried the petty certainty of ownership, the same emotional logic Eveline used in every drawing and whisper. Picked. Claimed. Renamed. The estate did not merely want bodies. It wanted narrative authority. It wanted to tell the survivors who they belonged to until resistance itself sounded childish. He hated how familiar that hunger for narrative control felt. Hospitals have cleaner versions of it. Police reports. Insurance summaries. Family members retelling the same injury in ways that quietly assigned fault. Institutions loved a version of events they could stabilize around. The Bakers wanted something cruder but spiritually adjacent. Once they got to define you, they got to reinterpret every attempt to leave as betrayal instead of survival. Adrian understood then that rescuing anyone from this property would require more than opening a door. It would require refusing the story the place kept writing about them. Then a shotgun cocked in the loft above him. "About damn time," Zoe said. Adrian nearly sat down from relief. She climbed down the side ladder with one shell left in the gun, blood on one sleeve, and fury holding her upright where blood loss probably shouldn't have. When she saw Mia in the doorway behind Adrian, something complicated moved across her face and settled into practical cruelty instead. "You two make every route look expensive." Mia looked at Zoe's wound. "You got hit." Observant. Adrian crossed to her. "Can you walk?" "Can I walk? Yes. Can I walk somewhere pleasant? No." Zoe shoved a wrapped bundle into his hands. "Found more notes in an altar cache. Also found out Luke has been feeding Daddy route scraps and Mama scent trails just to see who catches who first." Adrian opened the bundle. More formula notes. A rough injection timing guide. And one line underlined 3 times, "Best lapse window after acute emotional destabilization or extreme bodily strain." Mia read it over his shoulder and went still. "It needs me at my worst to work best." Zoe's mouth flattened. "Honey, everything on this property runs on that principle." The bitterness in her voice was not theatrical. It was archival. Zoe sounded like someone who had spent years learning exactly how this house timed its demands and no longer expected the universe to find that unfair. Adrian felt a rough surge of respect for her that had little to do with competence and everything to do with endurance. She had become fluent in a language nobody should ever have to learn and was still, somehow, using that fluency to drag other people toward exits. Outside, boots hit mud. Heavy. Deliberate. "Jack." Zoe exhaled once. She did not pick up a weapon. She already had one. She did not adjust her stance. She was already adjusted. What she did was look at Adrian and Mia with an expression that communicated everything the situation required in a single compressed survey. "We are still here, the work continues, this is not the first time and probably not the last." Adrian had spent time with emergency room staff who had that same compression in their eyes at the start of a bad night. Not resigned. Not heroic. Functional. Ready to keep doing the thing that needed doing because stopping was not on the menu. He felt, for the first time, a clean respect for Zoe Baker that went beyond gratitude. She had been holding this ground alone for years. He thought about what that meant in practice. Not just surviving, which was its own difficult achievement. Holding ground. Maintaining the infrastructure of resistance. Keeping the caches stocked and the routes updated and the knowledge alive despite years of pressure from a family that had been trying to close every exit it noticed. She was doing the kind of work that disasters depended on and institutional accounts never included. The person who stayed in the difficult place, who kept the information current, who made the next person's survival possible by refusing to stop believing in the concept of next. He wanted to say something that acknowledged that. He did not have the words that were accurate enough and quick enough at the same time. "When this is over," he said instead, "you get to decide what comes after." Zoe looked at him with an expression that was too complicated for one word. "Novel idea," she said. Outside, Jack's boots circled the graveyard fence line once, then headed back toward the main house. Looking for them in the wrong place. They had, against every reasonable expectation, bent correctly. "All right," she said. "Now we bend again." Chapter 40. Zoe's plan was terrible. Which meant it fit the estate perfectly. All good plans here looked terrible from the outside. Crawl through this. Hide under that. Split at the church. Use the lapse window. Trust the wounded woman with the shotgun and the nearly possessed chemist and the man whose body kept repairing itself out of spite. If he had described any of it to the version of himself who died on a Texas roadway, that man would have assumed fever or comedy. Yet here, terrible and workable were becoming synonyms. He almost envied the dead version of himself for not having to learn this vocabulary. Almost. But that earlier man had never met Zoe with mud on her boots and fury in her voice, never heard Morellas keep sarcastic eye contact with the end of the world, never watched Mia choose one honest sentence after another against the weight pressing on her mind. The estate taught ugly lessons. It also proved, against itself, how stubborn human beings could be. That thought steadied him more than strategy did. The property kept insisting people were reducible, to infection, to role, to family script, to whatever weakness had last been exposed. But every person he had met inside it had exceeded the category assigned to them. Zoe was not only survivor, she was planner, witness, daughter, saboteur. Morales was not only wounded deputy, he was still sarcasm and judgment and stubborn civic rage. Mia was not only vector, victim, or wife. She was every self the estate kept failing to erase quickly enough. Adrian had to believe the same could be true of him, or the system messages in his blood would become easier to obey than his own conscience. They would not run together. Jack expected that. Instead Zoe would take the loft crawl route toward the reed cut because Jack still underestimated how much pain she could move through. Mia and Adrian would use the sacristy trapdoor under the altar to loop beneath the church and emerge near the old processing ditch. That path, in theory, would put them closer to the main house mixing room with enough reagent notes to finish the stabilizer properly before the window closed. Adrian wanted, for one selfish instant, to reject the split out of sheer fatigue. He was tired of routes dividing. Tired of every decent option requiring somebody bleed elsewhere off-screen. But the estate punished sentimentality faster than cruelty. Zoe knew that. Mia knew that. Even Jack, in his own deranged fashion, counted on it. So Adrian swallowed the protest and turned it into memory instead. Later, if later existed, he would resent this structure properly. In theory, Adrian said. You keep demanding luxury goods, Zoe snapped softly. Jack's lantern glow crossed the church windows. No more time. Zoe gripped Mia's chin once, not gentle, not cruel. If you go sideways, you use the damn thing before he has to choose for you. Mia held her gaze. I know. Then Zoe looked at Adrian. And if she says run, you ask yourself whether that's her talking or the thing that wants you at a distance. You're too noble for this property. Stop making that our problem. Before he could answer, she shoved the loft ladder toward him and disappeared into the rafters with the ease of a woman who had spent years surviving around people larger and worse than herself. Adrian and Mia dropped through the altar trapdoor just as Jack entered the nave. From below they heard him laugh. Church again? Y'all really commit to a theme. The undercroft was little more than a coffin-sized passage cut through mud and brick. Mia moved ahead, one hand on the wall, the other on the stabilizer tube. Adrian followed with the notes inside his jacket and Jack's voice overhead like a storm front. Zoe, girl, you know I can smell fear through floorboards. A shotgun blast answered him. Then pounding feet. Then the whole church shuddered with movement in two directions. Mia stopped at the passage fork and swayed. Adrian caught her shoulders. Hey! Her eyes had gone distant. Not gone. Slipping. The strain. The miles. The emotional blows. The exact destabilization the notes warned about. He could see the estate trying to take her in real time now. Not all at once. Through pressure. Through exhaustion. Through the way every escape route came paired with emotional debt. It enraged him with a clarity that almost felt clean. This was what Eveline and the Bakers did best, weaponize human limits, then call the result affection, discipline, family, consequence. They turned fatigue into moral failure and need into leverage. Adrian had no language for how much he wanted to break that pattern, only the stubborn certainty that he would keep trying even when the trying made him stupid. Mia. She looked at the stabilizer in her hand, then at him. He could see how hard she was working to remain present. Her gaze kept catching and refocusing. Her grip on the stabilizer shifted between too tight and almost absent. This was not just weakness. It was contest. Internal, escalating, and cruelly timed. The notes had given them a treatment window. The estate had arranged the cost. Her pupils had widened. Her breathing came wrong, too fast and then not fast enough, as though some second rhythm were trying to overwrite the first. Adrian knew that look for medicine, panic, shock, chemical imbalance, dissociation. He also knew this was worse than any of those alone. The estate kept taking recognizable human thresholds and leaning on them until they became doors. For one raw second he saw both truths at once, the woman who wanted to choose him, and the fear that choosing him would make the next loss worse. "If I lose it," she whispered, "don't let her make you kind about it." Adrian took the syringe tube from her shaking fingers and held it between them. Above, the church groaned under Jack's pursuit and Zoe's escape. Ahead, the passage forked toward the processing ditch and whatever waited in chapters he had not yet lived. The system pulsed once, red and patient. Lapse window probability rising. He wanted to tear the words out of the air. The system's calmness offended him more each time it appeared. It spoke in probabilities and windows and rewards, as if survival were a neutral puzzle instead of a human cost paid in fear, blood, and choice. Yet he could not deny its usefulness either. That was the ugliest compromise threaded through his whole second life. Every tool that helped him came carrying a worldview he distrusted. Maybe surviving long enough to matter would mean learning how to use bad instruments without letting them tutor his soul. And with Jack closing, Zoe bleeding, and Mia beginning to slip, Adrian understood that the easy part of this step had just ended. Chapter 41. Adrian did not hesitate again after taking the syringe from Mia. He'd spent all day learning that delay was the estate's favorite accomplice. Delay turned guilt into ownership, pain into obedience, hesitation into somebody else's leverage. So when Mia's grip faltered and her pupils went wide and strange in the church undercroft, he pulled the cap with his teeth, braced one hand behind her neck, and drove the stabilizer home into the muscle of her arm before the part of him that still valued consent over timing could formulate a morally elegant objection. Mia gasped like the needle had gone straight through memory. The sound tore through him. "I'm sorry," he said anyway, because some reflexes deserved to survive every house on earth. He knew the apology was structurally useless. Timing had mattered more than permission. Hesitation would have cost her. But utility did not erase the moral abrasion of the act. Adrian had spent too much of his life around frightened bodies to stop caring about the line between treatment and violation simply because the estate kept forcing ugly arithmetic on him. If he survived this place, he intended to remain a man who still felt the scrape of those decisions rather than a cleaner instrument who no longer did. Her hands clamped onto his jacket. Not attacking. Anchoring. Every tendon in her arms stood out under skin. The passageway around them felt too narrow to contain what the drug was doing to her. Her head went back against the brick. Breath came in short broken pulls. Adrian could almost track the conflict by expression alone, the shifting struggle between the woman in front of him and the pressure always trying to rename her from the inside. Above them Jack's boots pounded across the church floorboards. "Mia?" he called, voice warm enough to curdle milk. "Boy? We don't hide from family medicine." Adrian put himself between her and the passage mouth on instinct while she rode out the first wave. The system chimed in cold blue across his sight. Stabilization event detected. Lapse window opening. Duration, unknown. Useful. Useless. He hated the economy of these notifications. Mia bent double with a sound somewhere between a cough and a sob. Adrian crouched with her because the undercroft was too low for any posture to preserve dignity anyway. Mud soaked through his jeans. The syringe rolled once and settled against a brick niche full of wax drippings and dead spiders. "Stay with me," he said quietly. Her eyes found him in pieces. Trying. That answer was more reassuring than he had any right to expect. The drug hit harder than the one from Zoe's trailer. That first stabilizer had felt like buying time. This felt like winning an argument with a fire. Mia shook through it in fierce silent waves. At one point her fingers dug into his forearm hard enough to reopen a half-healed cut, and the blood that welled there made something in her face twitch toward panic before she yanked her hand back and looked sickened by the reflex. "No," she whispered to herself. Then again, stronger, "No." Adrian held the line with voice because there was not much else to hold with. "You're in the church passage." Zoe drew Jack off. "We still have the notes. You are here. I know where I am." The sharpness in the answer would have been rude anywhere healthier. Here it sounded like victory. Above them a shotgun blast cracked so close the undercroft shook writ loose from the mortar. Jack roared in delighted offense. "Now that was impolite, girl." Mia squeezed her eyes shut. "Zoe's gonna run left first," she said through clenched teeth. "Then cut right. He'll overcommit because he likes corners where his shoulders fit." She opened her eyes again and there was thought in them now, jagged but unmistakably her own. "If the stabilizer holds, we go processing ditch, not main corridor. The ditch smells too bad for him to track clean and Lucas hates getting his shoes filthy." Adrian almost laughed from sheer relief. The relief was so sharp it nearly destabilized him. A minute earlier he had been bracing for the possibility that the woman in front of him would disappear behind someone else's needs again. Now she was back in the practical, irritated cadence that belonged to her, mapping Jack's bad habits and Lucas's vanity with the precision of someone reclaiming territory inside her own mind. The estate kept trying to make identity feel mystical. In truth, it often returned through tiny competencies: who remembered routes, who recognized a pattern, who knew exactly what kind of disgust would keep Lucas from following. "You okay?" "No." She sucked in air. "But I'm me enough to be useful, and in this house that's basically wellness." He had never heard anything so exhausted and so brave at once. Another crash overhead. Wood split. Jack laughing again. The church turning into another one of Zoe's expensive delays. The laughter overhead had a different texture now than when he'd first heard it in the basement. Still delighted. But the delight was more personal. Jack was not simply hunting prey that happened to be interesting. Jack was hunting prey that kept coming back, which was an entirely different investment. The sound of it was almost fond. That was the worst version of Jack Baker, Adrian had decided, the one that liked you. Adrian offered Mia his hand. "Then let's spend the while." Chapter 42. The processing ditch ran beneath the church grounds like the property's private bloodstream. It had once been an irrigation trench, maybe, or runoff control before the estate fully gave itself over to mold and bad intentions. Now it was a foul narrow cut through the marsh, lined with brick in some sections, raw mud in others, and cluttered with the dumped remains of family projects nobody wanted to call by their real names. Broken jars. Bone fragments. Tangled fishing wire. 2 rusted tricycles. A christening gown nailed to a post as if someone had tried to consecrate rot. Mia moved ahead more steadily now, though the stabilizer cost showed in the whiteness around her mouth. Adrian stayed close enough to catch her if the floor shifted, which it did every few yards. The ditch did not simply smell bad. It smelled layered. Mold, dead fish, chemical runoff, old blood, wet plaster, and something faintly sweet threaded through all of it like a parody of perfume. "How long do we have?" he asked. Mia stepped over a half-submerged beam and considered the question with the cold professionalism of someone evaluating triage under fire. "If I'm lucky? An hour clear. 2 unstable." Then she starts leaning again. "Not a lot. More than nothing. Enough." The ditch curved under a collapsed fence section and widened just enough for them to stand more upright. Adrian's shoulders cracked with relief. Ahead, through reeds and hanging moss, he could see the dim outline of the old churchyard giving way to the lower service grounds behind the main estate. Somewhere to their left, Zoe's shotgun sounded again. More distant this time. Mia heard it and kept moving. "She's taking him wide." The statement held both gratitude and anger. Adrian understood. Every person still helping them tonight was paying for it with pieces. Zoe with blood. Morales with fever and a pistol. Even the dead county deputies had bought seconds, and those seconds had made possible every word they were speaking now. Survival in the Baker estate was never solitary, no matter how isolated the routes looked on paper. That was another lie the property liked to tell. It isolated people physically, yes, split them into blinds and crawlspaces and hidden routes until everyone seemed alone at the moment of impact. But beneath that fragmentation sat an economy of constant uncredited help. A note under flower bins. A route hidden in a lunch tin. A deputy holding a church line 2 minutes longer than he should have been able to. Adrian kept stepping through the labor of people who might never get named outside this swamp. The only honest response was to become labor for someone else in turn. He was thinking that when the ditch wall burst. The molded came through in a wash of muck and roots, not one of the fresher half-formed creatures from the house quarters but an older thing swollen by water and pressure into something broader and lower to the ground. Its arms dragged too long. Fungal growth plated one shoulder like armor. One eye socket was a white pulsing nest. Adrian shouted and shoved Mia sideways just as it hit the center of the ditch. The impact splashed black water over both of them. The molded swung for his face. He got the axe haft up in time, barely, and felt the jolt all the way into his teeth. The creature reeked of the swamp fermenting inside a human memory. Mia came up with the folding knife and drove it into the nest eye. The molded convulsed, blindly backhanded her into the brick, and came harder for Adrian. He let it. That was the new logic his body kept teaching him whether he liked it or not. Let impact land where it buys something. Trade pain for angle. Trade angle for motion. Motion for survival. He took the creature's weight full in the chest and drove both of them into the ditch wall. Something in his shoulder gave with a wet pop. He ignored it, buried the axe head under the plated fungal shoulder, and tore downward with every ounce of ugly effort he had left. Black fluid sprayed his face. The molded shrieked, A sound too damp to belong in air, and Mia kicked its back knee out from under it. Pain arrived bright and then immediately became administrative. That was the part of his altered body he distrusted most. Injury no longer argued for attention the way it should have. It submitted a report and moved to the next line item. Useful in combat, disastrous for the soul. Adrian could feel how easy it would become, with enough repetitions, to treat himself as a renewable expense account. He kept forcing himself to notice each cost anyway. Shoulder. Ribs. Split lip. Bruised sternum. If he did not keep naming the damage, the system eventually would, and its names would all sound like acceptable losses. Together they brought it down in the mud. It still kept moving. Adrian struck again. And again. And only on the fourth blow did it stop pretending the body it wore belonged to anything recognizable. He staggered back, breathing hard. The system chimed. Mold construct eliminated. Regeneration strain moderate. Pain partitioning stress rising. Mia slid down the ditch wall to one knee, palm over her ribs. You okay? She looked up at him with one eyebrow trying to become sarcasm through exhaustion. Your standards remained deranged. Good. If she could still do that, he could still move. He offered a hand. She took it. They kept going. Chapter 43 The lower service grounds behind the main house had once been a working spine of the property. Smokehouse, wash shed, equipment barn, loading gate, root storage, generator annex. Adrian could still read the intended life of it all beneath the ruin. This had been where labor happened while the front porches and dining rooms performed respectability. The estate's public face had always depended on rooms like these doing the unsentimental work elsewhere. Now the buildings leaned under mold weight and neglect. Generator wires hung loose like stripped veins. A wheelbarrow sat overturned in weeds as tall as his chest. The wash shed door banged lightly in the wind, rhythmically enough to feel deliberate. Mia stopped beside the smokehouse and pressed two fingers against the wall. The marker notes mentioned cold storage. Adrian looked at the small outbuilding. Brick base, warped cedar siding, heavy iron latch. Please tell me we don't have to go into another basement. This one's vertical misery, not underground misery. Huge improvement. The line almost turned one of her tiny crooked smiles, but the stabilizer strain was showing again. He could see it in the little delays between stimulus and response, the way her gaze occasionally unfocused before snapping back, the thin sheen of sweat across her upper lip despite the cooling evening air. He filed the signs away with a kind of desperate tenderness. He hated that tenderness had become inseparable from monitoring. Count the pauses. Watch the pupils. Listen for voice drift. Assess whether the next sentence came from Mia, from fear, or from the pressure behind her eyes that kept trying to convert every relationship into leverage. In any kinder world, attention like this could have been mistaken for romance. Here it was triage wearing the emotional outline of love. Adrian did not know what to call it yet. He only knew he would keep doing it until language caught up. Cold storage turned out to mean hanging meat room turned biohazard cache. The smokehouse interior was lined with hooks, old curing racks, and one generator-fed refrigeration cabinet humming weakly against the wall. The cold inside hit Adrian's insect-bitten skin like a blessing and an accusation. He almost let himself stand there and enjoy it before remembering what kind of story he inhabited. Mia went straight to the cabinet. Inside were vacuum-sealed tissue samples, labeled fungal cultures, 2 reagent bottles, and, tucked in the back behind a broken thermostat housing, a cassette tape labeled MIA, transport log. She stared at it as if it might bite. You don't have to, Adrian began. I do. The answer came too quickly to argue without insulting her. He found an old handheld player on the upper shelf with enough battery to function. Mia put the tape in herself. The machine clicked. Static. Then her own voice, thinner and more formal, coming back at them from some earlier hour of her life. Transport vessel compromised. Subject E001 remains unstable but responsive to directed family language cues. Recommending reroute to secondary handler if weather worsens. Repeating, if weather worsens. The recording broke under ocean noise and screaming metal. Then again, I did not sign up for caregiver duties. I signed for containment support. Subject is escalating attachment behaviors toward staff. Orders remain contradictory. She requires comfort and sedation in equal measure, and no one higher up wants to define what that means in a body this young. Adrian watched Mia while the tape played. Guilt crossed her face, then anger, then something sadder than both. The tape clicked again. If anyone reviews this later, understand that the subject understands rejection. She understands tone. She understands being lied to. Whoever designed her to need a family and then distributed that need as a weapon should be, the line cut off. Adrian stood very still after that, because rage wanted movement and movement would have wasted time. There it was in one sentence, the whole obscenity rendered cleanly. Somebody had engineered dependency, then outsourced its daily consequences to handlers low enough in the chain to be blamed and high enough in proximity to be damaged. He had seen smaller versions of that structure everywhere institutions got cruel. Policy made the wound. Frontline staff inherited the scream. Mia had been recruited into a system already designed to make compassion complicit. He understood the design. He had grown up adjacent to its civilian equivalents, the dynamics that made relatives excuse violence by citing love, that made institutions protect perpetrators by citing reputation, that made therapists misread entrapment as codependency. The vocabulary of care was the most vulnerable vocabulary there was. Any system that could co-opt it had a structural advantage over every well-meaning person who had ever genuinely used it. Marguerite had built a whole housewifery of the coptation. It didn't make her less dangerous. It made her more. Mia ejected the cassette with shaking hands. "I don't even get to remember myself in complete sentences," she said. Adrian took the tape and tucked it into his jacket beside the notes. "Then we use the parts we have." It was not enough. It was what he had. He checked the cassette tape one more time and pocketed it. Everything in the lower service grounds was evidence of something that had been converted. Nothing was simply itself anymore. That was the estate's real achievement, it had turned the ordinary irreversible. The cassette tape felt heavier than its material weight. He would carry it until it was safe to listen, and then he would listen to all of it, even the parts he could already guess were going to cost him something to hear. Chapter 44. The refrigeration cabinet held the D-type marker they needed. It also held a body. Not whole. Not recent. Someone in lab coveralls folded into the lower tray beneath specimen bins as if he climbed in to die where the cold might slow whatever came next. The skin of his face had gone pale gray under fungal bloom. One hand still clutched the badge reader. Mia shut the cabinet door slowly. He must have worked for the connections. Adrian looked at the badge reader, then at the locked utility panel beside the refrigeration coils. Dead men with access cards continue to be more useful than alive executives. The words came out with more bitterness than he'd intended. He had seen enough institutional deaths in the ER, people who died because of decisions made in conference rooms by people who would never face consequences, to have specific feelings about the category of person currently dissolving in a refrigerated tray. She gave him a tired side glance. That sounded practiced. Healthcare administration. The dead man's badge opened the panel. Inside, behind wiring and a maintenance binder swollen with damp, they found the missing formula segment Zoe's notes had been guessing at, not just ratios, but sequence timing for compound stability under contaminated conditions. Critical. Without it they might have produced something injectable and useless. With it they had a chance of making the next dose hold longer than the first. Adrian took photos of the page with the borrowed brick phone out of habit before remembering half the technology in this timeline deserved suspicion. Fine. Paper first, improvisation second. Mia copied the sequence into the notebook margins with a mechanic's concentration that made him think again about the version of her life that might have existed if nobody had ever handed her a child-shaped bioweapon and called it logistics. He watched the steadiness return to her hand as the work clarified. Not total steadiness. Not safety. But enough. Competence was doing for her what it often did for the traumatized and the overworked alike, shrinking the emotional field to something measurable. Ratio. Order. Timing. Write it down. Repeat it accurately. Adrian respected that instinct because he shared it. Procedure, at its best, was not a retreat from feeling. It was a scaffold that let feeling survive without taking over the room. "You okay?" he asked. "No." Then, after a beat, but clearer. He leaned against the cold cabinet and let himself feel relief in measured increments. "I'll take it." Outside, an engine coughed to life somewhere across the service yard. Not the normal failing hum of estate generators. A vehicle. Mia's head snapped up. Lucas. How sure. He likes movement when he thinks he's forcing a timetable. That intelligence changed the calculus. If Lucas had a timetable he believed he was enforcing, that timetable had a structure. Structures had critical points. Critical points could be disrupted by introducing events at wrong times, wrong locations, wrong order. Adrian thought about Morellas back in the relocated blind, about Zoe somewhere in the estate doing work that never stopped needing doing, about Mia standing here in a cold room with someone else's research in her hands and her own mind being contested by something that had no right to be in it. He thought about the annex beyond the loading gate. He thought about the records Elise had mentioned. Archived behavioral logs. Stronger suppressant formulas. Shipping records that proved the nightmare had an origin point that was not this family and not this swamp, but a decision made in a boardroom somewhere that had never, not once, imagined the person standing in this refrigeration room today. That was its own kind of rage. Cold and useful. He kept it. Then let's stop being where he expects us, he said. The stabilizer, the notes, the marker, the tape, the cold room, the 1 minute of relative stillness. All of it collapsed instantly back into velocity. Adrian pocketed the copied formula page. Then let's stop being where he expects us. The formula page he had copied was the first piece of paper in this estate that had not been authored by despair or cruelty. Someone in a lab somewhere had been trying to solve the problem, maybe with insufficient tools, maybe in service of people who didn't deserve the effort, but still trying. He held that fact for a moment. Then he moved. The dead researcher in the cabinet had done more useful work dead than most of the living people who had sent him here. He felt a specific gratitude that was also a kind of indictment, for the institutions that had designed a system where a person died alone in a cold room for their efforts, and for the information they had left behind that was now the only reason this particular line of pursuit remained open. He took both parts seriously. The maintenance binder in the cabinet behind the wiring panel held 3 pages of shorthand notes about the cold room's original function, written in the neat clinical hand he had identified as the primary researchers. The notes were dense with terminology he only half understood and completely convincing in their evidence that someone had been trying to build a reversible containment protocol before the property became what it was. The failure point was not effort or intelligence. It was institutional. They had been given too little time and too much oversight from people who wanted results without understanding cost. He had seen that dynamic in hospital administration too. It ended the same way every time. Chapter 45. Lucas had turned the loading gate into a carnival. They saw it from the loft of the equipment barn where Mia had dragged him by memory and smell through a hay corridor stinking of old gas and mold. Beyond the slats, the gate yard glowed under flood lamps powered by a coughing generator. Speakers wired to fence posts crackled with warped county fair music. 3 hanging mannequins in sheriff uniforms rotated from butcher hooks. Between them sat a folding table with a camcorder on a tripod aimed neatly at the lane. On the hood of an old pickup, written in red paint, "Welcome to Round 3." Adrian exhaled through his teeth. "I would like to formally object to our inclusion in whatever he thinks this is." Mia, peering through another gap in the boards, looked more tired than amused. "Lucas always stages for an audience that doesn't exist yet." "No. It exists." Adrian nodded at the camcorder. "He just assumes later is his." She absorbed that and gave him the smallest nod. There it was again, that strange shared sensation of thinking together while running out of time. Not agreement on everything. Worse and better than that. Recognition that the other person's mind was now part of your survival perimeter. The gate yard also contained their way out. A narrow maintenance road running past the old barn wall into the north field. Problem: Lucas had seeded it with trip flares, wire, and at least one visible landmine made from a fertilizer bucket and stolen road cones. Problem 2, Jack's voice boomed faintly from the main yard, not close but closing. Problem 3, Mia leaned one shoulder against the loft beam as if the act of standing upright had become a contract the stabilizer was reconsidering. Adrian looked at the yard again and began mapping the route. Trip flare by post 1. Wire at axle height near the half-collapsed gate. Bucket bomb center left. Possible unseen pressure plates where mud had been freshly turned. "Can you still move fast?" he asked without taking his eyes off the scene. Mia hated the question on principle. "Ask me one more time like I'm made of glass and I'll push you out the loft myself." He almost smiled. "That's a yes then." "It's a temporary yes. Spend it intelligently." Below them the generator hiccuped. The camcorder red light blinked patiently. Adrian looked at the old bale netting, the loose chains, the rusted hay hooks, the wagon wheel lying on its side in the loft corner. Lucas wanted a performance. The fact that he always wanted a performance was, Adrian had come to understand, not a personal quirk but a structural need. Lucas Baker had grown up in a house where being interesting was the only reliable protection from being consumed. Eveline wanted family. Jack wanted challenge. Marguerite wanted domestic order. Lucas had learned early that if he could keep himself categorized as the entertainment rather than the resource, he had a chance of remaining a subject rather than becoming an object of the same appetite that had eaten everyone around him. He was still doing it. The fairground setup, the pre-recorded voice, the camcorder, the sheriff uniform mannequins. All of it was Lucas insisting on being the author of the scene rather than a character in it. That insistence had calcified, under years of infection and isolation, into something that could not distinguish between the performance and the harm anymore. Fine, maybe they could give him one pointed the wrong direction. Mia, from her loft position, had already started cataloging the gap between where the tripwires were and where the loose ceiling chains hung. She was thinking the same direction he was. He had noticed that about her operational thinking, she did not default to escape as the first response. Years in the estate had taught her to look for the point in the room's own architecture that could be turned backward against whoever built it. He wondered if she knew she did it. He suspected she did, and had long since stopped thinking it was something to apologize for. 5 minutes later, when Jack's voice thundered from the direction of the exploded generator about property and disrespect and noise, Adrian understood that the plan had worked in both senses. They had escaped the gate road, and they had taught Lucas's set piece one small lesson about improvisation. The lesson would not stick. But it had been expressed. That was enough for this hour. The campfire music below had gone silent after the explosion. Lucas's voice on the pre-recording had trailed off. In the aftermath of a plan that had worked partly through accident, Adrian stood in the maintenance road and understood something specific: he had not won the loading gate. He had introduced noise into it. Noise was not victory. But noise was momentum, and momentum in the Baker estate was the difference between being ahead of events and being processed by them. The system had logged the gate yard escape under evasion, successful, and moved on to its next assessment without ceremony. Adrian had learned to do the same. The present moment was the operational environment. He processed the win as fuel for the next problem and stayed east, away from the lights, away from Lucas's archive of humiliation, toward the bent road and whatever waited at its far end. He filed the win and kept moving east. Chapter 46. Adrian's plan was terrible enough to work. He used the loft chains to rig the wagon wheel and 3 rotten hay bales above the gate road, then tied the whole ugly contraption to a release knot by the side ladder. Mia, from the opposite loft window, studied the yard with the hard lucid concentration the stabilizer had bought and called out the narrow safe spacing between the obvious traps. "There," she whispered. "Between the second post and the ditch rut." "You're sure?" "No. But I'm more sure there than anywhere else." "Good enough. Better than luck." The fairground music below crackled into a child's laugh and then into Lucas's voice, pre-recorded and delighted. "If y'all are hearing this from somewhere nearby, I just want you to know I really admire initiative. It's one of my favorite qualities. Initiative. Creativity. The willingness to engage with a structured scenario on your own terms instead of mine." A pause. "That last one's gonna be the thing that hurts you." Another pause, warmer. "But I look forward to watching the attempt." Adrian finished the knot. The pre-recorded voice was doing something clever. It was confirming that Lucas was not in the yard right now but was watching it from somewhere that gave him delay. That meant he had probably set the cameras on relay. Which meant there was a feed interval. Which meant if they moved fast enough through the right route, they would register on the monitor but Lucas would receive the image seconds behind their actual position. Seconds were the estate's currency. He intended to spend them correctly. Titrates and test subjects. Adrian tightened the release line. Across the loft, Mia's face had gone pale again. He saw her blink hard twice like someone forcing the world back into single exposure. "Mia. Do the plan." "You slipping?" "Do the plan, Adrian." "Fair." He kicked the side ladder down and dropped first, deliberately loud. Immediately floodlights swung toward the barn door. The camcorder whirred, adjusting. Somewhere hidden in the speakers, Lucas whooped like an unseen ringmaster getting exactly what he'd wanted. Adrian ran left instead of toward the maintenance road. A flare snapped bright under his boot where he wanted it, showering sparks. He threw himself behind the feed trough half a second before the hanging bales and wagon wheel came crashing down through the lane. The impact triggered 2 hidden devices at once. One bucket bomb went up in a bloom of mud and nails. The second trap, apparently wired for delayed comedy, launched a net full of butcher hooks harmlessly into empty air where Adrian would have been if he had done the obvious thing and run straight. Mia moved during the confusion. Fast. Cleaner than he'd expected from someone fighting herself by the hour. She hit the safe spacing she'd identified, rolled under the camcorder's tripod legs, and kicked the stand over with enough force to send sparks from the battery pack. The camera hit the mud facing sideways, capturing only one sheriff mannequin spinning lazily in the blast wake. Adrian met her at the road mouth. "You alright?" "No." "Still useful?" That did get the slightest exasperated huff. Deeply. Behind them, from the main yard, Jack shouted with delighted outrage. "Lucas! Boy, did you decorate my driveway with explosions?" Lucas's distant answer came through the speaker crackle. "It's called production value." Adrian grabbed Mia's hand and ran them both down the maintenance road before the family argument could resolve itself in their direction. 5 precious minutes was an achievable ambition in the Baker estate. He had learned to respect the ambition of minutes. Behind them the family argument escalated into the particular kind of loud that happened when people who had long ago stopped caring about each other's feelings started performing disagreement for the audience of their own authority. It was almost funny. He kept almost to himself and ran. He had kept Mia's hand through the entire run down the maintenance road and had not thought about it until they reached the first tree line and she squeezed once without looking at him. He filed that under the category of communication that did not need words and kept running. The maintenance road curved east and the fairground lights fell behind them and the estate kept doing what the estate did, which was continue regardless of their preferences. The maintenance road curved and the fairground glow fell entirely behind them and the marsh took over on both sides and the night became simply itself again, dark, wet, moving. Insects calling. Water shifting. The estate's human monsters replaced by the swamp's impersonal ones. He found that restful in a way that would have made no sense to him 24 hours ago. The swamp did not care about him. That was a profound relief. The estate cared about him with a specific intensity he was beginning to find exhausting. Indifference was underrated. He moved through it gratefully and kept Mia's pace and watched the sides and let the marsh be just a marsh for the length of this road. The swamp absorbed them without comment. They lit it. Behind him the fairground generator finally sputtered and died and the estate's property went dark in the sector Lucas had lit with so much self-congratulatory theater. Darkness without an audience was just darkness. He ran through it and let it be just that. That framing held through the corridor, through the junction room, and through the lower access passage that Zoe had described as the least monitored path between the main house's operational level and the subsections where Lucas's entertainment infrastructure lived and breathed and occasionally laughed at recording delay. Adrian ran it all in methodical silence and let the dark be inert. The system ran no threat alerts. His own nervous system, recalibrated by enough false positives to have learned some discrimination, agreed, this was transit, not arrival. He arrived. Chapter 47 The North Field had gone to weeds years ago. Tall grass, rusted irrigation lines, half-collapsed fencing, and a derelict pump tower leaning toward the marsh as if eavesdropping. Beyond it, the family burial grove gave way to the old market road out toward the county route. Not freedom. Not yet. But farther from Jack's immediate reach and Lucas's wired theatrics. The problem was Mia. By the time they hit the pump tower, she was shaking again. Not as violently as before. More subtly. Worse, maybe, because subtle made it possible to lie. Sit, Adrian said. No. Mia. If I sit, I'm going to feel what the stabilizer's doing. He stared at her. You are feeling what the stabilizer's doing. Not all of it. There it was. The sentence beneath the sentence. If she stopped moving, he would have to acknowledge the full weight of what the second dose was doing, and what it was doing was not merely suppressing episodes. It was restoring bandwidth. Every hour of clarity cost something because clarity meant she had to feel what had been done in the periods when she hadn't been herself. The stabilizer gave her the self back and then presented the bill for absence. Adrian understood the mechanism if not the specific contents. He had seen it in patients emerging from sedation after extended hospitalization. The confusion was not just temporal. It was moral. You had been someone who acted while not fully responsible for the acting, and now you were someone who had to decide what weight to assign each piece of evidence. You're allowed to sit down, he said. I'm not. Her voice was precise and pained. If I sit down, I'll start trying to remember what I did. And I need to not know that yet. I need to be here right now instead. He absorbed that. Okay. Then stay moving. But tell me if the edges go wrong. She looked at him sideways. How will you know if I don't? I've been watching your edges since the ditch. I have a baseline now. Something shifted in her expression at that. He might stop convincing herself she still owned the momentum. He guided her into the shadow of the pump tower anyway and crouched with her among weeds and old machine parts. The north wind carried a thin gasoline smell from the gate yard and something sweeter from the far marsh. Not safe here. Safer than there. Mia put both palms over her face and held them there long enough for Adrian to start counting breaths again. Finally she dropped her hands. I can hear her better when I'm tired, she said quietly. He kept his voice low. What does that mean? It means the parts of me that know she's not real have to argue harder. Her gaze fixed somewhere over his shoulder, not distracted, just brutally inward. She keeps trying to make everything sound like care. Like if I just stop resisting, everybody gets softer. Adrian felt anger rise so cleanly it surprised him. That's not softness. I know that. You know that. The part of the brain being pressed on doesn't always care. There was no good answer to that. So he chose honesty instead of a comfort phrase. Then when you can't trust your own interpretation, Borrow mine for a minute. Mia blinked. That's arrogant. Yeah. And if yours is wrong? Then we get to hate me later. Something in her mouth trembled toward a smile and didn't quite make it. You keep buying stock in later. I'm stubborn with money. The humor was not deep. It was exactly what the moment could hold, surface, brief, honest about its own limitations. A way of acknowledging that the conversation had touched something real without detonating the full weight of it in the middle of a field with Jack Baker somewhere in the middle distance. This time the smile came. Thin. Tired. Enough to matter. The smile came, thin and tired and exactly right. He kept moving them east and kept paying attention to the edges and kept not naming the thing building between them in the north field's failing light, because it was already there whether it got named or not, and naming things in the Baker estate invited the estate to have an opinion about them. Northfield darkness swallowed the last of the fairground sound behind them. Ahead, the pump tower rose against the overcast sky, rust-stained and still. Mia was watching her own hands as she walked, checking for the tremor she had learned to use as an instrument. Whatever she read in them, she kept it brief, a small adjustment to her pace, a slightly different placement of her feet. He noticed and said nothing. She was navigating her own body with the same competence she brought to navigating the estate. That deserved respect, not commentary. The Northfield silence continued until they cleared the last fence post and reached the pump tower's shadow. Adrian took one more look back at the estate lights, assessed the distance, and converted the assessment into time. Time was the unit everything here denominated in. He had enough of it, barely, to reach the prep annex before whatever had been disturbed by the gate yard explosion could reorganize itself into something pointed at their current position. He moved. He moved with everything he had. It was enough. Chapter 48. They found Elise Thibodeau's shack just after midnight. Mia hadn't known it was there. Adrian hadn't either, not until the old church route notes and the Northfield landmarks combined into a memory of his own hurried planning. The phrase swamp healer had sounded half like a rumor and half like a prayer. It had also sounded, he admitted privately, like the kind of resource a person invented when their more concrete hopes ran dry. He had spent his nursing career being skeptical of the parallel care economy that materialized around terminal or chronic patients, the herbal teas, the faith healers, the community treatments that ranged from innocuous to actively harmful. He'd seen enough of it to calibrate suspicion without contempt, to understand that people reached for what was reachable when the institution was slow or absent or simply wrong. Elise Thibodeau did not operate inside that category at all, as it turned out. She operated inside something older. Local knowledge. Accumulated observation. An understanding of this specific swamp, these specific toxins, this specific disease behavior, that no arriving institution would have because institutions sent people who had read papers about places rather than lived in them across 30 years of careful watching. He had not expected to reach that hope this battered. The estate, apparently, did not care about pacing so long as pain stayed thematic. The shack sat beyond the pump tower on a rise of stubborn dry land ringed by salt grass and hanging bottles. Wind moved through the bottles and made them sing softly in different tones. Protective charms hung from the porch rails. Bones, feathers, bits of blue cloth, old saint medals, all tied together with the kind of practical superstition that exists because formal institutions routinely fail in places like this. A shotgun clicked from the dark before they reached the steps. "Name yourselves if you ain't hungry." The voice was old, female, and unimpressed. Adrian raised both hands slowly. "Adrian. Mia. We need shelter and maybe a person who knows more about this property than the property wants." Silence. Then the porch lamp came on. Old Elise Thibodeau stood in the doorway wrapped in a faded housecoat and holding a shotgun with the intimate familiarity of a woman who considered firearms part of livestock management. Her hair was white and braided back. Her face looked carved rather than wrinkled. Her eyes moved from Adrian to Mia, paused on Mia's expression, then dropped to the stabilizer bruise blooming under her sleeve. "Baker rot," Elise said. "Not a question." "Yes, ma'am," Adrian said. Elise considered that for another heartbeat, then stepped aside. "Come in before the field starts listening." Inside, the shack smelled of herbs, oil, river damp, and sanity maintained by routine. Shelves of jars lined the walls. A wood stove ticked with residual heat. A table held drying plants beside a disassembled CB radio and 3 fishing lures painted with eyes too careful to be casual. Mia stopped just inside the threshold and looked around as if someone had shown her a room from a different moral universe. Elise noticed. "Ain't clean," the old woman said, "but ain't hungry either. Sit." Mia sat. That alone felt like an event. Adrian felt it too, the shock of entering a room that had not already chosen a role for them. No trap hidden under the threshold. No performative family script waiting in the walls. No voice from a speaker pretending intimacy. Just a woman with a shotgun, practical suspicion, and standards. He had not realized how badly the estate had compressed his expectations until that absence registered as luxury. Safety was still too ambitious a word. But non-predatory space, even temporary, had its own physical effect. His shoulders lowered before permission reached thought. He stayed aware of his own body as a data source, and what it was reporting was the following. The threat environment here was reduced but not eliminated, the current interval was survivable without constant emergency activation, and something in his regeneration reserve was recalibrating its baseline upward from the past 24 hours of continuous draw. He was being maintained, in other words. For the first time since the ditch, someone was making choices that helped him instead of hunting him. The simple reversal of that was almost incomprehensible in scale. He kept watch while Mia slept for the first 2 hours and Elise worked at the back table doing something that smelled of salt and copper and old wood smoke. The marsh outside continued its dark patient business. Nothing arrived at the threshold. Nothing arrived because Elise was the kind of person this swamp protected, and everyone who had ever tested that proposition was no longer available to report results. Elise handed them both tea at midnight and sat across the table with her own cup and looked at the notes and diagrams spreading across the surface without touching them. After a long time she said, "Y'all came farther than the last ones." It was not comfort. It was data. He accepted it the same way. Elise's knowledge of the mold's behavior patterns had the quality of all hard-won expertise, specific, confident, and containing careful humility about the places where the data ran out. She knew what the estate had done to people she had known. She was honest about the limits of what she could do about it. That combination of knowledge and honesty was the most useful thing he had encountered since the ditch. Chapter 49. Elise Thibodeau did not ask for the whole story first. That might have been the kindest thing Adrian had encountered in Louisiana. She put water on the stove, moved 3 jars off the table without ceremony, and handed me a chipped mug full of something bitter enough to smell medicinal from across the room. "Drink." Mia looked into the cup like someone who had been handed trust by accident. "What is it?" "Ain't a cure," Elise said. "If that's what you need, you came to the wrong swamp witch. But it'll settle the shaking while your blood decides what kind of argument it's having." Mia drank. Her face did not improve. "That tastes like bark and punishment." Elise snorted. "Then it's workin'." Adrian would have laughed if his nerves were not still strung so tight they hummed whenever the wind shifted. He stayed standing long enough for Elise to notice. The exchange told him almost everything he needed about her. Elise was not impressed by suffering performed prettily, and she was not interested in turning survival into theater. Good. They had already met enough people on this property who treated catastrophe as family ritual, test protocol, or entertainment product. An old woman who framed medicine as something bitter and functional felt, by comparison, almost radical. "You too, boy. Sit or fall, your choice." He sat. The chair under him creaked in a perfectly ordinary way. The sound almost hurt. Elise set the shotgun against the wall but within reach and studied them both over the kettle steam. Baker Place finally got bored of eating strangers and started spit taking him back out. Adrian took the notes, marker page, and Mia's transport cassette from his jacket and laid them on the table because there was no version of this conversation improved by coyness. "We need time at a stable place to finish a better dose of this," he said, tapping the copied formula. "Temporary stabilization only. She gets clearer, then the pressure starts leaning again. We also need to know what the Bakers have been doing in the swamp beyond the property lines." Elise's gaze moved to Mia again, sharper now. "You hear the little girl when you're tired?" Mia did not answer immediately, and Adrian understood why. The question cut through politeness and shame at the same time. Most people, if they heard a story like hers at all, would waste minutes deciding whether to phrase disbelief gently. Elise had skipped that entire dishonest category and gone straight to symptom recognition. It was clinical in the best sense, seeing what mattered without adding decorative judgment around it. Mia held the old woman's eyes. "Yes. And when you're hurt? More. When you're lonely?" The question landed like a knife set down very gently. Mia looked away first. "Yes." Elise nodded once, not surprised, only grimly confirmed. "Then she ain't just inside your body. She's in your empty spaces too. That's how things like her last. Folks keep thinking fightin' starts in the blood. Starts in what the blood wants to be forgiven for." The room went quiet enough for the kettle to sound loud. Adrian felt the truth of the sentence before he could parse it. Eveline did not only invade. She recruited. Need, guilt, longing, hunger, fear. Anything unfinished in a person became a place she could sit down. Elise turned to him. "And you," she said, "stop looking at her like saving her and loving her are two separate chores. Confuses the body." Adrian stared. Mia closed her eyes. "I liked the bark tea better," she murmured. Elise ignored both of them and spread the formula notes flat. "If we give your next dose here, we do it right. Quiet room. Salt line. Clear exits. No family talk, no names shouted soft, no looking away if she starts begging with somebody else's need in her voice. You understand me?" Adrian did. He hated that he did. Because understanding it meant he understood what it would look like if he failed to hold the line. If the wrong look at the wrong moment landed as permission. If comfort and control blurred on the side of control because he was scared and Mia was the person he was least scared around. He would not make that error. He made a note of the specific form the potential error would take and filed it where he could keep it visible. Then he sat across from Mia and held the preparation steady while Elise showed him exactly how to administer the second dose and what each reaction meant and what to do about the ones that required intervention and what to do about the ones that simply required witnessing. He administered the second dose when Elise judged the timing right. He did it with the steadiness he had brought to every difficult procedure in the ER, present, clear about function, not detached. Some things required the full human weight of the person doing them to be done correctly. He moved to the bedside with the steadiness that came from having crossed that particular line too many times in the ER to find it difficult anymore. The line between clinical presence and personal presence. He stayed on the clinical side with both feet and kept his hands entirely professional and administered the dose correctly and stayed present for the aftermath because that was what the work required. The aftermath was quiet and lasted 3 minutes. Mia did not lose consciousness. She stayed in the narrow band between awareness and the mold's preferred operating frequency, which meant the dose was calibrated correctly and the system Elise had intuited before any of them had a name for it had been telling her something accurate about the thresholds involved. When the 3 minutes ended, Mia breathed out once, long, and opened her eyes and said, "I saw the ship." She did not elaborate. She did not need to. Some information arrived in the form of coordinates rather than narrative and the next step was simply to move toward where they pointed. Chapter 50 Elise's shack had rules. That might have been the second kindest thing in it. No names called from outside after midnight. No opening a door because a voice sounded familiar. No mirrors uncovered during treatment. No accepting gifts left on the porch. No answering a child who laughed before she spoke. Each rule was delivered in the tone of a woman explaining when to bring tomatoes in before frost. Not mystical, exactly. Observed. Repeated enough to become structure. Mia sat on the cot by the stove while Elise prepared the room with slow precise motions. Salt at the threshold. One line of powdered herbs around the bed legs. Candles set in a triangle instead of a circle, because circles invite arguments. Adrian helped because his hands needed jobs and Elise assigned them without indulgence. Window latch. Chair by the door. Radio battery out. No, not that jar. You trying to blind us all? The scolding steadied him. By the time they were ready, the shack's single room had become a treatment chamber assembled from folk logic, chemical pragmatism, and the desperate hope that layered systems might cancel layered horrors. Mia watched it all with a face too controlled to be calm. Adrian sat opposite her on a stool and loaded the improved dose into the syringe under Elise's supervision. The fluid looked cleaner than the church mixture. Paler. Less muddy. Still dangerous. "How long?" he asked. Elise tied a strip of cloth around Mia's upper arm and tightened it just enough to expose the vein pattern under skin. "If the notes are good and the girl ain't already too far tilted? You could get a strong window. Maybe enough to think straight through dawn." She glanced at Mia. "If the notes are bad, she convulses, bleeds from the nose, and y'all learn something tragic." Mia nodded like she was agreeing to weather. Adrian hated how quickly impossible risk statements had become normal grammar between them. "Any chance for a version where you reassure me badly?" he asked. Elise gave him a flat look. "No. Fair." Mia held his gaze across the room. "If it works," she said quietly, "we need to use the window for more than running." "Like what?" She looked at the tape recorder on the table, then the marker notes, then the north wall where the bottles outside were starting to sing under a rising wind. "Like remembering enough to hurt them back." That answer settled into Adrian's chest with more weight than fear. Not because it was vengeful. Because it was strategic. Mia was beginning to think like someone who intended to survive the story, not just the next room. He capped the syringe, uncapped it again, and moved to sit beside her. "Ready?" She smiled without warmth. "No. Do it anyway." He did it. Steady hands, correct angle, one breath of shared silence before the plunge, Because some things deserve the extra half second of being acknowledged as real before you move through them. The room was ready. Elise looked at it once, looked at Mia, and nodded in a way that compressed several opinions into a single syllable. Whatever she had seen in the work told her what she needed to know about the preparation and the people who had done it. He filed that nod under the same category as Zoe's rare small nods, assessments issued by people who could afford to spend them exactly once per meaningful event. He had placed the last candle and looked at the room and understood that what Elise had built here was not ceremony for its own sake. It was structure. The kind that mattered when a person's internal structure was being contested. External order is counterweight to internal chaos. He had seen the principle at work in hospital rooms, in the way families kept cut flowers fresh and cards arranged on the windowsill. The care didn't heal anything directly. It held the space open for healing to move into. He had placed the third candle and looked at the room again. The structure Elise had built was not decoration. It was environment modification. She was changing the quality of space the same way he had learned to modify space in the ER for difficult procedures, clear surfaces, controlled light, known exit routes, everything in the position that reduced the chance of the situation becoming worse than it already was. The specific materials were different. The principle was the same. He respected the translation. He knew where each candle was and why. He knew the exit angles. He knew the salt threshold held. In an environment built around disorientation, spatial knowledge was its own category of weapon. He held it carefully. The salt line at the threshold held through the night. Nothing crossed it that had not been invited. In the Baker state, an uncrossed threshold was a victory worth noting. He noted it. Then he helped Mia finish the preparation and focused on what the room was for. The treatment required him to be there. Not performing competence but actually present in the way that made presence matter, available for what the next few minutes required without preemptively managing the response. He stayed. The work continued. The salt line held. The session produced what Elise had intended it to produce, a person who was more fully herself at the end of it than at the beginning. Adrian had watched the whole sequence from the doorway with the clinical attention of someone who had once been responsible for patient outcomes and still could not fully stop doing triage even in rooms where triage was not the point. He noted Mia's breathing. The way Elise's hands moved without hesitation or apology. The specific quality of silence that settled once the session was properly underway, not the silence of held breath but the silence of people present to something that could not be hurried. He had stood in it and let himself be peripheral, which was the correct thing to be. The session was not for him. He was there to confirm that no external threat required his intervention. None did. Chapter 51. The second dose hit differently. Not softer. Deeper. Mia arched once against the cot and sucked in air like someone surfacing from cold water under a sheet of ice. Adrian had one hand braced at her shoulder and another around her wrist because Elise had instructed him to anchor, not restrain, and the difference mattered in ways he was afraid to define wrong. Her pulse raced under his fingers. Then staggered. Then found a harsh ugly rhythm that gradually stopped sounding like failure and started sounding like endurance. Elise watched her eyes more than anything else. "Talk to me," the old woman said. Mia's jaw tightened. "About what?" "Anything that belongs to you." Silence. Then, unexpectedly, "I hate eggs." Adrian blinked. Elise only nodded. "Why?" The question had the quality of a diagnostic. Not chit-chat but calibration. She was listening for whether Mia's access to personal preference, to the ordinary dislikes and opinions that constitute a self, had survived the second dose intact or was still being contested. Mia's ability to dislike eggs was, in Elise's taxonomy, evidence of a functioning boundary between herself and the thing trying to manage her. Adrian watched the exchange and understood that Elise had been running the same kind of triage he ran in the ER. Not asking what's wrong but what's working. Not assessing damage first but function. Because the ship cook overdid them every morning and the smell stuck in the lower hallway, and if I smelled eggs after a bad night I knew somebody higher up had decided we'd pretend routine still existed. Her voice gained steadiness as she spoke. "I hate fluorescent lights in sleeping rooms. I hate little shoes left in doorways. I hate people who use a gentle voice while talking about sedation dosages. I hate the ocean at night when it looks like the water has eyes." The bottles outside chimed harder in the wind. Elise said, "Good. Keep going." Mia's gaze found Adrian and held. "I hate being looked at like a bomb you still feel guilty for caring about." The truth of that hit hard enough to leave him briefly speechless. "I know," he said at last. "Do you?" "Not from your side." She nodded once as if that was the only acceptable answer. "Good." The stabilizer was working. Not because she had stopped hurting. Because she was orienting through specifics. Dislikes, memories, Professional irritations, sensory hatred. Elise had been right. The self returned in details, not declarations. Mia kept going. My full name is Mia Winterson on the old forms, Winters on everything convenient after 17. I get motion sick in the back seat but not if I'm driving. I used to be good at keeping people calm in transport because I could make instructions sound like choices. Her mouth twisted. That part got used against me. Adrian listened like it was triage and prayer at once. Outside, far off through the marsh, a male voice called softly. Mia? Jack? Or Lucas doing an impression? The rule held. No one answered. Mia flinched but did not break eye contact. I also hate him when he says my name like he's borrowing kindness. Elise gave the smallest approving grunt. There you are. The words landed with the weight of an entire clinical judgment. Elise was not being dramatic. She was marking a moment she had apparently been working towards since they arrived, the moment when Mia's own voice came back coherent enough to be trusted with its dislikes. Adrian exhaled. Outside, whatever the property was doing continued doing it. Inside, in this small shack with its candles and salt lines and bark tea, a person had just demonstrated she was still a person. In a place built to deny that, it was the most significant thing that had happened in hours. He wrote nothing about it in the notes. Some things didn't need to become documentation. Later, when Mia was sleeping again, he stepped outside for 10 minutes and listened to the marsh. The bottles on the porch sang softly in the night air. Above the cypress canopy a star appeared and disappeared behind moving cloud. The estate was still out there. Jack was still healing. Lucas was still wiring something. Eveline was still speaking through the walls of the main house in the patient intimate tone of something that had already decided how the story ended. He was still refusing to agree. That refusal felt less exhausting than it had in the ditch. He was getting better at it. Elise's grunt of approval when Mia named her dislikes was the most efficient clinical judgment Adrian had heard outside a teaching hospital. He took note of its content, not what you hate but that you know what you hate. Not what you want but that desire itself has not been evacuated. He added it to his catalog of things worth preserving. In a place built to strip people down to compliance, disliking eggs was resistance. Mia had named her dislikes and named her memory and told a hard story about the ship cook and the eggs and the particular compound cruelty of being forced to eat whatever was provided without agency over your own most basic choices. The bark tea had steadied her. The dose had anchored her. The dislikes were hers. In the Baker estate, that combination constituted a significant clinical win. Mia was still present. Still choosing her own dislikes. Still there. He kept that fact close for the hours ahead. Chapter 52 The improved stabilizer gave them more than calm. It gave them memory. Not all at once and not kindly. He had been warned about this possibility by the outline of the system prompt and also by his own nursing instinct, that memories returned to trauma survivors often arrived in the order of their functional usefulness rather than their chronological sequence or their emotional logic. The mind prepared itself. The most actionable information came first. The deepest damage arrived last, when the person had enough recovered footing to receive it without collapsing. Mia was giving them the tactical version first. He was grateful for the ordering and prepared for what that meant was coming later. More like shards surfacing through black water one edge at a time. Mia spent the next hour with her hands wrapped around the bark tea mug while Adrian wrote as fast as she could talk and Elise occasionally interrupted to clarify whether a thing was memory, inference, or coercive overlay. Ship first, Elise said. Mia shut her eyes. Storm night. Container route disguised as medical transfer. E001 wasn't fully contained anymore. Not physically. Behaviorally. She'd learned that panic made handlers contradict one another. Her fingers tightened on the mug. She started making people compete to comfort her. Small things at first. Sit with me. Tell me a story. Stay longer. Then uglier. Don't leave. Choose me. Hurt the one who won't. Adrian wrote until his hand cramped. Mia kept going. There was a secondary handler package meant for the Baker site. Temporary family placement under observation. Rural, isolated, low external oversight, enough space to disappear incidents. They sold it internally as compassionate holding because no one wanted to say field testing emotional dependency in a live household. The words sat in the shack like a toxin. Elise's mouth went hard. Names. Mia gave two. One was useless to Adrian. The other matched a signature on the transfer forms from the cold cabinet. The connections had not stumbled into this. They had installed it. Adrian kept writing. The Bakers were chosen because they looked stable, Mia said. Multi-generational property, low scrutiny, old local reputation, enough money to maintain privacy and not enough money to matter to anyone bigger. They wanted a family system, not just subjects. Elise spat into the stove. Devils always want witnesses. Mia nodded weakly. Jack resisted first. Marguerite adapted fastest. Lucas. She hesitated. What? Adrian asked. Lucas understood leverage almost immediately. Not what she was, exactly. Just what she wanted. He learned that if he fed the need and kept some distance, he could shape the household without becoming as trapped as the others. That explained too much. Not absolution. Mechanism. Adrian hated mechanisms because they made monstrosity sound teachable. What about Zoe? He asked. Too oppositional to absorb cleanly. Eveline hated that. Jack and Marguerite hated it later because it kept proving some part of the family could still say no. The wind hit the shack harder. Bottles sang. Something soft thudded against the porch. No one moved. Rule: no gifts left outside. Mia looked at the door and then back at Adrian. There was a lab under the old boat path. Not just the main lower rooms. A smaller prep annex where they stored caregiver material and behavior logs. If anything remains there, it'll include stronger suppressant notes and maybe shipping records. Adrian underlined the sentence hard enough to almost tear the paper. There. An objective with shape. An arc turning from mere endurance toward counter-strike. He folded the notes and added them to the jacket alongside the formula copies and the cassette tape and the badge reader from the dead researcher. The jacket was becoming an archive. Every pocket held a different argument for why the nightmare had a source that could be traced, a logic that could be reversed, a structure that could be dismantled if you gathered enough of the right information in the right order. He would need all of it. He would need more. But the arc was turning. He looked at the notes. The arc was there now. Faint but traceable. From origin to implementation to consequence, through the hands of institutions and the bodies of people who had never consented to being part of the supply chain. He was not yet sure what he would do with the full knowledge. But collecting it felt like the right preceding action. You could not argue with something you had not yet fully understood. The assembled notes and the plan they implied were the most coherent thing to have emerged from 24 hours in the Baker estate. He looked at the shape of it and felt the particular exhausted clarity that arrived in the ER at the end of a long difficult case, not solved, not finished, but fully seen for the first time. That seeing was its own kind of resource. You navigated toward what you could name. He finished the ordered stack and looked at the gap between what they had and what they needed. The gap was real. Knowing it clearly was still better than not knowing it. He had spent enough time in the estate to understand that clarity about the distance between your position and the goal was not discouragement. It was navigation data. You could not close a gap you hadn't measured. The gap between their position and the goal was known. Known gaps could be crossed. He had crossed known gaps before. Chapter 53. They did not sleep. The shack permitted rest in fragments only. Adrian took first watch by the door while Mia stayed on the cot under Elise's eye and continued surfacing memories and broken useful runs. Between them, the little table turned into a dossier of pain and opportunity, names, routes, hidden annex, behavioral triggers, scent patterns, cargo timing, partial diagrams of the submerged prep rooms. Elise added to it from local knowledge. That old boat path used to run cotton and moonshine before it ran your devil's cargo. Storm undercut part of it 15 years back. Folks said the marsh wanted the road back. Smart folks stopped arguing with marshes. She drew a bent line on the map with a nail-blackened fingertip. You go here, not straight. Straight got swallowed. Bend again. Always bend. Mia's voice came from the cot, quieter now but steadier than at any point since the trailer. There was also a phrase. Internal training phrase. For handlers assigned to E-Series proximity cases. She frowned, searching. Not official. More like hallway doctrine. They'd say, never be the last one in the room. If you're the last one in, the subject thinks you stayed for love. Adrian felt something cold move through him. That was what they had built. Not a child who wanted care. A weapon that learned to interpret care as binding contract. No wonder every affection in the estate had become a hook. What happened on the ship? He asked. Mia stared at the ceiling. I tried to pull rank I didn't have and redirect her away from the Baker package. She knew before I finished the lunch. Her mouth tightened. After that. Fragments. Water in the lower hall. Doors sealing wrong. Crew fighting over who she'd asked to stay. Then the wreck. Then years that feel like being awake inside somebody else's family scrapbook. The honesty in the sentence left no room for easy consolation. So Adrian gave her the kind that fit. You still know the difference? Her eyes moved to him. Tonight, yes. He accepted the answer without decorating it. Outside, the soft thing on the porch thudded again in the wind. Elise stood, took the shotgun, and went to the side window instead of the door. She lifted the curtain edge with 2 fingers. "Snakeskin and birthday ribbon," she said flatly. "Girls get impatient." She let the curtain fall. "Good. Means the dose is working." He looked at Elise. "Explain that." She sat back down and picked up her tea with the unhurried posture of a woman who had processed many bad things in this shack and had decided that pace was a form of power. When the mold's got a firm hold, the child entity can communicate through it. Dream channel. Emotional channel. Gift and threat cycle. You seen it. The drawings. The voices. The family that turned itself inside out because she offered belonging, and belonging is the thing people give everything for. She sipped. When a blocker works, the channel gets noisy. She can't reach clearly. She gets louder to compensate. Impatient. Sends the birthday ribbon instead of the nice voice. Adrian sat with that. So the gift on the porch is evidence the treatment is working. Evidence it's interfering, Elise said. Working takes longer. Bend. Even the good news bent. He added it to the map. The dossier on the table held enough now to matter. He looked at it all together, the names, the routes, the behavioral logs, the map of the prep annex with Elise's bent path marked in nail black. It told a story that made the Baker family's horror legible inside a larger horror. The larger horror made the solution harder but also clearer. You did not defeat this by defeating a family. You defeated it by tracing the line back to where it was drawn and cutting the drawing from the record. He picked up the notes and organized them into a single ordered stack. The prep annex had records. Elise had marked the route. Mia had enough clarity to navigate. He had enough information to know what he was looking for. The wind knocked the shack door against its frame and Elise looked at it once and relaxed, because knocking in this particular pattern meant weather and not estate. He was beginning to learn those distinctions too. He organized the shack before they left, which was partly tactical and partly because it seemed like the correct thing to do. He stacked what was stackable, placed what was displaceable back in its approximate location, and left the table clear. If Elise returned here she would find it manageable. It was a small thing. Small things were the denomination of respect in a place where large gestures had mostly been co-opted by cruelty. He folded the ordered stack one more time, then put it in the jacket that had become the archive of everything worth carrying forward from this day. He picked up the ordered stack for the last time and divided it between himself and Mia. 2 carriers meant the information survived a single point of failure. That principle had served the estate's documents long enough that someone had hidden copies in multiple locations before Adrian ever arrived. He was applying the same logic forward. The prep annex was 40 minutes east on Elise's bent path. He checked the map one more time, folded it along lines it had already memorized, and put it in the jacket. Everything in the jacket was something they had earned. He was not going to drop any of it in the marsh. Chapter 54 At dawn, the gift on the porch was gone. No one had touched it. The ribbon remained caught on a nail, fluttering in the wet morning light like something trying to pretend it belonged to an ordinary celebration. Adrian stared at it while Elise packed them a rough field bundle, salt packets, herb chalk, 2 more bitter tea sachets, and a wrapped poultice for when your body remembers it ain't made of revenge. Mia stood at the wash basin and looked like she had not slept in a week and might still, on balance, be the clearest person on the property. The stabilizer had given her edges back. Not safety. Edges. She caught Adrian watching her in the mirror. I still look haunted. We're in a swamp shack ringed with charms, he said. Context helps. Mia turned from the mirror. The edges were back around her eyes and they had cost her something visible to get. Not beauty, she had never seemed concerned with that particular currency, but the weight of coherence. The price of knowing clearly was knowing clearly. She was paying it steadily and without complaint and he was keeping track of the expenditure because someone had to. I remember more than yesterday, she said. How is that? She considered. Like finding letters in a language you already knew but thought you'd forgotten. Some of them are mine. Some of them are her reading my mail. She paused. I keep finding the ones where I did what she wanted and told myself I chose it. He waited. That's the worst kind, she said. Not the violent ones. The ones where I looked at what I was doing and found a reason, he said, the only thing he could say honestly. That's what coercion does. It borrows your reasoning. It doesn't mean the reasoning was real. She looked at him. How do you know? Because you're sitting in a swamp shack at dawn asking me to confirm you had choices when you didn't, he said. People who chose freely don't need that question answered. Mia was quiet for a long time. That almost got one of the real smiles this time. Elise handed Mia a small cloth pouch. Carry that if she starts talking sweet. Smell cuts through some of the fog. Mia opened it and recoiled. What is that? Rotten mint, salt, and dead crawfish shell. Adrian blinked. You just invent medicine out of spite? Elise gave him the dry stare of an elder dealing with a gifted idiot. All medicine starts with spite if the sickness is rude enough. They left the shack armed with more than when they'd arrived, one working stabilizer window, a map to the hidden prep annex, handler names, knowledge of baker rolls under Eveline's pressure, local route corrections from Elise, and one unsettlingly effective pouch of weaponized smell. As they reached the saltgrass edge, Elise called after them. Boy. Adrian turned. Yeah? She nodded toward Mia, who had paused a few yards ahead with the morning wind in her hair and the estate's gray horizon waiting beyond her. If she asks whether she deserves saving, don't answer the question she asked. Answer the one trying to wear it. He stood there a second longer than necessary. Understood. Maybe he did. Maybe he would only understand it in the moment it mattered. That was when understanding usually arrived anyway. He had learned that in the ER too. The knowledge that prepared you for the worst was almost never the knowledge that carried you through it. You built the preparation, the actual carrying was improvised from whatever the body and the moment provided. He trusted that process. It had gotten him this far. Either way, they had a road, however bent. He jogged to catch up with Mia. Ready? She looked toward the hidden boat path where the marsh mist sat low and mean over the water. No, she said. Let's go. He jogged to catch up with Mia on the bent road and found her standing at the first reed line, looking at the water. Not frozen. Just pausing in the way she had learned to pause, economically, without apology, giving herself one full breath before moving into whatever the water held. He stopped beside her and gave her the breath without commentary. Then she stepped forward and they went together into the marsh. The bent road met the marsh at a point where 3 cypress trunks grew close enough together to use as landmarks. Elise had marked it on the map with a small X. He found it and pointed and Mia confirmed with a nod and they stepped into the cattails together, east-facing, moving into the water where Elise had told them it was shallow enough to cross and Lucas had apparently never thought to look. The marsh accepted them without argument. The water was cold at the knees and warm at the surface where the day's heat still lingered in the shallows. Mia moved through it with the steady economy of someone who had stopped deciding whether things were acceptable and started treating them as simply present. He matched her. The bent road's far end was 30 minutes ahead, according to Elise's estimate. He adjusted for margin and made it 20 minutes, give or take the marsh. He took the margin seriously. He had learned that margins were where the Baker estate liked to operate. Chapter 55 The bent road to the prep annex started as planks and ended as memory. Elise's map took them through cattail channels, over a collapsed fishing berm, and into a cypress stand where old guide ropes still hung between trees from some earlier life of transport and labor. The further they moved from the main estate structures, the less the property felt like a house and the more it felt like a body burying evidence in its own wetlands. Mia set the pace. That worried Adrian less than it should have. He was learning to trust the version of her that emerged under clarity, even while respecting how temporary that clarity might be. It was not blind trust. It was field trust. He had been building the category since they left Elise's shack. Field trust was specific and provisional and could be updated the moment new data arrived. It was not the same as the kind of trust you extended to someone whose whole history you knew and could reason through. It was the kind you extended when the evidence available was sufficient for the operational need in front of you and you had no time to wait for more evidence. He had extended it to Morales. He had extended it to Zoe. He was extending it to Mia now with eyes open about its limits, which meant when she moved toward the marsh trail without hesitation, he followed. The kind built because the alternative wasted time and the data in front of you was good enough to bet blood on. There should be an old loading pulley ahead, she said. If it's still standing, the annex is east of it under the waterline. They found the pulley. And Jack. Not on the path. Off it. Standing knee-deep in black water beneath the rotted hoist frame as though he'd been there for hours waiting for them to catch up to his patience. He wore a different shirt again. The estate kept providing costume changes to a man who should have died 3 wardrobes ago. In one hand he held Morella's empty pistol by the barrel like a found toy. "Morning," Jack said pleasantly. Adrian stopped dead. Mia went white. "Where's Zoe?" she asked before anything else. Jack smiled broader. "Girl's got legs on her. Wouldn't say no to a little more church, though." No answer, then. Or not one he could trust. He lifted the pistol. "Y'all really do know how to make an old man walk. I admire that. But now I'm thinking we reset the day, maybe get back to the part where you understand which doors belong to who." Adrian stepped slightly in front of Mia without planning to. Jack noticed, as always. "See there?" he said warmly. "That's the thing. You keep acting like standing in front means ownership. Real family doesn't stand in front. Real family stands where it's told. The wrongness of the sentence hit Adrian like a slap. Because some part of it was built from real ideas about loyalty and place and protection, twisted until obedience wore the mask of unity. He could hear Elise's voice in his head, "They steal the grammar of care." He was hearing it in new instances every time the estate presented him with another version of the same logic. You belong here. Stay. Family. We are doing this for you. We want what's best. All of it in the register of human warmth with the contents replaced by appetite. Jack had internalized this so deeply he probably couldn't see the seam anymore. He had been loved in exactly that way by exactly that logic, by something that wore the shape of family, until the shape became his own. He was not performing it. He was its product. That didn't make him survivable. It only made him comprehensible in a way that was worse than mystery. Every member of this family kept doing that. They stole the grammar of care and used it to issue commands. Jack tossed the empty pistol aside. "Come on then," he said. "Show me what the swamp taught you." Ahead, past the fallen berm and the cypress stand, the prep annex waited in whatever state Lucas or the mold had left it. Adrian had no idea what state that was. He had enough tools, enough information, and enough company to find out. In the Baker state that had stopped feeling like insufficient preparation. It had started feeling like enough. The prep annex sat at the end of the bent road in the kind of deliberate ordinary the estate used to disguise its worst rooms. Weatherboard siding. Narrow windows. A padlock that had been cut and replaced twice. He could see the replacement work from 10 meters, slightly different metal tone, slightly different scratch pattern. Someone had been in and out here and had wanted to preserve the appearance of security rather than the reality of it. That was Lucas's handwriting in metal. The prep annex door opened with a rusted key they found under a flat stone beside the step, which was either extremely naive security or evidence that someone had left it findable for a specific person. He added the ambiguity to the open questions column and stepped inside. The smell was chemical and cold and old. Equipment sat draped under plastic sheeting. Files stood in metal cabinets along one wall. And in the corner, a server unit with a steady green indicator light suggesting it still had power from a line he could not trace in the dark. Chapter 56. The fight by the pulley frame was uglier than the others because there was nowhere for finesse to hide. Mud underfoot. Water up to the shin in places. Rotten wood supports. One narrow patch of raised earth and too many ways to drown badly. The regeneration system was already running a pre-fight assessment in the quiet corner of his vision. Threat: Jack Baker. Classification: Apex Predator. Damage memory active. Recommended approach: leverage terrain. He appreciated the recommendation the same way you appreciate an emergency exit sign when the building is on fire. Technically useful. Obviously insufficient for the full scope of the problem. Jack's body under the mold's rebuilding was something Adrian had now touched, struck, been thrown by, and studied through the lens of multiple encounters. He understood a few things. The left knee injury slowed Jack's plant foot on directional changes. The mold reconstruction prioritized function over accuracy in the hands, which meant the grip was strong but the fine motor was degraded. Jack led with his right side because the left shoulder had been repeatedly traumatized and even the mold couldn't entirely compensate for biomechanical history. These were not advantages. They were variables. In the right terrain, variables could be enough. Jack came in smiling. Adrian met him with the axe and got the haft nearly torn out of his hands on first impact. Jack's strength was ridiculous in the way bad myths are ridiculous, too excessive to deserve realism. Adrian gave ground on purpose, drawing him left where the berm narrowed. Mia moved right. Jack tracked both of them and laughed. Now that's rude. Splitting me from my own family. He lunged for Mia first because of course he did. Adrian took the hit in the ribs meant to clear the path and felt two things at once, the sharp medicinal certainty of something cracking again, and a colder realization that he had started anticipating bodily harm as budgeting rather than catastrophe. He hated that. He used it anyway. While Jack followed through, Adrian hooked the axe behind the man's knee and Mia slammed Elise's smell pouch full into Jack's face. The effect was immediate and surreal. Jack recoiled, gagging. What in the goddamn swamp? Mia did not waste the opening. She drove both palms into his chest and shoved him back toward the rotted loading platform. The wood gave under his weight. One leg crashed through, sinking him to the thigh in black water and splintered supports. Adrian hit him then, hard, with the flat of the axe across the temple. Not to kill. Not yet. To disorient. Jack snarled and grabbed the axe head barehanded. Blood ran between his fingers. "Boy," he said in a tone so gentle it made Adrian's skin crawl, You are gonna learn the difference between surviving and winning. It was the fondness that did it. Jack was not angry. Not frustrated. He sounded like a teacher whose favorite student had finally mastered the most important lesson of a difficult semester. The lesson being, I am uncontainable within the rules you understand. Adrian had one hand still reaching for the axe in the mud and one eye on Mia's position across the berm. He calculated and recalculated while Jack tightened the grip on his wrist. The pain was enormous. The system was already redistributing it. Pain was data. Data was survivable. Then he yanked. Adrian lost the axe and his footing at once and went into the water with the world turning sideways. The swamp closed over his head. The swamp closed over his head and the system continued its inventory. He filed the inventory under later and kicked toward the surface. Mia was already waiting. She had kept Jack occupied for every second of his time underwater, which was both tactically correct and something he intended to acknowledge when the occasion became less immediately life-threatening. He came up from the swamp coughing and moving east before he was fully upright, because 5 minutes started the moment he surfaced and not the moment he finished orienting. The system had catalogued 2 healed rib fractures, 1 reset ankle, and approximately 30% of the reserve budget spent in the last 4 minutes. He filed the accounting and ran. He reached the prep annex store while his ankle was still sending complaints about the marsh run. The system was mid-repair on it, recommending rest, which the current situation declined to provide. He filed the recommendation under later and tested the lock. The prep annex waited. He tested the lock. It gave. He went inside. He entered the prep annex and stood in the chemical cold and took a long breath. The records were here. Somewhere in these cabinets and under this plastic sheeting was the argument that connected this swamp to the institution that had decided to test its worst ideas in it. He needed that argument. He started looking. The first cabinet he opened held operational logs from before the main house infection had spread to the lower property. Reading them by flashlight in the chemical cold, he understood that there had been a period when someone here had been trying to solve the problem rather than exploit it. That window had closed. He was going to find out when and why and for whom. He closed the first cabinet and moved to the second. 17 words of new information about the institutional architecture of this nightmare. He kept going. Chapter 57 Underwater in a Louisiana marsh was not darkness. It was texture. Roots against his cheek. Silt in his mouth. A depthless green-brown blur full of suspended rot. Adrian opened his eyes for half a second and regretted the choice instantly. Something bumped his shoulder, slick and alive enough to matter. He filed the contact under environmental hazard and kicked toward the surface without looking back at it. The swamp was not on anyone's side. It simply continued, as it always did, indifferent to the particular claims of the Baker estate or the Regeneration System or any human who thought their tragedy warranted the marsh's special attention. That indifference was almost restful. The system was running emergency rebuild on the ankle. He could feel it, heat under the water, tissue responding to pressure in the pattern that had stopped surprising him and started just being the interior experience of being this body in this place at this time. Above him the surface rippled with distorted light and violence. He kicked hard and came up coughing. Mia was on Jack's back with the folding knife in one hand and one of the pulley ropes in the other, trying to loop it across his throat while the bigger man thrashed half-trapped in the broken platform. Jack backhanded the knife away. Mia ducked the second swing by inches and looked, for one impossible flash, like every version of herself at once, trained, terrified, furious, guilty, alive. Adrian found the submerged axe by miracle or spite and surged forward through waist-deep muck. Mia. She let go exactly when he needed her to. Jack lunged toward her line of retreat. Adrian drove the axe head down through the splintered platform support instead of into Jack. The remaining beam snapped. Wood, pulley, and 200 pounds of mold-sustained patriarch dropped into the deeper sinkhole beneath the old loading frame. Black water exploded upward. Jack vanished to the chest, then the neck, one arm thrashing free through rope and broken planks. Mia grabbed Adrian's shirt and dragged him backward off the collapsing edge. They stumbled up the berm together as Jack roared and fought the suctioning muck below. Not dead. Never dead enough. But slowed. Again, that had to be enough. Mia bent double, hands on her knees, breathing like someone on the edge of vomiting. "You all right?" Adrian asked. She lifted her head and the answer was written everywhere before she spoke. Too pale. Too bright-eyed. Too sharp. "The stabilizer's still holding," she said. "But she's angry." As if in answer, Eveline's voice drifted across the mist. "You keep ruining everything." No visible source. No footsteps. Only that small petulant voice and the knowledge that it could still reach them even out here among the cypress and ruin. Jack laughed from the sinkhole through blood and mud. "See? Told you she liked you." Adrian wanted to kill him for the line alone. Instead he took Mia's hand and pulled her east. "Prep annex," he said. She nodded once. Behind them Jack kept cursing the swamp, the rope, the platform, and all forms of disrespect. Good. Let him drown in grievance for 5 precious minutes. 5 precious minutes. He intended to use them to reach the prep annex. He would not waste them on gratitude expressed out loud in the middle of a marsh. He would carry it instead, the way he had learned to carry every important thing in this place, silently, securely, kept close for later when the moment could hold the full weight of it without the swamp trying to take it away. Let him drown in grievance for 5 precious minutes. Adrian ran through them efficiently, staying east, keeping Mia's pace even when his ankle protested the irregularity of the ground. The prep annex was ahead. The records were ahead. The next piece of the thing they were building was ahead. He had learned that in the Baker estate you did not get to stop and appreciate having survived something. You carried the survival forward instead. 5 minutes was an achievable ambition in the Baker estate. He had learned to respect the ambition of minutes and to treat each earned one as exactly what it was, time that had been created by cost, held against pressure, and used before the estate could repossess it. He ran east. The annex waited. The records waited. The next hard necessary thing waited. He kept going. He ran east toward the prep annex and what it contained and what it would cost. He had learned that cost was not a reason to stop. It was information about how much the thing was worth. The prep annex store was open when he arrived, 10 seconds after Mia. She had already pulled the plastic sheeting from the nearest cabinet and was reading by flashlight with the same focused intensity she had brought to every piece of information that had passed through her hands tonight. He came up beside her and they read together in the chemical dark. They read together for the next 20 minutes while the prep annex held its cold air around them and the marsh continued its indifferent work outside. The files confirmed what the cassette and the formula notes had implied. The institutional footprint was wider than one family, one estate, one state. He added that to the list of things he was carrying forward and kept reading. Chapter 58 The prep annex hit exactly where Elise said it would, under the collapsed boat path, behind a false retaining wall disguised as marsh reinforcement. Mia found the release latch by running her hands along the brick seam until one section clicked under pressure. A panel shifted inward with a wet sucking sound. Cold stale air breathed out of the dark beyond it, carrying disinfectant, mold, and the sterile undertone of corporate catastrophe. Adrian almost sagged from relief. Not because they were safe. Because at last they were somewhere that looked like the kind of evil humans documented on clipboards. Concrete corridor. Utility lights, half-dead. Storage racks. Evidence of design. The annex was smaller than the main lower rooms, but better preserved. Prep tables lined one wall. Metal cabinets stood locked beside a sink array. A whiteboard still held faded transport schedules and behavior notes under layers of mildew. In one corner sat a child's cot surrounded by recording equipment. Mia stopped cold at that. No. The word came out so quietly it was almost nothing. Adrian didn't touch her. He had learned at least that much. Instead he crossed to the whiteboard and read the notes aloud in a flat practical voice, giving her something external to climb back toward. Behavior loop escalation under abandonment queue. Corrective phrase package unsuccessful under storm stress. Guardian substitution increases fixation. He stopped. Every line was uglier than the last. This had not been containment. It had been iteration. Testing how dependency spread. Testing which phrases soothed, which increased attachment, which turned affection into coercion faster. Mia came to stand beside him with both hands clenched. I knew some of this, she said. Not like this. Adrian looked at the little cot and felt something like nausea trying to become theology. Then we take all of it. Cabinets first. Inside they found cleaner suppressant compounds. Sedation notes. Behavior tapes catalogued by date. A printed handler manual on E-series emotional mirroring. And, in the final drawer, a sealed envelope marked Baker Household Review, Year 2. That felt like dynamite made of paper. Mia looked at the envelope and said, "Open it." He did. The packet inside had been assembled with the same corporate neatness people used for quarterly budgets and legal liability. Tabs separated sections. Several pages were stamped internal assessment only. Mold had freckled the edges, but the text beneath remained legible. Mia took the first page and nearly crushed it in her grip. Adrian leaned close enough to read while she held it under the failing light. Subject, E001 Family Integration Field Review. Household, Baker, Dulvey Parish. Period, Year 2. Observed outcome, stable dependence not achieved. Household cohesion remains inconsistent under prolonged exposure. He read further. Jack demonstrated intermittent resistance to directive override when presented with externalized paternal role strain. Marguerite displayed accelerated adaptive devotion under nurturance stimulus and environmental isolation. Lucas exhibited opportunistic compliance and independent sadistic creativity not aligned with intended family model. Zoe remained non-compliant, evasive, and structurally resistant to identity incorporation. Recommendation: isolate descent vector. Reinforce child-parent language set. Introduce periodic abandonment stimulus to deepen attachment panic and dependency recursion. Mia made a sound in her throat. Not crying. Not anger exactly. Something more exhausted and more murderous than either. They wrote them like weather, she said. Adrian kept reading because stopping would mean imagining the people who had typed those lines as if they had been ordinary. That was the part he could not forgive even before he knew all the names. Cruelty at least admitted itself in the body. A bruise, a scream, a broken room. This was cleaner and therefore fouler, harm translated into review language until it sounded like a management problem. Descent vector. Role strain. Dependency recursion. Every phrase removed one human layer and then another until the ruined family at the center of it became a set of adjustable variables. Adrian had seen that instinct in smaller doses everywhere bureaucracy touched pain. Here it had been given a laboratory and enough privacy to become doctrine. He turned the next page. The notes only worsened. Household meal rituals increase cross-subject emotional contagion and obedience pressure. Localized punishment displays produce durable compliance in primary caregiver profile. Adolescent subject Lucas demonstrates superior improvisational understanding of humiliation leverage, may warrant selective cultivation despite model drift. Adrian's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. They saw exactly what they were building, he said. Mia did not look away from the page. Yes. That yes mattered. Not because it gave them anything comforting. Because it stripped away the last tempting lie that all of this might somehow have been an accident compounded by bad luck. Accidents happened on ships in storms. This had started earlier and cleaner, under lights, in meetings, between people who believed engineered need could remain controllable if everyone below them absorbed enough blame. He took the packet and kept sorting. There were route sketches to the annex. Purchase orders for sedation stock. A shipping summary with code references that might tie the bakers to upstream handlers. And one thin appendix labeled household retention failures. He almost did not want to read it. Which, in his experience, usually meant it was the page most worth taking seriously. Marguerite exhibits fixation on replacing rejection with enforced domestic rituals. Jack reasserts hierarchy through mealtime coercion and punitive spectacle. Lucas increasingly prefers performative cruelty over corrective bonding. Zoe's continued resistance appears to create a persistent proof of alternative within household dynamics. Recommended intervention: remove Zoe from informal influence chain or reframe resistance as betrayal to the family unit. Mia shut her eyes once. They were trying to make her the problem, she said. Because she kept proving the model could fail. He heard how cold his own voice sounded and did not correct it. Some conclusions deserved coldness. Zoe had survived years inside a structure explicitly designed to redefine resistance as moral defect. No wonder every note she left behind read like counter-theory. Bend. Don't answer. Don't follow the hum. She had been writing a rival operating system inside the family long before Adrian arrived. The next section tracked property changes over time. The report noted how the main house became ritualized space, how shared meals increased the effectiveness of emotional contagion, how confinement increased compliance, how repeated references to family duty weakened self-concept in infected subjects. One paragraph had been underlined and read by hand. Residual affection in host family creates instability but also increases long-term persistence of the bond. Recommend preserving selected routines to maintain emotional plausibility. Adrian thought of the laid table. The birthday decorations. The grotesque hospitality. Not random madness. Designed maintenance. Mia turned to the last section. This one was headed Contingency Storage/Recovery Assets. Beneath it sat a sketch site note and 2 lines that mattered immediately. Primary archive duplicated to chapel cold vault after storm exposure compromised annex humidity control. Biological recovery sample retained in sealed field case under old family processing room pending extraction. Chapel cold vault, Adrian said. Church? Mia asked. Maybe. Or the old funeral rooms under it. She forced herself to breathe once, then again. Processing room has to be the basement cut by the smokehouse line. We were already there. Then if the case is still there, Lucas or Eveline may not know where the backup sits. Mia took the report from him and kept scanning. Wait. She turned 2 pages back and pointed with a shaking finger. There, In a margin note beside a shipment record, someone had written, "If primary handlers fail, surviving transport specialist retains partial recognition under direct memory queue sequence. Use caretaker language. Avoid maritime trigger cluster unless sedation is available." Adrian looked at her. She looked back without blinking. "That's me," she said. "I know. They built my relapse instructions into the file. Then we burn the file after we use it." That got the barest flash of life into her mouth. Not a smile. The memory of one. "You're weirdly romantic," she said. "I was going for practical. You miss every middle point." Her voice shook at the edges, but she was still here. Still answering him instead of the thing that wanted her small and obedient. He took that as victory. They searched the annex room by room. The side office held old batteries, dead laptops, and hard copy inventories ruined by water. The sink station had chemical residue thick enough to sting the nose. In a locked rolling case Adrian found spare injectors, 3 still-sealed vials of stabilizer compounds of slightly different composition, and a handwritten note clipped to them. "Trial batch C, longer clarity window, heavier post-drop agitation." Mia read it over his shoulder. "That explains a lot. Can you take it?" "Not now. Maybe later. If we have to." He packed the vials anyway. The child cot bothered him most. It had a blanket folded with impossible care. Beside it sat cassette tapes labeled with dates and moods rather than subjects. Calm after story. Distress after thunder. Anger after refusal. He put them in his bag with the rest. If they lived, someone would need to see what had been done here. If they died, then at least the truth would die less cleanly than the people responsible deserved. At the back of the annex they found a freight elevator shaft long since disabled, its platform stranded below. A ladder ran down one side into deeper dark. Mia shone the lantern over the lip. "That goes lower than the house plans I saw. Do we take it now?" She closed her eyes, measuring herself. "No. Not blind. We clear step by step, and we use what we found first." That was the right answer. It also sounded like someone relearning command in real time. Adrian touched the sleeve of her jacket just once. Then Chapter 1 of the new plan is Chapel Vault and Processing Room. She snorted softly. "You narrate when you're scared. Occupational hazard." Outside, something scraped along concrete. Both of them froze. It came again, faint through the wall. Not the heavy confident impact of Jack. Not the skittering drag of molded. A slow deliberate tap. 3 times. Then silence. Mia whispered, "Lucas." Adrian killed the lantern. They stood in the dark with the annex breathing around them, waiting for the next sound. None came, but the message was clear enough. They had found a place the Bakers had tried to hide. Which meant the house, in one way or another, had already felt them find it. Chapter 59. They did not leave immediately. Adrian insisted on 10 full minutes of discipline before motion. Lights off. Voices down. Inventory first. Panic second. Mia crouched beside the prep table and organized what they had recovered into 3 piles: immediate use, carry if possible, destroy if cornered. Her hands still trembled, but the tremor had narrowed into something functional. 2 usable standard stabilizers, she said quietly. 3 trial C vials. Unknown shelf life, but the seals held. Suppressants we probably shouldn't gamble on. Handler notes. Tapes. Household review. And whatever lives under that elevator. Which is not tonight's problem unless tonight gets ruder. He liked hearing her say that. Not because it was calm. Because it was Mia choosing priorities instead of being dragged by somebody else's script. He checked the doors while she copied the most urgent site notes from the report onto the back of a laminated transport card. If they lost the papers in water or a fight, they would still have the essentials: Chapel Cold Vault Processing Room Field Case, avoid maritime triggers under stress, lower level access via annex shaft. By the time she finished, the scratch outside had not returned. That worried him more than if it had. Noise meant performance. Silence meant planning. When they finally opened the panel and slid back into the marsh air, the world outside felt too exposed after concrete and walls. Dawn had lifted the sky from black to dirty blue. Mist lay low over the reeds. Every branch held the suggestion of a watcher. Elise's smell pouch still hung from Adrian's neck. He could barely notice it anymore, which meant either he had adapted or the rest of the estate had. "Church first," Mia said. "Shortest route?" "Not shortest. Safest. We stay off the obvious lanes and cut behind the old family graves." He almost said the phrase back to her because it sounded absurd in any other life. Then he remembered whose life this currently was. They moved west through knee-high water and rotting fence lines until the church steeple showed through the trees. In daylight it looked smaller, more ashamed. A place hollowed out by surviving too near evil. At the graveyard edge, Mia stopped so suddenly Adrian nearly ran into her. Fresh prints marked the mud between two tilted headstones. Child-sized bare feet. Beside them, deeper impressions from boots with a square heel. "Lucas?" Adrian whispered. "Maybe. Maybe one of his men before they died. Maybe she wanted us to see both." The smaller prints circled one grave and ended at the church wall without a return line. Adrian looked up. Third window from the left stood open a finger's width. "We were watched," he said. "We are watched." She corrected him automatically, then pressed her lips together, annoyed at the truth of it. Inside, the church smelled of old wax and damp hymnals. The nave remained empty. The hole into the undercroft still gaped behind the altar. They went down carefully. Nothing had been moved. The cot where Mia had lain was still there. The spent injector still glinted near the crate where Adrian had dropped the cap. He checked the perimeter while Mia crossed to the cold storage alcove built into the far wall. He had missed it before because it looked like part of the original stonework, a square iron door set low, half hidden by shelves of mildew-pocked jars. The lock was rusted but intact. Mia held up the ring of keys they had taken from the annex office. "Worth a try." The third key fit. The hinge screamed softly when they opened it. Cold air washed out over their hands. Not machine-cooled. Earth-cooled. Old and mean and constant. Inside sat 3 metal document cases, a sealed cooler the size of a toolbox, and a tape recorder wrapped in wax cloth. Adrian lifted the first case onto the floor and opened it. More reports. Patient response charts. Baker surveillance logs. Maps of the property annotated with terms like ritual site, attachment zone, discipline corridor. In the second case he found shipment manifests tied to names Mia recognized and hated. The third case held photographs. Not just the Bakers. Other houses. Other placements. Other attempts. Mia took one look and turned away, bracing both hands on the wall. "This wasn't one test," she said. "Delvey worked too long. They got data out." Adrian closed the case before the pictures could become the shape of his thinking. "Then we make sure this site becomes a grave for their paperwork." He reached for the cooler. The lid seal fought him before giving way with a pop. Inside, nested in thawing gel packs, lay a hardened field case with biometric clips long dead from battery failure. A faded label across the top read D-Series recovery material. "That sounds promising," Adrian said. "Or catastrophic. Often the same thing here." Mia crouched beside him and examined the latches. "Mechanical backup. You can open it?" "Probably." Slowly. She worked the clips with a flat tool from her pocket until one gave, then the second. The case opened. Inside was a vacuum-sealed biological sample container, a data stick in a padded slot, and 2 printed instruction sheets. Mia read them first. Her whole face changed. "Adrian. Good change? Real change." She handed him the page. The sample was not a cure. It was a source tissue reserve intended for emergency synthesis of a necrotoxin derivative tailored to E001. Not salvation. A way to kill what had been made. At the bottom of the sheet, in smaller print, another note: field construction possible if secondary reagents acquired from processing room reserve. He looked up at her. "So we were right. Church and processing room. And after that," Mia said, voice raw but steady, "we stop surviving and start ending this." They both heard the board creak above them at the same moment. One step. Then another. Measured. Unhurried. The sound of someone who believed the people below had nowhere to go. Chapter 60. Adrian killed the lantern again and motioned Mia back from the open vault. The footsteps overhead moved across the nave with theatrical patience, boards complaining under each shift of weight. Dust trickled down from the ceiling beams. Lucas liked audiences. Which meant if he was upstairs, he might still be performing for a camera. If it was Jack, the rhythm was wrong. If it was Eveline, rhythm meant nothing at all. Mia sealed the sample case and slid it into Adrian's pack while he eased the iron vault door nearly shut, leaving only a narrow gap for air and sight. The undercroft dimmed to a slit of gray. The steps stopped directly above the altar. Then came Lucas's voice, cheerful as rot. "Y'all do make chores interesting." Adrian did not answer. "See, I was gonna save the sermon room for later." Nice reveal. Strong atmosphere. But then somebody starts poking in old company closets, and suddenly I feel underappreciated. Mia's jaw tightened so hard he could see the muscle jump. Lucas continued. "Question is, are you two still pretending this ends with a little boat ride and a trauma cuddle? Because I hate to spoil romance, but management reviews are final." Adrian leaned close to Mia's ear. "Back wall," he whispered. "If he drops in, You go left." She nodded once. Above them came the scrape of something dragged across wood. Adrian pictured chairs. Pews. A crate. Lucas arranging angles because violence was never enough for him without composition. "I know you're down there," Lucas sang. "And before you ask, no, I ain't alone. That'd be rude." From farther back in the church came a wet uneven impact. Then another. Molded. Not many by the sound of it. 2, maybe 3. Herded rather than loosed. Lucas was penning the exits. Adrian counted breaths. 1, 2, 3. Mia tapped twice against his wrist. She had seen something. He followed the angle of her look to the wall behind the old shelves. Half hidden by shadow sat a drain tunnel no wider than a coffin turned on its side, probably intended decades ago for flood runoff from the church foundation. The grate over it had already rusted through at one corner. She mouthed, "Go there." He shook his head once and pointed to the cases. "We carry what matters." Her eyes flashed irritation, then agreement. Above them Lucas began whistling a warped version of a nursery song. Adrian moved first, crouched low, sliding one document case toward the drain while keeping the pack on his shoulders. Mia took the second case and then stopped at the photographs. "Leave them," he mouthed. She hesitated. Then Lucas laughed overhead and the decision made itself. They left the photos. Adrian braced a shoulder against the drain grate. Rust flaked under the pressure but held. He shifted, set his feet, and shoved harder. Metal tore free with a shriek that sounded, to Adrian's nerves, as loud as an alarm siren. The church above went instantly silent. Then Lucas shouted, "There you are." Something slammed into the undercroft stairs. Adrian pushed the first case through the opening and turned as a molded body dropped from the stairwell into the dirt, limbs too long, face split like wet bark. Mia fired once, the shot deafening in the confined space, and the thing staggered sideways into shelving. "Go," Adrian snapped. Together. Another molded hit the bottom of the stairs. Adrian seized the nearest jar from the shelf and hurled it. It shattered against the creature's head in a burst of rancid liquid. Mia used the distraction to drive her knife under its jaw and wrench free. Black fluid splashed the wall. Above them Lucas clapped once. "Now that's partnership." The first molded recovered and lunged at Adrian. He met it with the hatchet, chopping into one arm, then using the drag of its own momentum to throw it into the open vault door. Iron rang. Papers flew. Mia shoved the second case into the drain tunnel and dropped after it to make room. Adrian. He buried the hatchet again, tore it free, and backed toward the opening as the third shape appeared at the stair top behind the others. No more time. He yanked the cooler from the vault with one hand, swung it by the handle into the nearer molded's knee to break its balance, and dove for the tunnel. Claws scraped his boot as he went in. Mia grabbed his jacket and hauled. He landed hard on damp brick, half on top of the document case, the breath blasted out of him. Behind them Lucas's voice came thin through stone. "Run all you want. House gets hungry when you hide." Adrian rolled, kicked the bent grate back into place as best he could, and listened. The mold had battered at the opening for several frantic seconds. One arm forced through. Then another. Then the tunnel gave a low sucking groan as swamp water, disturbed somewhere deeper in the line, surged cold around Adrian's knees and drove black sludge back toward the church side. The molded shrieked. Mia did not wait to learn whether the water would hold them. She grabbed the lead case and started crawling. Adrian slung the cooler back into the pack, snatched the second case, and followed her into the dark. The tunnel bent twice before widening into an old drainage culvert choked with reeds and roots. Morning light leaked in ahead through a break in the masonry. They spilled out onto the backside of the graveyard embankment soaked, shaking, and filthy, but alive. For a moment neither of them stood. They knelt in the weeds with the church at their backs and the stolen evidence between them like contraband scripture. Adrian became aware, in that brief kneeling pause, of how different this exhaustion felt from the empty kind. They were still hunted, still underarmed, still operating on borrowed chemistry and spite. But their fatigue now had structure around it. Samples. Notes. A target. For most of the estate, survival had meant reacting to whichever member of the family reached them first. Now reaction was giving way to intent, and intent changed the texture of pain. It did not reduce it. It made it legible. Mia pressed one hand over her mouth, then lowered it. "Did we get everything we need?" Adrian looked at the pack. The sample case. The data stick. The copied notes. 2 document cases. 1 cooler. 1 woman still fighting to be herself beside him. "Enough to make the next move real," he said. She nodded once and pushed herself upright. Then the processing room. He rose with her. Above the slope, Somewhere inside the church, Lucas began pounding on the floorboards and laughing for no audience but his own. Adrian turned away from the sound. The day had finally given them something better than escape. A method. And for the first time since he entered Louisiana, method felt dangerously close to hope. That was dangerous because hope tempted people into straight lines again. Into speeches, rushes, mistakes made in the name of finally seeing an ending. Adrian knew that. He carried the knowledge with the same seriousness he carried the sample case on his back. But even disciplined hope had uses. It kept the next decision from shrinking into mere avoidance. It allowed a person to say processing room and mean not just another chamber to survive, but the place where this family's borrowed immortality might finally become interruptible. Chapter 61 The processing room sat at the far end of the old outbuildings where the swamp widened and the property gave up pretending to be a home. In daylight it looked almost plain. A long low structure of weathered boards and patched concrete with a loading awning half collapsed over rusted hooks. The smell reached them before the building did: old meat, swamp brine, disinfectant, and the sweet chemical taint the estate added to every place where people had tried to systematize horror. Adrian crouched with Mia behind the husk of an overturned skiff and studied the approaches. "Front door's watched," he said. "Everything's watched. More watched." That drew a tired breath from her that might have been the edge of a laugh. The morning after the church escape had sharpened all the pain Lucas and the swamp had loaned them. Adrian's ribs still clicked when he breathed too deep. Mud had dried inside his sleeves. Mia's clarity held, but he could see the cost of every minute in the tightness around her eyes. The problem was simple enough to say and ugly enough to live inside. They had a method for killing Eveline. But method required ingredients. And ingredients required walking into the part of the estate where Lucas could make architecture itself feel smug. Mia pointed toward the side wall. That vent stack wasn't original. They added a maintenance crawl under the processing floor after the floods. "You used it?" "No. I saw it on a repair map. If the map wasn't another lie." At this point I assume all maps are true in the cruelest possible way. She turned to him. "You all right?" It would have been easy to answer like a man trying to reassure somebody he cared about. It felt more useful to answer honestly. "No," he said. "Functional, though." "Which is the neighborhood next door?" Mia held his gaze for a second longer than tactics required. "That'll do." They circled through cattails and drowned fencing until they reached the rear corner of the building. A metal service grate jutted from the foundation there, half screened by weed growth and a broken pallet. Fresh drag marks scored the mud in front of it. Not random. Not old. Lucas liked using old exits as invitations. Adrian brushed 2 fingers through the dirt. Wire shone under the mud. "Pressure trigger," he murmured. Mia crouched beside him. "He wants the grate to look like the smart entrance. Which means the stupid entrance may actually be smarter." They studied the wall together until Adrian spotted the seam of a boarded-up side hatch beneath the awning support. 4 new nails. Cleaner wood. A loop of copper disappearing into the frame. "Door number 2 also hates us," he said. Mia looked up toward the roofline. A narrow run of maintenance planking crossed from a side barrel stack to a broken second-story loading slit. "Then we go rude." 5 minutes later Adrian was standing on slick barrels that had once held feed or fuel, feeling every bruised joint in his body protest while Mia climbed first. She moved slower than she had when fully herself and faster than most healthy people under fire. Twice he reached up to steady her ankle or elbow. Twice she accepted it without argument. That more than anything told him how bad things still were. At the top, the planks bowed under their combined weight. Below them, a speaker hidden somewhere under the awning crackled to life. Lucas's voice spilled out warm and delighted. "See, that's initiative. Most folks pick door number 1 because they think they're clever. You 2 picked the roof because you're desperate and weird." Adrian did not look for the camera. Lucas would read that as participation. Mia whispered, "He wants us angry. He wants us visible." Same thing with him. The loading slit had been pried open just enough to admit a crouched body. Adrian slipped through first into dust and hanging chains. The upper loft inside the processing room spread beneath them in long strips of shadow. Hooks dangled over stained concrete tables. Pulleys hung slack. Floor drains cut the room into ugly geometry. And on every visible route down from the loft sat some version of a decision. 1 ladder missing 3 rungs. 1 stairwell tied to jugs of accelerant. 1 cargo lift platform weighed down by butchered pig carcasses gone gray with rot. "Puzzle kill room," Adrian said softly. Lucas finally got his barn early. A red bulb flashed once over the far door. Then a monitor mounted on a beam flickered to life. Lucas appeared on the screen in pre-recorded form, cleaner than anyone had a right to be in this place, grinning like God had made him personally for bad ideas. "Welcome to the processing suite," he said. "Today's episode is sponsored by Poor Impulse Control. House rules are simple: no cheating, no leaving, and try not to make the floor too slippery before I finish grading." The camera angle shifted to show the room below from above. Symbols had been painted beside each route: a hook, a flame, a skull. 3 paths, Lucas went on. One gets you what you came for. One gets you hurt in educational ways. One gets you both, because I believe in layered outcomes. If you pick wrong, you still get a prize. It's just pain. The screen clicked dark. Adrian stared at the routes. "I hate when he thinks he's theater." "He doesn't think," Mia said. "He curates." That was such a precise insult Adrian nearly smiled. Nearly. The sample case in his pack knocked gently against his spine as if reminding him why they were here. He took the copied note card out and read the line again. "Processing room field case, no hint which route." No apology for that. Mia scanned the room with the same expression she might once have used on technical schematics. Hook route is too obvious. Flame route is too loud. Skull route means he wants us to assume reverse psychology. So we assume nested reverse psychology and become insufferable? That's probably how he lives. She looked at the old chain hoist mounted near the loft rail. "Give me 1 minute." While Adrian watched the floor for movement, Mia traced the cable paths feeding each route. Lucas had built spectacle, but he had done it with salvage and habits. Signal relays, timers, improvised switches. Enough of an engineer to turn malice into machinery, not enough to make it elegant. She tapped one line. "This cable powers the red bulb and the flame stair." Same source. Then another. "This one ties to the lift counterweight." Then she looked to the skull-marked corridor with its half-open freezer door. "That one's independent. Which means if I were building a route I wanted people to overthink, I'd make 2 theatrical options and 1 practical kill lane." Adrian followed her logic, hated it, trusted it. Skull? Skull. They crossed the loft in a crouch and took the narrow catwalk toward the freezer corridor. Halfway there the catwalk gave a warning groan. Lucas's voice came live over another speaker. "I adore confidence. Hate to interrupt it." The grate beneath Adrian's next step dropped away. He had just enough time to twist before he went through. The fall drove pain bright through both legs as he slammed one level lower onto a sloped chute lined with rusted rollers. He slid hard toward a trough of hanging hooks swinging on a conveyor loop. Above, Mia shouted his name. Adrian jammed the hatchet into the chute seam. The blade sparked and screamed. His shoulder almost came out of socket from the catch, but it slowed him enough for the first hook to miss his throat and bury itself into the sleeve of his jacket instead. Not enough. The second hook punched through the flesh of his left calf. White paint erased the room for one clean instant. Then he was hanging half sideways from the conveyor line, one leg speared, body twisting, blood pattering the rollers below. Lucas whooped over the speakers. "See? Educational." Adrian bit down on the sound climbing up his throat and forced himself to look instead of only hurt. The chute had dropped him not onto the main floor but into a conveyor channel running parallel to the freezer route. Built for carcasses. Rebuilt for him. The moving line started with a violent jerk and began dragging him toward a bank of rotating blades farther down the channel. "Adrian." Mia's voice again, closer now. "Stay up," he shouted. "Don't chase the trap." He hooked one arm around the chain line, gripped the embedded metal with both hands, and did the least reasonable thing available. He drove the hook deeper through his own calf. The extra inches of penetration gave him leverage against the barb bend. He twisted his leg the wrong way, felt tissue tear wetly around the steel, then hauled himself upward hand over hand while the conveyor dragged him toward the blades. The regeneration system lit through his nerves in cold internal text he could almost hear rather than see. Pain pattern logged. Hook trauma resistance increased. He ignored it. Useful later was not useful now. Mia dropped from the catwalk onto the control housing with a crash, slid, caught herself, and fired 2 shots into the exposed motor casing. Sparks spat across the channel. The conveyor shuddered but did not stop. "Old backup line," she yelled. Manual chain. Adrian saw it. A release wheel. 5 feet beyond his reach. 4, if he let the conveyor take him a little farther. 3, if he timed the swing. The blades ahead began turning faster. Lucas laughed softly over the speaker, pleased with the tempo. Adrian waited until the chain line jerked. Then he kicked off the chute wall with his uninjured leg, swung through a curtain of hooks, and caught the release wheel with blood-slicked fingers just as one rotating blade kissed the sole of his boot. He hauled the wheel down. The manual lock disengaged. Everything in the line bucked at once. Hooks crashed into one another. The conveyor stalled. The blade housing seized in a shower of sparks and shrieking metal. Adrian dropped to the floor channel on both knees. The hook was still through his calf. He wrapped one hand around the shank, looked up to see Mia landing beside him, and said, very evenly, "This is going to be gross. That narrows nothing." He yanked. The steel tore free with enough force to nearly pull him backward. His vision tunneled. Blood sheeted down his boot. Mia was already there with a compression wrap from the pack. Pressure. Regenerating. Still pressure. He obeyed because she was right and because having someone competent tell him to do obvious things felt, in this place, weirdly intimate. The speaker crackled again. Lucas sounded less delighted now. Well. That would have killed almost anybody. Adrian looked up toward the nearest hidden camera and finally gave him the courtesy of a response. Then your control group sucked. Silence. Mia looked at him with open disbelief. Did you just heckle a serial torturer? Clinically. That time she did laugh, once and sharply, before wincing at the effort. The sound changed the room. Lucas felt it too. His next words came colder. You know what I hate? Team chemistry. Emergency shutters slammed somewhere deeper in the building. The floor beneath the channel trembled as new machinery woke up. Mia rose first and pulled Adrian with her. Congratulations, she said. He changed faces. Chapter 62. The processing room closed around them in sections. Steel shutters dropped over the outer doors. Chain curtains descended across the main floor. Somewhere overhead, a klaxon began pulsing not as an alarm but as pacing, giving every second the texture of an audience counting down. Adrian tested his weight. The punctured leg held. Barely. Pain licked up the bones in his calf every time he stepped, but the wound was already drawing itself together under the wrap. Mia watched the way he moved and did not waste time asking if he could continue. She simply gave him the information he needed. He compartmentalized us. Upper loft access is gone. Main exits are sealed. The only live route now is through the kill floor. Of course it is. Ahead, the freezer corridor opened into the central processing bay. Hooks swayed from overhead rails. Two industrial tables sat under buzzing lights. Beyond them, a row of lockers and chemical cabinets lined the back wall beside a heavy insulated door marked cold storage. If the old site notes were worth anything, the reserve reagents or the field case would be somewhere through there. Between Adrian and that door lay Lucas's middle act. The first trap announced itself with sound. Click. 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 Mia raised one hand for stillness. Pressure grid under the drains. Adrian scanned the floor. The concrete had been cut by shallow channels directing runoff into graded slots. Innocent enough until he noticed the hair-thin wire loops stretched across several seams and the tiny welded housings built into the far walls at shin height. Shotgun trap? Or pneumatic spikes? He likes variety. That sentence should not exist. She pointed with two fingers. See the dry patches? He tested the pattern after the last washdown. Only some lanes trigger. He followed the map her eyes were building. Safe tiles by guesswork. Bad tiles by obsessive cruelty. Not impossible. Just designed to make a person feel watched by the floor. They moved one step at a time. Adrian went first where the line was narrow enough that one body could shield the other from the side housings. Mia argued once and lost because he was already moving. On the third safe patch he realized the real intent of the room. There was enough empty space to bypass the obvious lanes if he trusted his healing and simply sprinted through the triggers. Lucas had built choices into every hazard. Patience or bravado. Calculation or pain. He wasn't just trying to hurt Adrian. He was trying to prove Adrian would eventually choose hurt because healing made him arrogant. Adrian hated how close that came to truth. Halfway across, the speaker hissed alive. Tell me something, miracle boy. You still scared when you know your body's gonna knit back together? Or are you just collecting new hobbies? Adrian stayed focused on the floor. Mia answered for him. He's scared of wasting time on you. Lucas made an appreciative noise. There she is. A tile shifted under Adrian's next foot. Not enough to trigger. Enough to warn. He froze. Mia's voice went low. Don't move. From the walls came the quiet whine of pressure building in hidden lines. She leaned past him, sighting along the floor. Secondary plate. He nested one under the safe path. Can you disarm it? Maybe. Maybe I set off the first system doing it. The hiss in the walls deepened. No time. Adrian looked at the distance remaining to the nearest steel table. 8 feet. Close enough if he committed to terrible judgment. When I move, he said, you stay in my shadow and keep low. Mia's eyes flashed. Adrian. Not a speech. A countdown. He counted from 3. At 1 he shoved off the unstable plate and threw himself forward. The floor behind them detonated in a storm of compressed steel bolts. They shredded the air where Mia's chest had been an instant earlier. Adrian twisted sideways mid-run, taking the strike across his back and shoulder instead as he hit the concrete and drove both of them behind the steel table. Bolts hammered the tabletop like hail on a coffin. When the barrage stopped, the room smelled of hot metal and blood. Mia stared at the iron spikes jutting from Adrian's jacket and flesh. "That was not your shadow. That was self-harm with enthusiasm. I prefer tactical absorption. I reject the branding." He laughed once despite the pain, then grimaced as the motion shifted half a dozen embedded spikes. Mia snapped the shafts one by one so he could move without snagging. Her hands were efficient. Gentle where gentleness still fit. "You don't get to do that every room," she said quietly. "I know. Do you?" He met her eyes. "I'm trying to." The answer landed harder between them than the trap had. For a second the room around them narrowed to breath, blood, and all the things people were not saying because saying them would change the scale of survival. Then the klaxon pulsed again and Mercy lost jurisdiction. They crawled under the table, crossed the last section of rig floor using the drain pipes as a handline, and reached the chemical cabinets intact enough to count. Mia checked labels fast. Denaturants. Preservatives. Stabilizer precursors. Then, in a locked side fridge, the reagents named on the instruction sheet from the church case. She exhaled through her teeth. "These are real. Good real? Deadly real. The kind I trust." Adrian stood guard while she packed what they needed into insulated sleeves from a medical transport bag hanging nearby. On the counter above the cabinets sat a cassette recorder labeled Session B12, Resistance Response. He should have ignored it. Instead he pressed play. Static. Then a man's voice speaking with bored professionalism. "Subject Baker, female, younger daughter, continues to resist family language package. Recommend isolation pressure and selective deprivation of protective contact." Another voice, irritated, "No physical marks above threshold, we still need plausible deniability if retrieval shifts." Then a third voice, unmistakably Lucas's, much younger and bright with entertained cruelty. "What if I don't leave marks where people can see?" The tape cut there. Adrian switched it off so hard the stop button cracked. Mia did not ask what he had heard. She could read enough from his face. "We take the tape too," she said. "Yeah." He slipped it into the pack. Above them, something heavy began rolling along the overhead track. Not hooks. Too broad. Too deliberate. Mia looked up. "Multi-stage," she said. He said educational. The insulated cold storage door at the back of the room clicked unlocked. On its painted surface, in dripping black letters that had not been there seconds ago, a message appeared, Lesson 2, Fear Still Works. Chapter 63. The insulated door opened inward on a room so cold it made Adrian's teeth hurt. Metal racks lined both walls. Frost filmed the corners where old refrigeration units still shuddered in intermittent life. In the center sat a waist-high prep island with a plastic curtain track above it and, beyond that, a narrow service office sealed behind a wire-reinforced window. The office light was on. On the desk inside, a small radio crackled beneath a spill of papers. Zoe's voice burst from it in a harsh whisper. "Do not answer out loud. Lucas is bleeding my relays one by one." Mia was already moving toward the office door while Adrian covered the room behind them. "We heard enough to guess that," he said, keeping his voice low. The radio squealed. "Yeah, well, guessing ain't helping me much. He found 2 of my hidden lines under the main hall and 1 near the trailer. If this channel dies, I don't know if I can get another clear route before he boxes me in." Adrian and Mia exchanged a look. Zoe had always felt half like a voice and half like a rumor. Hearing strain break through her control made the estate suddenly seem larger and crueler than all its rooms. "We found the recovery materials," Mia said. "And the reagent reserve." Zoe went quiet for half a second. "Then you got farther than I thought you would." "Comforting," Adrian muttered. "I was rooting for you in a practical way." Even through static, the dryness of it steadied something in him. Mia tested the office door. Locked. Adrian went to the wire glass panel and peered inside. The desk held route diagrams, Lucas's scribbled timing notes, a tray of keys, and a half-disassembled signal booster patched together from store-bought radio parts and stolen lab hardware. That mattered. The booster was how Lucas was chasing Zoe. "Back up," Adrian said. Mia moved clear. Adrian struck the glass low with the butt of the hatchet. The first blow started. The second punched through. He reached in, found the latch, and opened the door. The office smelled like overheated circuitry and old cigarettes. Zoe's voice hissed from the radio. "If you see a blue relay board with a copper coil, wreck it." He found it mounted under the desk. Specific enough for me. When he tore the board loose, the speakers throughout the processing room outside shrieked in a burst of feedback so violent Adrian nearly dropped the hatchet. Somewhere else in the building a monitor popped. Lucas's voice cut in, furious and clipped for the first time. "That was mine," Zoe laughed once through the radio, breathless and vicious. "Now it's broken." The moment almost felt good. Which was when the service office door on the far wall began rattling from the other side. Not someone trying the handle. Something throwing itself at it in irregular impacts. Adrian moved between the door and the two women on instinct. The impacts stopped. Then a wet sucking sound came from under the threshold as black mold forced itself through the seam in slow muscular ropes. "He routed them around," Mia said. "Can we lock this room harder?" "No." The radio crackled again, weaker now that the booster was gone. "Listen fast," Zoe said. "Lucas has another active zone beyond the cold room. He moved captives through there before. If Ethan Winters made landfall like I think he did, Lucas will point him at you or away from you depending on what hurts more." Adrian stared at the door as the mold ropes thickened. "Ethan's here? Close enough to become a problem. And Adrian? Yeah? If I disappear for a while, don't start writing my eulogy. It'd be smug." Then the radio died into static. The office door burst inward. The first molded came low, all reach and teeth. Adrian caught it with the hatchet through the side of the skull and used the momentum to slam it into the filing cabinet. The second came over the first one's back, forcing Mia to fire twice into its chest before it kept coming anyway. Cold vapor rolled around their legs as the room turned instantly too small for fear and movement both. Adrian ripped the hatchet free, shoved the dead weight of the first molded into the second, and shouted, "Window." Mia understood before he finished the word. She swept the papers and keys off the desk, grabbed the signal maps and a small cassette marked routing test, then climbed through the broken wire glass panel into the cold room. Adrian followed after kicking the office heater over into the spilled ashtray and the nest of stripped wires under the desk. Flame raced up cheap insulation with gratifying hunger. The surviving molded flung itself through the office after them just as the first shelf units began to topple. Adrian slammed the office door shut from the cold room side and rammed a steel pry bar through the handles. The creature hit the far side hard enough to bow the metal. Then smoke began to pour through the broken window and every sound behind the door turned frantic and bright. Mia looked at him. That was not subtle. Lucas escalated first. Valid. She held up the papers she had snatched. Route timing sheets. Camera switch intervals. Hidden speaker assignments. "You just stole his stage directions," Adrian said. "I know." For the first time that morning, Mia's smile was unmistakably real. Then somewhere beyond the freezer wall, a man's muffled voice shouted in anger. Not Lucas. Not Jack. Different texture. Exhausted. Human. Adrian felt his whole body lock around the name before he spoke it. Ethan. Chapter 64. The shout came again, followed by a crash heavy enough to rattle frost from the ceiling pipes. Mia's face closed. Not into panic. Into old guilt put back on too quickly. "He shouldn't be here yet," she said. "The estate doesn't care about our scheduling preferences." Another crash. Then Lucas's voice over a distant speaker, delighted again now that the script had widened. "Hotter than expected, folks. We may have a guest contestant." Adrian felt the choice arrive before either of them named it. Stay focused on the necrotoxin route. Or break pattern and intervene. Objectively, the field case and reagents mattered more than one man, even if that man was Mia's husband and one of the only people on the planet likely to keep walking toward hell for her. Objectively was doing very little work against the sound of someone alive and cornered. Mia folded Lucas's timing sheets once and shoved them into Adrian's hand. "He'll use the intercom loops to funnel us," she said. "If we move smart." He studied the stolen notes. Lucas had labeled zones with little doodles and obscene jokes, but the timing pattern underneath was clean enough to use. Cameras cycled every 22 seconds in the east corridor and every 14 in the upper barn transfer hall. Audio relays lagged almost 3 seconds behind image switches on patched circuits. 2 shutter controls shared a line with the hoist motors. It was exactly the kind of half-genius infrastructure a man built when he thought improvisation was superiority. Adrian smiled without humor. "We can ruin this." Mia took one look at his face and understood. "You found the rhythm." He likes reveals. Which means he likes dead space before the reveal. Enough to position lights and sound. And enough for us to cross the blind intervals. If Ethan's in the transfer hall, Lucas will want him moving toward the center, not out. Better camera angles. Mia leaned against the cold storage rack for a second, steadying herself. "You make him sound pathetic." "He is pathetic. He's just well funded. The next shout came from farther right. Adrian checked the corridor map and pointed. Upper rail access. He wants Ethan forced through the hanging room crossover. Mia grabbed the pry bar and nodded. Then we intercept from the side lane and cut the shutter line when the cameras turn. How long do you need? 12 seconds if my hands behave. Let's pretend they respect us. They moved out of the cold room into a service lane running behind the central processing bay. The walls here were lined with old pipework and insulated cable bundles. A monitor at the corner flashed between angles, empty hook room, dark corridor, a glimpse of a man in a dirty jacket forcing a molded Ethan with a handgun and more stubbornness than tactics. Ethan Winters. Real. Exhausted. Very much alive. Adrian had imagined this meeting often enough to distrust every version of it. None of the imagined versions had included admiration arriving first. On screen, Ethan kicked the molded backward into a swinging chain rack, fired once into its head, then immediately kept moving instead of checking whether the kill had stuck. He had learned the house quickly. Mia stopped breathing for a beat at the sight of him. Adrian touched her elbow just once. Later, he said. She nodded like it hurt. The first camera cycle ended. Monitor static. 3-second audio lag. Blind interval. They ran. Adrian reached the shutter control housing first and ripped the cover off. Wires snarled inside with color codes Lucas had partly scraped away. Mia dropped beside him, shoved the pry bar handle between two relay blocks, and worked by memory while footsteps and metal impacts echoed closer through the adjacent hall. Talk to me, Adrian said. Red to lift. Yellow to shutters. Green's fake. How fake? Insult fake. He cut the yellow bundle with one swing of the hatchet. The far shutters in the transfer hall locked halfway down with a squeal. On the monitor, Ethan turned at the sound just in time to see one of the descending barriers crush a molded shoulder first into the floor. He stared at the camera above him. For one brief impossible second Adrian had the distinct impression that Ethan could somehow tell the environment had changed in his favor. Again, Mia said. Second blind interval. They moved to the hoist line and crossed the red wire with the stripped copper from a dead speaker cable. Somewhere overhead, chain motors activated out of sequence. Hanging racks lurched across the transfer hall in a clattering sweep, not enough to hit Ethan but enough to smash into the two molded advancing on him from the far side. Ethan did not waste the gift. He ran straight through the opening they had made and vanished off camera. Lucas's voice exploded from every speaker he still controlled. Oh, that is cheating. Adrian looked up at the nearest camera and said, you built the room wrong. Mia actually smiled at that, though it vanished quickly when the next monitor angle came alive. Ethan had not escaped. He had reached another corridor ending in a locked gate, and now he was turning in place, trying to choose between the welded side door and the returning molded behind him. Worse, he was heading toward them. Adrian swore under his breath. He sees the service lane in 10 seconds. Then in 8 we decide whether this is a rescue or an ambush. Mia's voice went thin on the last word. Not because she feared Ethan. Because she knew exactly how seeing her like this might hit him. Adrian slid the hatchet back into his grip and took position beside the service door. If he comes in shooting, I eat the first round. That is not a reassuring sentence. It's a realistic one. The handle began to move. Chapter 65. Ethan hit the service door shoulder first and came through already aiming. Adrian barely had time to throw up a hand. Don't. The gun tracked to his chest anyway. Ethan Winters looked like a man built out of grief, sleep debt, and whatever raw material remains after terror stops being exceptional and becomes routine. Blood dried dark on one sleeve. Mold spattered one boot. His face had the hard fixedness of somebody several decisions past safe. Then he saw Mia. Everything changed at once. Not softened. Worsened. His whole body recoiled without moving an inch. No, he said. It came out as refusal before recognition. The kind of no a person says to a memory trying to walk into the room. Mia took half a step forward and stopped herself. Ethan. The gun did not leave Adrian. Who the hell is he? Not your enemy, Adrian said. That answer doesn't travel. Fair enough. The speakers overhead crackled with Lucas's delighted breathing, but no words yet. He was watching. Waiting. Letting the room injure itself. Mia's voice stayed low and painfully steady. He's why I'm still alive, Ethan laughed once without mirth. You said you were dead. The line hit hard enough that Adrian felt it secondhand. Mia absorbed it without flinching. I know what I said. Do you? That was uglier. Less fair. More human. Adrian kept himself still and visible, hatchet lowered, hands clear enough that Ethan could read the choice. Lucas has the building wired, he said. We're in the middle of his test floor. Church Vault gave us materials to build something that can kill Eveline, but we need the last reserve out of this zone. You can keep pointing that gun at me if it helps, but do it while moving." Ethan's eyes flicked to the cut wires, the pried open housings, the frost still smoking off Mia's jacket. He was too smart not to see evidence. Too hurt not to distrust it anyway. "Mia," he said, not looking at her, "tell me why he knows your name." She swallowed once. "Because he didn't leave me to be one more thing in this house." The answer was true. It was also not enough. The speakers chose that moment to wake up. Lucas's voice rolled through the lane as warm as poison. "Aw, this is special. Husband meets mystery boyfriend in the murder hallway. You know I would have decorated if I'd had notice." Ethan's gun snapped toward the nearest speaker. Adrian cut in fast. "Don't waste ammo." Ethan's stare came back to him sharp as broken glass. "You giving me orders now?" "Advice. Orders cost extra." For a heartbeat Adrian thought he had made the situation fatally worse. Then Ethan's mouth twitched despite itself. "Tiny. Hostile. Human. Enough." Lucas kept talking. "Here's the fun bit. One of you gets to keep pretending you're noble. One of you gets to keep pretending you're necessary. One of you gets to choose whether Mia goes back in the box if the wrong memory gets tugged." Mia went rigid. Adrian heard the danger in that before Ethan did. "Mute him," Mia whispered. Instead of asking why, Adrian swung the hatchet into the speaker housing. Plastic exploded. Sparks spat. Silence dropped over them like mercy. Ethan looked from the broken speaker to Adrian, recalculating. "Okay," he said. "Maybe not enemy." "High praise," Adrian said. Mia closed her eyes for 1 second and opened them again. "We don't have time for this to be fair," Ethan answered without softness. "Nothing about this has been fair." "I know." The 2 words carried enough damage that even Ethan couldn't immediately hit back. From deeper in the building came the metallic boom of another shutter unlocking. Lucas had changed zones again. Adrian forced them forward before conversation could collapse under its own weight. "Walk and hate me later. Cold storage gave us reagent reserve and route notes. We still need the processing room field case or anything duplicating it. Lucas wants us separated. So we don't split unless the building does it for him." Ethan fell into step on Mia's opposite side, still wary enough that Adrian could feel it like temperature. "You got a name?" "Adrian Vale." "You always this calm?" "No. This is me panicking with posture." That got another unwilling half-expression from Ethan, gone as quickly as it came. He finally lowered the gun a few inches. "Fine," he said. "Adrian. If you get Mia hurt." Adrian met his stare. "Then I will already be too busy hating myself to need your help." That one landed. Not agreement, but recognition. The kind men sometimes grant each other only when all the kinder options are dead. Ethan lowered the gun fully. The movement cost him something. Adrian could see it in the grip tightening around the frame before he finally eased. This was a man who had been running on pure desperate purpose since whatever had put him in this swamp, and being told to share that purpose with a stranger who had already gotten closer to his wife than he had required a reconfiguration the adrenaline was not cooperating with. Adrian gave him the seconds. He did not fill them. Some adjustments needed space rather than explanation. Through the service door behind them, the estate continued its indifferent campaign. Somewhere a cable swung against ductwork. Water dripped in the irregular pattern that meant a pipe had started failing in some new location. The building breathed around them while 2 men looked at each other and decided whether their separate purposes were compatible enough to bet lives on. They were. Both of them knew it. The silence just needed to finish making peace with the fact. Chapter 66. They reached the hanging room crossover as the next set of cameras cycled. Lucas had designed this section like a throat. 2 narrow catwalks ran above the main processing bay, meeting at a central platform ringed by suspended chain curtains. Below, the concrete floor was broken into pits once used for runoff and waste. Now several held sluggish black growth rippling with its own internal life. "If he drops the catwalks," Ethan said, "we're done." "He won't," Mia said. They both looked at her. "Not yet. He wants a conversation shot." Adrian hated that she was probably right. They advanced single file with Mia in the center where both men could reach her if the floor of her mind gave out. The position clearly bothered Ethan. Adrian did not blame him. It bothered Adrian too, though for different reasons. Halfway to the central platform, a monitor descended on a chain directly in front of them, stopping at head height. Lucas appeared live this time, smiling too widely. "There we go. Chemistry reads even better in wide frame." Ethan raised the gun. Lucas shook his head theatrically. "You'll miss. More importantly, you'll miss the point." Point is, I spent all this time building special occasions for our healer, and now he shows up with a husband accessory pack. Mia's hand tightened around the pry bar until her knuckles blanched. Adrian spoke before Ethan could. Do you ever get tired of sounding like a man who had to learn cruelty because charm kept failing? The smile on the screen thinned. Do you ever get tired of surviving things nobody asked you to survive? That one went in deeper than Adrian wanted. He kept his face level anyway. Sometimes. But then I remember how much it ruins your day. The monitor feed stuttered. Lucas leaned close enough that his eyes filled the screen. You think you're changing the script? You're just giving me better footage. Then the chain supporting the monitor released. The screen dropped between them and shattered on the catwalk, and in the same instant the chain curtains around the central platform slammed down, separating Adrian from Mia and Ethan with a roaring sheet of metal. Adrian threw himself forward too late. Chains lashed his shoulders and bounced him backward. Mia. We're here, Ethan shouted from the far side. Don't move yet, Mia added. Floor changed. Of course it had. Adrian forced himself still and looked down. The catwalk plates on his side were solid. On theirs, several panels had rotated, exposing open grating over the waste pits below. Gas hissed up from the seams in pale bursts. Multi-stage again. Separate the group. Narrow the footing. Add inhalation hazard. Lucas's voice returned from hidden speakers all around the bay. Lesson 3. Trust is easiest to sell when nobody can touch. Adrian crouched and studied the chain curtain. Heavy links. Floor bolted. Not impossible to damage, but noisy and slow. Ethan was already checking Mia for exposure on the far side. You breathing okay? I'm fine. She wasn't. Adrian could hear it in the measured control. The little excess care around each word. He looked toward the overhead rail system. Chain curtains ran on the same track as the hooks and carcass lifts, which meant Lucas had likely tied their deployment into the hoist controls he loved so much. And Adrian was now very angry in a technical way. Ethan, he called. Find the nearest service box on your side. Look for red and black paired lines with a manual clutch lever. You just know everything? No. I fail loudly in pattern match after. Mia cut in before Ethan could argue. He does that. Find the box. On Adrian's side, a maintenance ladder dropped toward the lower pulley housing. He swung over the rail and climbed down while Lucas resumed his commentary in the walls. This is where normal people learn their limit. But you three keep taking limit as a suggestion, and honestly, it's starting to feel disrespectful. At the base of the ladder Adrian found the control cage he wanted. Locked. He chopped the lock free, opened the panel, and found exactly what he expected: relay drums, motor switches, and a clutch wheel used to emergency release the curtains if the tracks jammed during actual industrial operation. Across the curtain Ethan shouted, Found it. Don't pull until I say. Love being managed by strangers. You met me in a murder hallway. Still counts. Mia's laugh came thin but real from the other side of the chain. The sound settled something in Adrian even while Lucas tried to poison it. Listen to you all, the speaker purred. That's practically family. Silence answered him. Not wounded silence. Dismissive silence. It made him talk faster. Good. Adrian gripped the clutch wheel and braced his bad leg. On 3, he called. To do what? Ethan asked. To ruin his timing. That's not a plan. It's the best religion available. 1, 2, 3. They pulled together. The clutch wheel resisted for 2 full seconds that felt like 10. Adrian could feel Ethan's arm alongside his, both of them translating urgency into leverage, both of them refusing the frame's reluctance on pure joint stubbornness. Then the mechanism gave. The chain curtain swung in a crash of metal on concrete that lit the processing bay with sound. Lucas made a noise through the speakers that was not quite human in the way that satisfied something. They moved through the gap before the curtains finished moving. Chapter 67. The clutch wheel fought them for a full second. Then the curtain track above the central platform shrieked and released all at once. The chain wall snapped upward hard enough to spray rust across the catwalks. On Ethan and Mia's side, the rotated floor panels jerked halfway back toward locked position, but not all the way. One remained canted open over the pit, belching a thicker stream of pale gas. Move, Adrian shouted. They moved. Mia crossed first, feet precise despite the shaking in her limbs. Ethan stayed half a pace behind and to her left, close enough to catch and far enough to let her choose her own balance. Adrian came around from the lower housing ladder and hit the central platform at the same time they did. For one breath all three of them stood together in the middle of Lucas's mechanism with no trap yet falling. That breath almost felt like theft. Then the overhead rails came alive. Hooks slammed down around the platform in concentric circles, not striking but fencing, building a moving cage that narrowed the space by inches with every pass. "He wants compression," Mia said. "And panic," Ethan added. "Let's disappoint him on both counts." Lucas sounded amused again now that the choreography had recovered. Cooperation really does make the slaughter less lonely. Adrian looked up at the moving rails. The hook pattern repeated every 6 passes. On the 7th, one lane delayed by less than a second where the damaged motor compensated for lost tension from the curtain release. "There. North side gap," he said. "Every 7th cycle." Ethan did not ask how he knew. "Good man." Mia was already counting under her breath. 1 pass. 2. 3. The platform floor shivered. Adrian felt the secondary mechanism a fraction before it engaged and swore. Floors lifting. Hydraulic pistons drove the center of the platform slowly upward toward a ceiling cluster of descending butcher blades, converting a timing problem into a deadline. Lucas sighed happily through the speakers. There it is. Pressure creates honesty. By pass 5 the hooks were close enough to catch cloth. Adrian lost part of his sleeve to one and had to wrench free before it dragged his arm sideways into the moving line. Pass 6. Mia tightened her grip on the pry bar. Ethan rolled his shoulders once and set his jaw. Pass 7. The north lane stuttered open. Now. They went together. Mia slipped through first. Ethan took the second position and physically shoved the nearest hook aside with the barrel of his gun to widen the gap. Adrian came last and caught a glancing tear across his back as the line closed too fast behind him. They hit the far catwalk just as the raised platform slammed the first descending blade assembly out of alignment with a horrific metallic crash. Sparks geysered into the dark. Lucas cursed loud enough to cut his own performance. Ethan actually grinned. "He can bleed." "Emotionally, yes," Adrian said. The catwalk ahead ended at a reinforced service door with a faded placard, "Transfer hold B." This time the door was unlocked. That alone made all 3 of them hesitate. "Trap," Ethan said. "Obviously," Mia answered. "Still probably the right direction," Adrian said. No one argued. Inside, the hold room looked less like industrial space and more like an interrogation suite built by scavengers. A steel chair bolted to the center floor. Cameras at all 4 corners. Restraints hanging neatly from wall hooks. A rolling cart of medical supplies beside a monitor bank. And, on the far counter, a case labeled D-Series arm. Mia stopped. "That's not possible." Adrian read the label again. "Still there." Ethan looked between them. "What is it?" "One of the serum components," Mia said. "Or part of one." Lucas's laughter returned at once. "Congratulations, contestants. You found a prize." Adrian did not take his eyes off the case. "And the cost?" "See, that depends how sentimental you all feel today." The monitor bank woke up to reveal a live feed from another room. Zoe. Bound to a chair with her wrist slashed behind her, mouth free, one cheek bruised, eyes bright with fury rather than surrender. She saw the camera and bared her teeth. "Don't you dare make that face like you're surprised," she snapped before anyone could speak. "This family has a terrible respect for scheduling." Mia made a sharp sound that was almost a plea. Ethan stepped closer to the screen, gun rising uselessly. Lucas continued, delighted. "Now we have stakes. You take the case and I start a timer on your favorite swamp cryptid. You go for Zoe, and maybe the arm goes away again. Or maybe I get creative in the middle. Depends how loved I feel." Adrian hated him with a clarity so pure it felt cooling. He looked at Zoe on the monitor. Still watching. Still assessing. Even now. She flicked her eyes once toward the right edge of the frame. "Not random. Signal." Adrian followed it. At the margin of the feed, almost out of view, a relay box hung on the wall with its casing ajar. He smiled despite himself. Zoe saw and held still. "Good." Mia noticed next. Then Ethan, slower but fast enough. Lucas kept talking because of course he did. "Ticking clock, emotional damage, maybe a little body horror if we really commit. This is art." Adrian reached for the D-Series case with one hand and the medical cart with the other. "No," Mia said immediately, reading him. "Trust me. That sentence has had a rough morning. Still." He grabbed a defibrillator pack from the cart, ripped loose the cable leads, and hurled the paddles hard into the exposed relay terminals on the monitor wall. The screen flashed white. Every camera in the room died at once. Somewhere in the building Lucas shouted, "Oh, come on." Zoe's feed vanished into static. Adrian took the case. Now we save her without his timer. Chapter 68 Transfer hold B had a second door hidden behind the dead monitor bank. Mia found a latch in seconds, and the three of them spilled into a narrow passage running between old refrigeration ducts and newer cabling. The air hummed with machine heat. Water dripped steadily somewhere below, making time feel physical. Ethan moved beside Adrian now instead of opposite him. Not trust. Alignment. Close enough to matter. You improvise like a guy who keeps getting lucky, Ethan said. I improvise like a guy whose bad options regenerate. That wasn't as reassuring as you meant it to be. It wasn't meant to be. Mia, a few steps ahead, pressed a hand briefly to the wall and stopped. Adrian felt the change in her before he saw it. Her breathing had gone shallower. Too precise. Too managed. Mia? She held up a hand without turning around. 1 second. Ethan's whole body tightened. The passage lights flickered once. Twice. On the third flicker, Eveline stood at the far end of the corridor in her stained dress, feet dry on wet concrete, face tilted with hurt so practiced it might almost have been honest. You keep taking my things, she said. Ethan swore and raised the gun. Adrian caught his wrist before he fired. Not real enough for bullets. Eveline looked at him and ignored the others. If you just stayed at dinner, they would have learned you. That was the downside. She took a step forward that did not quite disturb the air. You're making her split again. Mia flinched like the words had fingers. Adrian moved to block Eveline from her line of sight, but the child only tilted her head farther, peering around him with obscene intimacy. She gets tired when she has to choose herself over and over. You could help. You could stop making everyone choose. Ethan looked from the apparition to Mia, and jealousy lost all its easy shapes in the face of what was actually happening. Good. He needed the truth more than the rival. Mia straightened by sheer force. You don't get to talk like a victim in this house, she said. Eveline's expression hardened. Not into anger. Into childish grievance wearing divine authority. I made one. The corridor lights burst. In the dark, something lunged. Adrian took the impact full in the chest as a molded dropped from the overhead duct and drove him into the wall. Ethan fired point blank past Adrian's shoulder. The shot blew part of the creature's neck open, but momentum still carried all three of them to the floor. Mia swung the pry bar into the molded's forelimb with a crack that bent it the wrong way. Adrian jammed the hatchet under its jaw and shoved upward until the skull split. The body convulsed and fell away. When the emergency lights came on, Eveline was gone. Mia was still standing. Barely. Ethan looked at her with fear stripped of anger for the first time. How often? Mia answered before Adrian could soften anything. Often enough. The honesty in it hurt the corridor more than the gunshot had. Ethan swallowed once and looked down at the ruined molded. Okay, he said. Then I stop asking the wrong questions first. Adrian blinked. That was more grace than he had expected from anybody in this building. Mia closed her eyes for 1 second. Opened them. Nodded. They kept moving. The passage emptied into an upper observation lane overlooking a wider room below, Lucas's execution chamber, though he would never have called it something so plain. Steel tracks crossed the ceiling like surgical lines. A central chair sat on a movable rail platform surrounded by nozzle arrays, burners, and articulated cutting arms. Overhead monitors hung like suspended jurors. On the far wall, behind a mesh partition, Zoe sat bound in a side control booth wired into the chamber systems. Alive. Bruised. Very visibly furious. When she spotted them through the upper lane glass, she rolled her eyes as if inconvenienced by rescue. Adrian liked her more every minute. Below, the chamber floor lit in sequential strips, guiding a route down into the arena. Lucas's voice purred from hidden speakers. Round 2. Now with husbands and consequences. Ethan exhaled through his nose. I really want to shoot him. Get in line, Zoe muttered through the booth speaker, proving her audio still worked. Can you open your restraints? Adrian called. No. He used welded cuffbacks this time. He learned slower than he thinks, but not never. Mia studied the booth and the chamber simultaneously. Restraint controls are linked to the chair platform. He wants somebody seated before she'll release. Meaning? Ethan asked. Zoe answered for her. Meaning one of you has to play subject. Adrian was already moving toward the access stairs. No. Both Ethan and Mia said it at the same time. He paused. That would have been sweeter somewhere less murderous. Counter-proposal? He asked. Ethan looked down into the chamber, then at Adrian. We do it together. The proposal took Adrian a moment to process because it arrived without the competitive edge he had braced for. Ethan had looked at the chamber layout, looked at Adrian, run the math, and arrived at the correct answer on the first try. That was either very good engineering instinct or evidence that Ethan Winters' stubbornness was not actually about ego. It was about refusing to be wrong about what mattered. Adrian had not been sure which one it was until this second. Now he was. Together, he confirmed. Mia looked between them with an expression he categorized privately as cautious relief. The word "together" had been doing work in this building since he arrived. It was good to hear it applied forward instead of used as leverage. Chapter 69. The chamber doors opened with a ceremonial slowness Adrian found personally offensive. He, Mia, and Ethan descended into the execution room in a rough triangle, every step announced by strips of light igniting under the grated floor. The central chair waited on its rail as if it had opinions. Above, Zoe fought her restraints just enough to make clear she objected to all of this on artistic grounds. "If one of you says I've got this, I'm going to bite somebody later," she called. "Helpful," Ethan muttered. Lucas's image appeared on the largest overhead screen. No grin this time. Something meaner than delight had settled in. "Here's the thing," he said. "Adrian keeps wrecking my room logic by treating pain like networking. So let's simplify. Chair locks one subject. Systems read stress responses. Best surviving profile gets to trigger the booth release. Worst surviving profile gets remembered educationally." Adrian looked at the rail chair. The restraints were industrial, but the chair itself had been modified with medical sensors, injection ports, and steel rib clamps clearly repurposed from hospital hardware. It was obscene in a way only stolen care could be. Mia saw it too. Her mouth flattened into something colder than horror. "He built a torture chair out of triage equipment." "That checks out," Adrian said. Ethan turned toward him. "You're not taking this alone. I heal best. And he knows that. Which means the room is tuned for you." That stopped Adrian. Because Ethan was right. Lucas had spent enough time watching him to build specifically around his habits. Which meant Adrian volunteering first might be exactly the predictable move the chamber wanted. Zoe leaned toward the booth glass and shouted, "The room profiles pulse, fear, and chemical spike. If it sees the pattern it expects, it'll stack phases faster." Mia's eyes narrowed. "Then we feed it a pattern split." Adrian followed her thought instantly. "Two bodies. One chair." Ethan blinked. "That sounds impossible." "No," Mia said. "That sounds insulting to his data." Lucas finally smiled again. "Now you're talking dirty." The chair platform slid toward them with a hydraulic hiss. Adrian climbed onto the left side before either of the others could stop him. Ethan swore and took the right armrest a heartbeat later, bracing one boot against the rail housing to keep from being thrown. The chair protested under the extra weight. Warning lights flashed amber instead of green. Mia ran straight for the side console while the system tried to decide which kind of problem this was. Lucas shouted, "Hey!" That alone almost made the plan worth it. The restraints fired. One clamp caught Adrian across the ribs. Another snapped over Ethan's forearm and pinned it to the chair brace. The injection ports extended, confused by the doubled vitals. System tones began to stutter. Above them Zoe barked laughter through pain. "You broke his toy." "Not enough." The first chamber arm descended from the ceiling with a welding torch head glowing white. Adrian twisted as far as the rib clamp allowed and shouted at Mia, "How long?" "Depends whether this board respects sabotage. Today feels anti-respect." The torch lunged. Ethan yanked hard against the arm restrained, forcing the chair platform to cant just enough for the flame to shear across Adrian's shoulder instead of his throat. Flesh charred instantly. The smell turned the whole room intimate with suffering. Adrian drove his head sideways into the still extending injector arm, bending the needle before it could sink into his neck. The chamber recognized injury and escalated. Burners ignited below the grated floor. Saw arms unfolded from the side tracks. Every machine in the room had just become interested. Mia reached the console, tore off the panel cover, and went both hands deep into Lucas's wiring. "Zoe, tell me what he mirrored from the old lab boards." He color-swapped the safety loops because he's desperate for originality. Blue's actual shutoff, not green. If you see a braided copper bridge, that's the restrained override. Ethan strained hard enough that tendon stood out in his neck. "You people really do this a lot." Adrian, half laughing through pain, answered, "First aid energy was weird too." Ethan made a strangled noise that was either horror or reluctant amusement. The welding arm came back. This time Adrian caught it with his already burned shoulder rather than let it rake Ethan's exposed face. Pain detonated wide across his vision. System text flashed again in the back of his skull. Extreme trauma endured. Threshold approaching. He ignored that too. Lucas's voice had lost all composure now. "You are not supposed to optimize friendship in there." Mia ripped a braided copper loop free from the console and sparks erupted down the chair base. Zoe's restraint lights changed from red to blinking ember. Again, Zoe shouted, Working on it, Mia shot back. Below, gas nozzles rotated toward the chair's center line. Adrian looked at Ethan. No more room left for misunderstanding. When I say duck, you trust me. Ethan took one look at the nozzles and answered instantly. Hate that. Fine. Lucas screamed through the speakers. No trust exercises in my chamber. Adrian smiled through blood. Then build better chambers. Lucas's scream turned architectural. It filled the room with a specific frequency that was not just volume but wrongness, the sound of a system encountering an input it had not planned for and reordering around it with maximum visible effort. Adrian had heard similar sounds from machines failing under unexpected load. It was somehow worse from a person. He kept moving. The chamber was losing pressure through the warped nozzle cluster. The flame was hitting the wrong surfaces. The seat rail had jammed. Everything Lucas had built to produce a specific experience was producing a different one, and the gap between intention and result was the first honest architecture lesson this room had ever given its designer. Chapter 70. The gas jets opened. Adrian did not wait to identify the mixture. Duck. Ethan folded hard against the pinned line of his restraint, and Adrian threw his full weight sideways into the bent injector arm he had damaged earlier. The warped metal snapped free and whipped into the nearest nozzle cluster just as the chamber igniters fired. Flame blossomed crooked. Instead of washing the chair, the ignition flashed back along one compromised feed line and blew out half the gas manifold in a chain of concussive pops. Fire punched upward through the side track, hit a monitor bank, and rained glass over the floor. The restraint system spasmed. Ethan tore his arm free. Adrian ripped the rib clamp open with both hands and felt something in his side tear badly enough that breathing became an opinion rather than a reflex. Mia slammed the final exposed switch on the console. Zoe's chair restraints popped open. At the same instant the execution chamber decided it had failed politely enough and entered full kill mode. All articulated arms dropped at once. Saws. Burners. Injection booms. A descending piston head meant to flatten the central rail platform into industrial memory. Out, Mia shouted. Ethan hit the floor rolling and came up onto the first saw arm, firing into its joint housing until the blade tore free and pinwheeled into a wall. Adrian seized the loose rail lever and jammed it forward, sending the chair platform sliding violently down track just as the piston slammed into the spot where his chest had been. The impact buckled the floor grating. Something in Adrian's body crossed a line there. Not simple endurance. Not just surviving. The whole sequence had been designed as certainty. A chamber built to conclude a body, and his body, battered and burned and punctured and stitched together on pure refusal, simply kept finding one more motion after the motion that should have ended it. The regeneration system unfurled inside him with a cold authority that seemed almost respectful. Rank up, death refuser. New trait acquired, terminal momentum. For 10 seconds after lethal threshold breach, physical output may be sustained beyond normal collapse parameters. He did not have spare attention to process awe. He had 10 seconds. The next descending arm targeted Mia at the console. He crossed the room before pain could vote. 1. He hit her low, driving them both clear as the arm smashed sparks from the panel. 2. He rolled, came up on one knee, and hurled the hatchet into the central motor spine feeding the chamber rails. 3. The blade buried to the eye. The motor detonated in a scream of metal and light. 4. Every moving assembly in the room jerked out of sequence. The saw arm Ethan had half disabled swung loose and chopped through a burner mast. 5. The burner mast toppled into the gas manifold. 6. Lucas's chamber erupted. Fire rolled across the ceiling in a fast dirty bloom. One entire monitor bank came crashing down on the empty chair. The side partition holding Zoe's booth shattered outward under the pressure wave. 7. Ethan dove for Zoe as glass and metal sprayed the floor. 8. Mia grabbed Adrian by the collar because she had seen before he had that the borrowed 10 seconds were ending. 9. The room tilted. 10. Collapse hit him all at once. Not unconsciousness. Something meaner. The body collecting every deferred cost with interest. He dropped hard enough that the grating bit his cheek. Sound came from very far away. Heat washed over his back. His hands did not want to answer him. Somewhere above the roar, Lucas was shouting in fury rather than pleasure. That helped. Mia's face entered his blurred vision. Stay with me. Trying, he managed. Ethan appeared on the other side of her, half carrying Zoe now that one of her legs had clearly taken bad damage during the booth breach. Zoe looked down at Adrian and said, with heroic understatement, "You make exits complicated." "It's branding," he whispered. That actually got a breathy laugh out of her before pain took it back. Smoke thickened fast. The fire emergency shutter had blown half open in the explosion, revealing a sloped service ramp beyond. Ethan hooked Adrian's arm over one shoulder without asking permission. Mia took the other side. Zoe limped between them until Ethan simply swore and shifted her weight too. It was ugly. Unbalanced. Slow. Which meant Lucas would hate it. They climbed through the burning execution chamber together while alarms finally began screaming in voices not chosen by him. At the ramp crest, Adrian looked back once. The ruined chair burned at the center of the room, restraints twisted open, saw arms hanging dead. Lucas had built a deliberate multi-stage execution chamber for a man who healed. Adrian had survived it anyway. Not gracefully. Not cleanly. But enough. Enough for the estate to learn a new fact about him. He did not just return after damage. He could drag other people through the end of a machine built to finish them and still keep moving. That felt less like victory than obligation. The kind that changed shape inside a person. He had carried people out of burning buildings twice in his nursing career, both times from hospital fires that the news reported as minor property damage. The people in his arms had not found the minor. He had thought of that, briefly, both times, and each time chosen not to find the irony interesting until everyone was outside and breathing. The ramp ahead opened into gray afternoon light. He did not stop for the irony here either. Ahead, the ramp opened into daylight bleeding through warped boards. Behind them, Lucas's masterpiece continued to burn. Chapter 71. The service ramp led out behind the testing barn into an overgrown equipment yard where burned-out generators and rusted trailers sat in the sun like abandoned witnesses. They did not stop until the building behind them was half hidden by scrub oak and drifting smoke. Only then did Ethan lower Zoe onto the tailgate of a gutted transport truck and step back enough for everyone to inspect the damage. Zoe's right leg was cut deep above the knee from booth glass and twisted badly at the ankle. Ethan had a line of burns across one forearm and a shoulder bruising dark under torn fabric. Mia's hands shook hard enough now that she had to lock one wrist with the other to steady it. Adrian, for his part,